Futures back to basically flat here to start things off on a Monday morning, coming on the back of more all-time highs going out to end last week ahead of key inflation data coming up this week. Tomorrow we'll get CPI, Wednesday PPI. We could also get a Kevin Warsh confirmation as early as today, which will set things up. Friday is Powell's official last day, his term actually running out Friday the 15th. So we'll keep an eye on anything coming as far as the Fed is concerned. Meanwhile, no improvement as far as the Middle East is concerned. Trump rejecting the latest proposal from Iran and basically saying it's his terms or no terms, as we've been hearing over the past couple of weeks here. So oil moving around, I mean, back to the upside. We're chopping around a little bit back and forth. It is volatile to start things off this morning. More earnings today as well. Circle out this morning. Before the bell here, downside right now. The initial move actually, we're rebounding nicely, but was actually downside. Initial move was higher on the back of the number, but bouncing back to 120 right now for CRCL. We're through the majority of the big ones, obviously ahead of NVIDIA coming up in a week's time. We've heard from the rest. What a week it was for memory stocks. What a Friday it was for Micron. Here we are higher once again today. AMD higher once again today. This move just keeps going for these things.
Yeah, and Intel, Brendo.
Intel too, yeah.
And to take out some levels here. Big move for INTC. Good morning, guys. There's a lot to talk about, as you mentioned. Circle reporting this morning. The RAM names are strong. Joey was messaging me last night. He's like, Micron's dropping on Blue Ocean. Something's going on. I'm like, hey, what happened? I wake up this morning, it's up another few percent. So a lot to talk about. Lumentum as well, a name we've been giving you here for a while. Going to join the NASDAQ 100. That is a good look there as passive additions to some ETFs to track the NASDAQ. We'll keep an eye on that. And we could have some crypto legislation in focus this week. Let's see if, Congress can get it together.
Yeah.
Kind of move that along into, Palantir down here about 2%, even though they had a pretty good headline with the NHS. A little bit more profit taking you feel down too.
I was looking at some of these expectations that all the banks are throwing out for this number coming up tomorrow, the CPI print. Some of them are way outside the norm as far as higher than expected, typical. If this number does actually come out tomorrow morning, on a significant uptick, and then we also get, a Kevin Warsh confirmation either today or maybe tomorrow or Thursday even, ahead of Powell saying it's been fun on Friday. This market could be in for a little bit of a jolt, I think, on the back of that.
I agree. I think we're definitely going to see a pump up in that headline number. There's no questioning that, obviously. We know oil prices are markedly higher and food probably as well as the diesel definitely affects some of the prices there. What I don't know is, though, does the Fed make or take a position on the length of this war, and by extension of that, how long inflation remains elevated, right? Because that's going to factor into whether they start cutting or not. So
yeah.
Should be interesting to see some of their forecasts. I don't know if we're going to get any of that soon.
Here's oil taking out the highs right now. We're taking out the gap high, USO anyways. The initial move, as I mentioned, downside on the gap this morning, but here we are creeping back to the upside once again for oil specifically. Energy stocks really not doing a heck of a lot. XOM I saw early this morning was a little bit higher than most of them. Yeah, taking out the highs here as well on the back of pretty low volume. So, it's a headline-driven market. It's been a headline-driven market. Will continue to be, guys, on a Monday. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. It's always, we say it headline-driven, this, that. We got China at the end of midweek and the end of the week. So we'll see if some progress gets made there. For sure, Baba's going to report in the middle of the week. You got Moderna up because of this Hunt virus, confirmed case in the U.S., and they're working on a vaccine, so that's moving around. And my goodness, you look up and Intel just unabated to the quarterback. Although a little bit, I guess there's profit takers already this morning, but I guess that's supposed to be expected when you're up another 5%. These all-time highs just keep coming in faster and more furious. Friday was the Apple story with Intel that gave it that ridiculous round. But it's just been an absolute rocket. You pull this chart up, pull up Micron's chart, pull up SanDisk's chart. Just pick a chip name, and maybe except for NVIDIA. And this is what you're going to find. Just incredibly impressive and more volume here today. So, that's got to be on the radar. Hope everybody had a fantastic Mother's Day yesterday. Ate some good food, hopefully had some brunch or do whatever you did. And just an awesome day, and get right back on the wheel today and market all-time highs, because that's what we do.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to stop there. You got Lumentum being added. This is going to be a nice one there as well. So LIT, look at BNAI. I mean, here's another one here, Brand National going to the upside here, getting 2 more deals, $22 up to $27, and fading out just a little bit as well here today. So we'll look at some BNAIs. It's going to be an early leader here for a move up. There are a few other names that are starting to bump around as well. So we'll have to watch out for some of those. And on our watch list today comes ASPI up 7%. That's a good one. And then ESGO going upside there as well. So here's Easy Go Technologies, only 6 cents, but 340 million shares already. So another name to look at if you're looking at a penny name. The other one was ASPI. ASP, this was going higher too, only 270,000, but this name kicking a bit as well. Yeah, look, man, it's going to be another big day there. AMD is up big again. Like, you shouldn't sell any of these names, it looks like, because they just keep on getting higher and higher and higher, up another 2.5%. Should be a great day. Bitcoin hovering around down here, 81 and change. We'll see if that one can get going a little bit as well. But yeah, it should be a good. Here's LITE. Let's just show that to you. As we talked about Lumentum there today, what is it, up 5% or so coming into this move? Dell was making some moves as well. Micron, yeah, there it is. Now it's up 5.5%. Into the NASDAQ 100, taking out CoStar. Okay, didn't even know what that was, but there's 950. We had Lumentum earnings last week, downside a little bit, then it blasts up. Now you watch out for that $1,000 mark. And, we looked at Micron, we looked at everything else. What about SanDisk right now? 1575. Unbelievable, the run that this name's had just in a couple weeks. We always never going to forget about just writing down a random number there of about $1,000 on SNDK, and there it goes back up to the upside here today. So yeah, it should be lots to trade with. I'm actually looking to short Intel. I mean, I know that sounds ridiculous, but the very first thing I wrote down here today was Intel 134 short. It's coming back now. I don't think we worry too much about the pricing here in the pre-market. And what I wrote down was just, it's a dangerous trade, obviously, to go short. I understand that. But let's just see what the pre-market has. There's a lot of story. Whenever there's like sort of a story dump about a stock, I feel like we have a few stories here about Intel today as we look here. Wall Street Journal, obviously we talked about that with Apple coming on Friday. A couple more interesting stories for SK Hynix collaborating on a new agreement with them. Price target raised from Bank of America to $96 from $56. So we're already way above that right now. So just wonder if we're getting a little excited here on Intel. The market's kind of agreeing right now, going back down. Right when we went on air, first of all, the NASDAQ was positive. Now you're down. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on there. Some of the big hyperscalers continue to make lows right now. So we'll see if that continues to make sense here today as Google pushes off of 400. But yeah, I don't know if it's right time to get your shopping list out yet. But I think you know what's been winning. So if there is a big move down, we can get some of these ASTS Mobile.
Rocket Labs had that ridiculous run on Friday.
Yeah. So any pullbacks? Up, how much is it up today? Nothing.
No. Friday was up.
Friday was up big.
Today it's only up.
Still up. Okay.
I mean, it's barely up. But it was ridiculous. I don't want to say rocket ship, but I mean, it was a rocket ship on Friday. Like, there's no other way you can think about it. And then, of course, ASTS. These space names have been in play. You cannot ignore them. Oh, this week we're going to get some quantum reporting. We'll get D-Wave reports this week, so that'll put them in the radar. There's just a lot to look at. But going back to the chips for a second, NVIDIA was red before the market did a little bit of a pullback here. You were gapping down here with NVIDIA, and yeah, at the open it was an absolute, like a lot of things at the open were just clean, breakout on Friday and go ham. But this was already something which was just making a series of lower highs for the majority of the day, and a lot of sell resistance on NVIDIA, and then closing at 15 almost exactly, and we're now gapped underneath that. So even with a little bit of strength, the stock double topped here on the daily and showing that little head and shoulders-ish look with that 215 level. And with this, you don't have to worry about, hey, well, is it relatively? It was relatively weak already. And I get it. It finally made it back into that high. But yeah, something under the hood here hasn't been as great for NVIDIA as people look to other names, which is perfectly fine. That's what happens. You get rotation. You get other names going parabolic. But this had seemed like it was on its way the last couple of days to end the week. And this gap down might be proving a little bit otherwise.
NVIDIA, yeah.
Hamster saying Apple the new NVIDIA. Well, it was actually Alphabet that they passed. I don't know if they got retaken, but they were going back and forth with NVIDIA as the world's largest company. So it's between those two right now. I don't know if Apple's the new NVIDIA.
We have WDC coming in the summer. That should be a good start there. Apple, I was trying to find their PE 33 right now, which is pretty high for Apple. Google's PE right now 31, so that's pretty cheap there for Google. Meta's probably the cheapest. Meta at 22 right now, so that's cheap. Meta's going to be one of the cheapest ones. Amazon 32 right now. Intel's just kidding, doesn't even have one. So yeah, well, that's why sometimes it doesn't really matter about valuation too much. I did want to show you this one here. This is a name that I have. Yo, is that Randy? It is Randy. Yo, what's going on, man? Ooh, you got the croissant and the bananas. Okay. All right, okay. Check out this one, ARKQ. This is the Autonomous Tech and Robotics, Kathy Wood. And I'm in this name, so we'll talk about our own book here. But this looks like it's breaking out. I should show this to Michael Noss right now. This looks like we're taking out some levels right here on ARKQ. And I just looked at some of the holdings on this name. Like, whoa. Right here on Gemini. Well, it's not going to, there it is. Nope, didn't work. But anyways, I was looking it up. Now it's all confused as I brought it over. But anyways, we'll get it over. It's KTOS, it's Palantir, it's Tesla. So there's some names in here that this is the robotics ETF that can get going. There are many different names that are involved. Hold on a second, if I just scroll down to this. I wanted to see what it was because I had Kratos, everything else. Well, yeah, this is just not, this is part of the problem sometimes with our large language models. How do I scroll down right to the bottom of this? Oh, there it is. Archer, AVAV. Yeah, here it is over here. See if I can bring this over one more time. There we go. Okay. So if we just sort of zoom in a little bit here, it's Tesla, it's KTOS, it's IRDM, Teradyne, UiPath. There's Archer in here. Deere is in here. Aero Environment. So there's a bunch of different names that are involved here with the ARKQ, and it's just trying to take out some highs. A lot of that has to do with Tesla. So I just thought that I was looking through some of the stuff here this morning and thinking about like some of the names that I had in that space when we saw Rocket Lab going as high as it was going. But look at this ARKQ right here. So the autonomous ETF looking to break out off of a nice little base there around 110. So we'll see. No volume here, anything early, but just something to have a quick look at. BNAI, just one more quick look there. See what that's doing. So this is coming back in here. Brand Internationals signed 2 new deals. So I heard it in my ear roughly. I'm not sure. You know a name that I think is pretty beat up that we don't get enough credit for sometimes. Their dividend, there's a buyback as well. I was looking at this name, IBM. IBM is right at a decent spot right here as well to potentially get bought. I mean, I know that there's a software sort of jinx to this name right now that some of their technologies could get sort of swallowed up and, I guess, I don't want to say taken out, but with the coding and everything like that, how easy it's become. IBM's definitely something that's been watched out for, but don't forget about the quantum computing angle as well. Google has quantum computing, so does IBM. I think that might be one of the next sort of talks here, and that might be hurting a little bit of Bitcoin as well, the quantum computing angle. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening here with IBM. This is all the way back to November, like of 24 levels. So there's not too many stocks that are like that are in the tech space. So watch out for Big Blue, I think, in the next little while. I think if I was to make like maybe a pick moving forward, rotate into one, could be IBM. I think IBM has a good sort of bunch of tailwinds to happen here. And it's just been hit so hard.
Well, it's getting lumped in.
It's like I don't want to include it with CRM and all that kind of stuff.
It's getting beaten up way too badly. Like they have some legacy technology which can get threatened, I suppose, but I think it's getting lumped up a bit too badly with some little software names. But you know what? The other place where we like to look for ideas is in the options market. And I see my man Joe is locked and loaded over there at the big screen.
Oh, good.
All right, guys, good morning. Let's take a look at some of the options activity from Friday's session. We're going to kick things off with Intel. Big news coming in on this name, guys, and a lot to talk about, specifically at this $110 strike price. We can see, guys, that the delta relatively high, but let's take a couple of steps back here and take a look at our open interest and our volume. Only 688 contracts open and closed on the session, but open interest sitting around 19,400. Key thing to note, this expiration cycle isn't until August 21st. So as I'm scrolling through all the expirations, this is where I've seen the most amount of activity. Now, our bid in the ask is going to be relatively expensive. We're looking at $3,100 on the ask and $3,000 on the bid. Now, as for the implied volatility, sitting around 89.1%. But what I really want us to focus on here is the specific contract itself. And I mean, in the span of a couple of weeks here, guys, you're getting 582% in appreciation on that specific contract alone. Moving forward, Micron also on the list, guys, $800. As Sharif mentioned earlier, I'm watching this thing. As I'm doing the options activity for you guys, I see the numbers really start to fluctuate. I'm like, okay, what's going on? So we go in and we check Blue Ocean. We hit a high of $811 roughly on Blue Ocean last night, guys. We're going to be taking a look at that strike price. It's going to be expiring on the 15th. Open interest sitting around 4,500 contracts, but a lot of volume coming in on Friday, guys. 23,600 contracts opened and closed on Friday session. Now for the contract itself, crazy, 13 trading sessions, or sorry, 1 day. This is just from Thursday to Friday. You get 912% off of the lows in that specific contract. So talk about parabolic. Now, as for the implied volatility, sitting around 89.3%. Now, moving forward, looking at some of the most volume and the most contracts traded on Friday's session, this is incomplete. So, sorry, this is like the complete amount of volume traded. So the SPY, we had 9,420,000 contracts open and closed on Friday's session. And then also for the NASDAQ, 7 million. And then Tesla sitting in that third spot with 4.4 million contracts open and closed. At the $420 strike price, we have 22,600, but that's not the volume. That's complete throughout all of the strike prices. I'm referring to the volume once again, 4 million, 7 million, and 9 million. That's a lot of options contracts being traded, guys. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
I actually forgot about. Tesla.
I forgot about Tesla too.
I was just talking about it with that ARKQ, and I was like, "What the hell? It's $430. Like that was a nice runner last week."
It's down too. It's kind of like it's not the same as the Nvidia chart. Just talking about Tesla. But it didn't really hold. I guess it held the break better than Nvidia, but we end up back underneath some of that support. I was looking at Micron and that. I guess we were talking about Blue Ocean there in the aftermarket. So like it did crack the 8, but that turned into like look at the rejection of the 800 in the overnight market for Micron. So that kind of it puts that level out there for sure because we're pretty strong relative to the overall market in the memory chip names. So I think that 800 level could come back into play for a bit of a test. Like we're sideways here and kind of uptrending. In this chip name. So watch out for that 800. I think a lot of times we're like, well, what difference does it matter? Like Blue Ocean, the aftermarket. Like it still provides you with these liquidity points where you can look to find key price levels. Like it's trading up there. And as we start to see more and more volume in those sessions, it's going to become a little bit more important to just have a quick little look at it. I think that's why we're looking at things like when we get those big volume spikes or big reversals off levels, big consolidations. You can find those, and we can chart them right here. Like any symbol I pull up, we can look at, like randomly, we were just talking about Tesla. I can pull up Tesla. And probably didn't do much of anything in the overnight market, but it's certainly a place where you want to look when it's in play. Actually, it did. I mean, overnight we had a drop in a lot of things, but it rejected that 430 level and was incredibly weak. Heck, I guess if you're a VWAP trader, in Blue Ocean, you probably didn't do too poorly trading a little bit of Tesla. We got a super chat from JKL, the Bono report. Okay, I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Okay, that's a good one. Looking to still enter a short Qs. Those Qs and MSTR Still waiting on. That's the thing about this market. It is pretty relentless here. I don't know. Maybe you've got yourself your double top JKL, but the trend has been pretty precipitous and pretty intense to the upside here for the Qs. We have not had one of those like wipe out like down days in quite some time.
Yeah.
You know, like that 1.5%, 2%. We're like, okay, you know, and not just that it goes down that much, it holds, and then close the low kind of situation. Like that's the kind of thing that we haven't seen in a minute, and you wonder, hey, we're due at some point because you don't go up forever. In a general sense, you go up forever, but you don't go straight up forever. Is a way to think about it.
No, it does seem like we may be a little obviously overextended with some of these names, needless to say. So I think that Q's trade, it looks right to me. It's just, I mean, the shorts have been looking like an overbought sort of situation for a couple weeks now. But we'll say best of luck over to JKI. Look, to say anything about it, he's sticking with sort of the guns there, right? Exactly. He's been talking about shorting the Bitcoins and shorting
the MSTR
the in general.
The actual MSTR play from JKL. I'm pretty sure that those last week's highs are all still pretty much intact. Like right in here, like you started the week, this double top to 192, it never made a fresh high. Bitcoin never made any fresh highs. So at least in that regard, like the MSTR never really broke out for you. So when the market goes higher and something which is generally following it stops following it, then you just got to watch out. Because like that can mean a little bit of relative weakness. Just heard something about Novo here.
I don't know what's up with that.
Yeah, they're gapped up a couple.
Acquired somebody?
I heard something about acquisition, but you know what? I feel like today, if you're looking at some kind of a healthcare name, Moderna might be the one.
Yeah, that hantavirus is going crazy.
Thing. And it's not that I actually don't think it's that big of a deal, but we have sort of seen. When you have these like panics, you'll see volume start to come in. Oh, this is not going to break the 60 anymore. Looks like this, and just as I said it, there's this down candle losing VWAP. What was interesting, the most interesting thing about Moderna was this double top break on the daily. But you know what? Breakouts don't have to happen. That can always happen next week, tomorrow, never. But the thing about a breakout trade is at least you know what it is that you're waiting for and looking for. But yeah, Moderna just caught a $2 seller to the downside. So we might have to wait even longer for a 60 break.
Yeah, that hantavirus. Yeah, someone in France, I mean, it's just going to be one of those things where you just try to, basically, I think you like cross your fingers and hope it's not as, dangerous as the past couple rat-based viruses, apparently, that have hit us right now.
We're due for
we are due to get some, some input from Michael Noss. He'll be coming through sometime here in the next couple minutes, so we're excited for that one. Apple at 300, Google at 400, Intel at unlimited prices, AMD upside as well, and then Amazon. So, and we already looked at Tesla a little bit today. So lots happening, many not names down, many names up. NASDAQ kind of flat there. Lots to talk about. Lumentum getting added to the NASDAQ 100. That's going to be a talk as well. And we haven't even touched on oil yet. We're going to go back to the boys. I'm sure they have something to say about the Middle East or whatever they want. Up 3.5% right now. So we'll have to wait to see. Pain at the pumps continue as Iran and USA go back and forth here, apparently not allowing the uranium to be shipped to another country. So no deal for you right now. I only have Intel written down 134 short. I just put out a request for everybody. If you are on X, go over here and tell me what in the world are you guys even trading right now. Here it is right here. I hope everyone had a great Mother's Day. Give me some names over here. Oh, what IPO is today? There, says Dewey. Some sort of an IPO happening here today? All right, we'll double check that there, Dewey, and we'll figure out what IPO is going on today. But Cerebus and everything was Thursday. I'm not here Thursday, but I believe that should be a good one. That's the next.
Yeah, Cerebus is
$1.5 billion, right?
Blackstone Digital is on Thursday. That's so $4 billion for Cerebus on Thursday. Blackstone Digital Infrastructure, $2 billion on Thursday.
Ooh,
and then on Wednesday, Fervo Energy.
Oh wow, they're all coming out.
Fervo Energy is $1.5 billion, but I don't actually see anything.
I just asked Dewey there if you guys go on my Twitter. I'll find. I'll ask him.
Yeah, if there's one today,
But you have the sheet.
Well, I mean, I'm not assuming that the sheet is always right, but these are the scheduled IPOs in the calendar.
It could be a mistake. Could have been looking at Cerebus and all those names too, right?
Oh, those are big ones, though.
Yeah, that's why it's so big over there. Okay, we'll go back over to the desk.
One that continues to move downside here, even with this impressive move in the overall market, Netflix not really participating whatsoever. We're essentially right back to lows from last week once again. $88, 87, 86 even coming if you go over to this high. A little bit of support possibly for Netflix. But you and I were just talking about some of these. There's another price hike coming if you're a Netflix subscriber. You're now paying $19.99 a month for the ad-supported tier. I mean, at some point, we're just right back to where cable was.
Exactly. And here's the thing, wasn't the regular tier around $19.95 a month?
At some point, definitely, yeah. It's now like the lowest premium is now $26.99.
And the thing is, too, and we've talked a lot about this, the more you watch with the ad tier, the more they make. And so it almost feels as if they're making double the amount of money that they were a couple of years ago. Because I remember it was something around that, right? It was around $18 or $20. So interesting take. But Brando, I mean, like they're spending up the yin yang here for content creation as well, and they're also having to spend for acquisition for sports. They're getting into the boxing world. They're getting into a lot of the other sports. They have a big card. Joe, I think it's the Giza card is on Netflix, right? Yeah. So there's Heavyweight Championship, May 23rd, right in front of the pyramids. It should be a nice backdrop there. Heavyweight Championship, a lot of contenders. That's all on Netflix as well. Yeah. They're probably paying through the nose for that.
Is it going to get to a point, though, where people are, I don't even know if they allow you to do this, but like just sign up for a month for that, for an event, for a specific sporting event, and then just dump it the next month kind of thing?
I think people do that anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's the market's definitely not liking this. I mean, we've been downside here for 3 weeks essentially for Netflix. It doesn't look good.
No, and you felt that we were going to get that bounce after the dissolution or the dissolving of their acquisition of Warner Brothers Discovery after it went to Paramount Skydance. We found a bit of a bid, but it feels like we're coming right back into that mid 80s, low 90s area again. But it's certainly better than the $75 area we took. We were trying to reclaim the 200 Brendo on the daily chart. We were above it momentarily, but now we're right back below it again. I think the 200 is somewhere around $97. Currently trading at 87, so about $10 below.
A couple of stocks moving to the downside this morning. IREN with an offering coming out after the better than expected earnings report. It was down on that. CRBS, another one. Cerberus, upsize IPO. Oh, that's the IPO.
Yeah.
4.8 billion, sorry. Yeah, that's also an offering. It's just the initial offering. I just read the word offering there. But yeah, IREN with an offering today, and then CRBS incoming as well.
Yeah, and post earnings, JP Morgan giving IREN. It's a bit of a tough one there. If you're looking for an upgrade, you didn't really get it. Underweight coverage, maintaining the underweight rating with a price target of $46. So it's a bit of a backhanded kind of same rating because they did move up the price target from 39 to 46.
Yeah, it doesn't look great. I mean, we're right back to $50 here essentially this morning, right back into the range if you zoom out a little bit. So we had a nice run up into earnings, and then that got just absolutely sold off immediately as soon as the market opened on earnings day. So we'll see what happens with some of the power names. I mean, really nothing to write home about.
CEG had earnings this morning. Where are they right now? They're up a little bit over here, 1 3/4. We'll get to that earnings report, I guess, at some point. But yeah, we're hearing a lot more about this. Can I bring this up for a second here?
Please.
You know, sometimes when I have something on my mind, I just got to get it out, Brendo. We always talk about AWS, right? You know, there's this like meme, sort of speak, on X and on other parts of the internet called EWS, Elon Web Services. After what he did with that tie-up with Anthropic, people are really pounding the desk on this guy's vision.
Huge deal.
Now, I'm already an Elon fanboy. I'm not trying to, kind of build on that narrative anymore. But the fact of the matter is this guy bought compute, built out 3 huge data centers. He doesn't have the revenue on XAI at the moment to use all that compute, so he's renting it out. He's making a whole bunch of money on it. Now, here's what I like about this whole thing. Remember when SpaceX and XAI merged? We were like, what is going on? One is profitable, one is bleeding money. Why is he doing this? Well, this is offsetting.
Yeah.
This is offsetting all like the bleeding that he's doing from the XAI component, not to mention the possible new money that's going to come in vis-a-vis the IPO, which he's likely going to funnel into building more data centers. Yeah. So I really like this kind of aspect here. He's got his hand in every cookie jar from that side. Forget about Tesla for a second. Just from that side, I really like that.
What a better place, or find me a better place than Amazon to go and find revenue for your compute when you build that out. A lot more people whispering about eventually this all just gets rolled into one.
Agree.
Tesla, everything just gets rolled into Elon Corp, and we have an Elon Corp type of stock to trade on a daily basis. As mentioned, let's bring in Michael Noss on a Monday here and get a look at, from a higher perspective here, what's going on as far as order flow specifically. I mean, great move up in the market overall. Happy Monday, Mr. Noss. Are we selling into this, or are there still enough buyers on the sidelines maybe to continue the move?
Not only are they selling into it, they're shorting into this, which is just, when I was looking through the numbers, I'm like, this is insane. Who's either something or I think you're crazy.
Let's jump right into it here. I mean, there's a lot of data to get through. Some of the short-sided ETFs popping up.
Yeah, so this is flows. So the best part of these ETFs is that daily on their website, they have to report how many people are investing in or divesting from the ETFs. Now, last time I showed these, I got a question that I think was perfectly valid and said, hey, if people are putting in $600 million into SOXS, how's it going down, right? So this is the inverse of the semiconductor fund. So if people are putting so much money in, how is it going down? Well, at the end of the day, these ETFs only move based off of the price of the underlying securities contained in the ETFs, right? So it doesn't matter how many people invest money in it, it's whether or not the SMH is moving higher or lower. And you can see that if you ever go back and just chart out the Cathie Wood arc, right? People were investing in that thing the whole way down. So that's what we're looking at here. We're not looking at how many people are actually going and buying so much as we're looking at how much they're investing in the fund, if that makes any more sense. It's the same thing, but yeah, it's not going to move the market that much because this is just a derivative of SMH. And SOO and all these are the same, and then these are the ones that are actually getting removed from, and that's TQQQ, which is the long version, and that's SOXL, which is the double long version. So looking at these leveraged ETFs can actually give us a little bit of interesting flow in which they are buying these leverage instruments and then they're selling out of the long leverage instruments. So buying the shorts, selling the longs. They're getting short. There's an argument that could be made there that this is just a big hedge. There's a tax advantage, I guess, to instead of selling my semiconductors, maybe I buy some of the inverse. And if we move down, then I can kind of take a little bit of a gain there to hedge my risk. But at the end of the day, we're talking $1 billion plus sold in SOXL, which is the semiconductor leveraged, and TQQQ, which could be shorts. We don't really know, but they're not buying on the way up. They're selling on the way up. So, and same thing here when we go into these next charts, which these are the commitment of traders data. So now we're going from ETFs over into futures to see if it's painting us the same story or there's some other story out there. So this is usually the red line I show you. I'm going to just display it as a histogram now because I think it's easier to see where the more red this bar is kind of pointing down, the more that they've shorted these contracts. And you can see not really leaning into the short side on the ES, but certainly not covering it, not going long, not betting that this market's going to continue to go up, staying short. And if you stay short and the price goes up, at some point I think you need to capitulate there. This next one's very interesting though. So this is the NQ futures. This is a weekly chart. We only get new COT data every week. That's why we just look at this on a weekly basis. And they've been selling the whole way up. So just like we saw in the ETFs, everybody is kind of getting out of the way or taking profits to the point where the NQ is like neck flat. So they're not long. When I say they, these are the large speculators out there, the big guys. They're not long the NASDAQ. They're short the ES. They're shorting semiconductors. They're selling out of leverage longs. And then this last one is Bitcoin, which is kind of interesting as well, where it's kind of the same pattern. As these assets are moving higher, these people are selling out of them. So to me, this is fuel for the fire. Some people could say, okay, these people know something. The more I study this data, the more I see that they're very wrong most of the time. I've shown you guys example after example of that. So I think it's not only interesting from a potential, hey, they're shorting into this market, there may be a continued short squeeze and they may have to cover. But I think career risk is more of the story here, which we've talked a little bit about, where imagine you're somebody who sold the NASDAQ. You saw that chart as they're selling the NASDAQ on the way up. And then you have to sit down in front of a client who says, semiconductors are ripping. I hope we still own a bunch of them. And you go, no, I sold out of all of our positions, which if they're right, makes them look like a hero. If we continue to move higher, even if we consolidate sideways for a little bit first, and then we move higher, then it's like, why am I paying you money in order to invest for me where I could have just owned the NASDAQ or the S&P 500 to make more? So interesting. When I loaded up the charts for this week, I expected the opposite. I expected to, finally see some capitulation, the shorts covering maybe a little bit, buying some, these charts pointing to the upside where people are starting to finally get involved, because that would be my moment to maybe lighten up. And as I've been joking here for a while, I'm looking for a reason to lighten up, but it's just not there in the data. They just continue to short into this rally, which...
If we go back to, I just want to touch on the first two bar graphs here that we looked at, essentially the inverse and then the long side or leverage long side on the ETFs. Is there a reference to, say, I don't know, the last time we got to all-time highs to compare to where you would see similar data at that time? Is it normal, when we get to and chop around at all-time highs for some period for this type of price action to be happening?
No, and I'm actually working on getting the ETF.com data. If you guys want to know where this comes from, you can get access to the API. So I'm going to come back soon with charts of them where we can actually go back and pinpoint them. But no, usually you see a lot of net shorting activity and selling of longs at lows. You normally don't see this at highs. And this is the market's propensity to chase things. So as we drop, and I don't have the chart here, but even if you look at, I guess the slide 3, the ES chart there, they were the most kind of long they've been as the market was near highs. And then as it starts to pull in, that's where they start to add shorts. And you can see the least short they've been was kind of right near the bottom there. So often you get these kind of capitulatory events in which the TQQQ, they'll kind of dump out at lows, and then the SQQQ, right, they'll dump out at highs. It's usually what we see here, but we're actually seeing the exact opposite, where they're leaning into these shorts and they're leaning into these longs, which could just be kind of like what we saw with that Avis budget group, the car, for a while, where it just kept going up every day because everyone in the world thought it was ridiculous it was going up, and people were shorting into it. It's kind of what we're seeing with the data, even though it's a little bit lagged.
As far as what happens next at this point, I mean, caution is the best recipe, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't, you don't need to be CMT to look at these charts. They were way overextended from here. But the way I kind of look at this and say, okay, if everybody in the world is shorting into this rally, then what is the first pullback going to look like? Is it going to just be that moment where these shorts finally feel a little bit of relief, and it creates that underlying bid where every downtick they start to lighten up on their shorts, and right, every downtick, the people who have gotten out of their Qs or their TQQQ, their leverage positions, they start buying back in. So yeah, it's a Brian Shannonism, but I think it's important to remind these overbought conditions can correct via price or via time. So it doesn't have to be a pullback. Maybe we just kind of rest here for a bit. But if this data is right, we might not even get that. I don't know. It can't happen forever.
It's one of those things where you almost get lulled into this false sense of, the market just goes up every day, it's fine. But until it doesn't, and then you're really stuck. So we'll see how it plays out, but fascinating to see. Michael Noss, we'll catch you again on Friday. Have a good week.
Talk to you Friday. Have a good one.
Fantastic stuff, as always, by Michael Noss. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. At the top of the list, we have Goodyear going from a buy to a hold and a $7 price target by Deutsche Bank. Stellantis down almost 2% here, guys, going from a neutral weight to an underweight here with a price target of €5.50 by B of A. And then we have Wendy's. We heard the boys talking about this name last week. In a horrible downtrend, you're down 2.6%, going from neutral weight to underperform, and a $6 price target by JP Morgan. Dell Technologies also getting the downgrade here, guys, going from a buy to neutral here. You're down 1.6%, and a price target increase, though, to $243 by UBS. Moving forward, let's take a look at some more positive things. We have Intel up another 5% this morning, guys. Price target increase to $96 by B of A. And then we also get the nod here on Uber going from equal weight to outperform with a $95 price target from Fox Advisors. Now moving forward, British Petroleum BP getting the nod up 1.8%, going from a hold to a buy. And then Twilio down a little bit here, guys, but a price target increase from $200 to $250 by Needham. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Oh, that Wendy's chart doesn't look very good. It's like the downgrade. Kick them while they're down. That's not an AI trade. But forget about that one. That's not a fun stock to look at. It's tasty. Like that was the Baconator, I think, is one of the things they got up there. The Frosty. I'm a fan, but I really don't like the chart. It doesn't make you like the stock at all either. Uber, however, if this has been languishing a bit, so you catch it on the upgrade side. Not that that's a gigantic catalyst in terms of creating volume or anything, because it's not really doing a lot of volume today. But at least last week it bounced right to 50 on Friday. So like 50 period SMA on the daily, like you can see the downward trend Uber's been on since 100 and that little triple top. But we've double bottomed here. You're trying to hold the 50 period, and you did. Like this low, that 74.5 bounces right off the 50 SMA, so a confirmation today that it can hold. And you could have a little bit of something going on for Uber, which has been languishing. There's no question about it, but that's a key hold. You lose the 50, and then all kinds of things are starting to break on this chart, right? Like it's pretty important. You got the downward sloping 200 SMA, which is generally not a good sign at all. And oftentimes, actually, Brian Shannon was one that actually mentioned to me, and I look at this now. When looking for any swing trade, if it's a downward sloping 200 period SMA on the daily, temper the expectations for just how much follow through you're going to get, because you want the overall trend to be up when you're going for those little dip buy swing trades. But still, that 50 period at 74.5 is going to be pretty key this week. If we lose it, there's all kinds of flat bottom break stuff. And keys that I don't want to hit until it actually happens. But yeah, watch that 74.5 on Uber, and good luck if you haven't been Wendy's, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I was just asking myself and thinking about what's going on with silver right now. I mean, silver's a straight upside play right now, so I've actually added this to the note here, as it looks like silver wants to enter the building here. So nice little straight move there, 73 up to $75. Great little level there for VWAP, man, $74. We'll see if that comes back in. We'll wait to see what's going on with silver. Looks like it potentially breaking out now as well, right? I mean, it doesn't go, you'd like to see maybe get all the way back here, 86, 87, clear that range, and then get back to those highs one more time. But silver had a little bit of a dip down, and there's your 200 period moving average, just as Neil was mentioning, and good little hold there around $65. So now silver's starting to go. Looks like it wants to break through this high of April the 17th. So SLV on radar today as well. Intel the pullback. Oopsies, that's a Canadian one. The Intel has pulled back now through 130. So just watching out to see if we can base. It looks like it is trying to make a little bit of a base here at 129.50. Still up quite large. They're up 4%. Micron still upside as well. Some of the names are trying to come back in just a little bit as the NASDAQ pulls red. So we'll wait to see what's going on there. JP Morgan at 300 is going to be an interesting name as well to look at. You just looked at, I don't really like Uber anymore. Should have got out at 80 when I was saying that, but that would probably be wrong, and Uber will probably be the next one to moon. But look at JP Morgan, broke through that shelf right here, 306, 307, trying to get lower now. So we'll see if it can hold the 50 period moving average. JP Morgan not having a great time of it, underneath the 200 as well. So bank stocks right now not in favor, as we heard earlier from Brendan up there, that Kevin Warsh this week will be talked about a little bit. So we'll see if that helps spark some interest rate discussions again, because as of right now, interest rates sort of languishing down there and not looking like it's going to get a cut anytime soon. Robinhood down, SoFi's down under 16. Robinhood now as well, underneath the $76 mark is a little bit of a problem. That is exactly where this 50 period moving average is. So we'll see what Robinhood wants to do today, which is okay. Crypto still holding out pretty good. I want to thank Randy for bringing again another coffee through. Tesla's on my mind, Intel's on my mind, silver. We're looking for some other names as well here, maybe some quantum names. I don't know, we'll figure it out. But
A little bit later this week, HIMSS reports tonight. So that could be,
HIMSS reports tonight, okay.
HIMSS was a big runner last week. Well, it had some moves. I hesitate to say big runner when we're looking at all of those crazy chip moves, right? But it had a big day on Friday, HIMSS, up almost double digits, or actually over double digits. And we'll get them after the bell, I believe. Did I say Rigetti? Yeah, there's some quantum names. ASTS, Face Mobile for sure. The quantum names, I don't remember the days exactly, but I'm pretty sure you get Rigetti. You're going to get D-Wave as well. Maybe not that much of a break, but I do see the hamster saying HIMSS running now. Well, consolidating would be the word I would use after a gap up. Not too crazy. And for those that asked in the chat, I threw it in the chat, but we'll say it. There were a couple of questions asking about, hey, what's the deal with IREN? IREN with a $2 billion senior note offering, a convertible note offering. So that big runner last week, of course, after their earnings, and they're down 9% because of the offering. That would be the reason, and it happens. It's just par for the course. The NASDAQ still holding under VWAP, USO still holding at the highs. I double-checked because the same thing I saw in SLV. It wasn't a move in the US dollar that you can attribute to this. Like, that's for sure. Like, it wasn't the Dixie crashing or anything. But what I find interesting about SLV is twice, like on Thursday, it was a long off, like 73 to the high. Eventually lost. And then it was again 73 to the high. It tried to do the same thing on Friday, could not get to that same high and ended up languishing. And then look where we broke from. It just started buying again at that 73 level. Looks pretty good. Like, there's nothing about that bottom that doesn't suggest this isn't the continuation play. And I actually like the fact that it isn't just simply that the USD was moving around and it was following. It's seemingly going on its own, which I think can be a good sign. So yeah, it could be an interesting one today. In the metals, it just moves more than gold, so don't add us when it's like, why don't you look at gold? Well, SLV's up 3, and GLD will be up, generally speaking, either nothing or 1, and it's actually down GLD 0.6. I was expecting flat in this case, and that's one of the reasons why traders will look at silver or SLV, just because you get a little bit more bang for your buck. It's the same reason why sometimes you would look at MSTR or BMNR. You would just, instead of looking at IBIT, you might just want to be in the thing that's going to move just a hair more. That's what it's all about. You want that action. You got to find it somewhere. And as I look up, I'm reminded not to ignore some Chinese names today, because Alibaba's on my radar for the first time in months. I haven't looked at that stock. Yikes.
All right.
Not a lot of small cappers moving around here that I've been able to see, other than the one that we found in the watch list. So I'm sure Sharif will have to keep himself busy with the scanners to find some of those small cap gappers today.
Brendo, there's one ripping right now, Neil. Great call, right on time. ODYS really going here. About to take out $11, and this one is already a triple-digit winner, up 140%. Looks like there's initial selling here at 11. It's all green on my 5-minute chart, Brendo. Looks like we've just cut off that $5 area, and we've already doubled in a matter of 50 minutes. So be careful with this one, but already doing some good volume, almost 7 million shares traded so far.
There's never a dull moment in small cap land. I was going to mention this one. We'll talk about it on the rundown, maybe coming up a little bit, but Monday.com.
Yes.
30%. I thought SAS was dead. Like, this is a great report. I was just going through all the numbers, like just handily beating on absolutely everything. Yes, I get it. If you zoom out, the chart looks absolutely annihilated. But this is a great report still.
It's a fantastic report. There's really nothing to talk bad about here, guys. They're up 24% here to start the morning. EPS jumping aggressively, 4.5% year over year, taking out on beating expectations on both the top and bottom line. Some of the lesser reported parts of this report are this native agent inflection point. So underreported was the AI work platform with native agents. So unlike typical AI assistants that just kind of help, these agents are designed to execute workflows autonomously. I've been looking for something like that myself to help me with my morning flow. Might have to give Monday.com a quick look here, but this is a pretty good report just off the face of it.
Yeah, I think the further we get into this, the more tailored these products are going to end up getting. And I mean, that's correct me if I'm wrong, it's like a optimization platform, essentially.
It's a CRM platform.
Yeah, in general. So anyways, a few earnings to deal with this morning. Circle was the other one, about to make a new low. We've given that bounce all back once again, so back to 114 for CRCL. CEG not really doing a heck of a lot. We're just chopping around here trying to hold 310 or around that 310 area. And then, yeah, MNDY out of nowhere. It's pulling back right now, but maybe needs to. Almost 30% at the highs, guys, from Monday.com.
So far. But like you look at this one on the monthly, man, there's not many of these a lot of the software, none of them look any good. But this one in particular, that is a heck of a potential reversal on the monthly candle that you see forming. And for it to have made fresh lows, like this made fresh lows. This is not one of these, it's going back to old levels. No, like where it's bouncing from are your all-time lows here on that monthly. And it looks like a breakout to me. You can say whatever you want about the software space, but not every single name that's gotten beaten up in this space is going to be dead. They're not all going to be dead. All that said, it's just one day. It's very light volume. It's done less than 1 million shares in the pre-market. You want to see the money come in and still support it. It just lost the volume-weighted average price. I'm not trying to line things up against it, but light volume, it just lost VWAP. There are some levels when you look at that daily chart, and here, like you come back to the prior highs at about $82.50. So under VWAP, that'd be it gives you an area to look at to try to hold on to. But yeah, with this light volume on Monday and given the overall trend, this feels like a let it open up. Make sure it's holding at 82.5 or at least getting back above the volume weighted average price. But you can't tell me when you look at that monthly chart and that daily chart that this doesn't have a potential relief rally in store for it. And only 21%. It was 30, but you can tell it's already pulled back pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, 15% short float on this name. Could see it come back. I mean, the numbers are just, they're beats, but like their guide wasn't that great. They guided 354 to the high end was 356. Revenue between 345 to 356 when their expected was 354. So I feel like this name is going to be coming back in there. But good surprise, I guess, on the top and the bottom line. The guide was a little under market expectations. So I'm actually surprised that it's up, considering that the guide has been really helping many names get back to the downside if they guide a little lower. So we'll find out what's happening here with MNDY. I think it's overblown. I just don't think a lot of people expected that revenue beat. So that's why it's going to the upside right there. All right, $5 here. Qualcomm's going. We're hearing in our ear here. So let's go find out about Rackspace. Again, they had some sort of a deal last week, wasn't it, with AMD?
AMD, yeah.
Or something. So yeah, Rackspace definitely got going there last week. And, you know, we always talk about the sum of the parts, right? I mean, if they're going to be building out these big data centers, you're going to need, SMCI of the world, Dell's, the Rackspace apparently there as well. So I think we really like this name. We saw it last week. We did have a little talk about it, potential continuation of this. I'm just looking to see what exactly we're talking about here on the short interest. 20% short float right now for Rackspace. No PE, so they're not making any money right now. Just a market cap of only $1 billion. So yeah, I mean, we did see here, if you look into here in that deal last week there, why is Rackspace surging right there? They did actually have a sales record as well, 2% year over year increase. Strategic AMD partnership, right? So they create managed enterprise AI infrastructure there, integrate AMD's GPUs. So looks like if you get, it's kind of like AMD is not the new NVIDIA, it's well the same, but if you used to get some NVIDIA stories about stock, like when NVIDIA invested in Intel, for example, how much that's been going up so far. ACM, I have no idea. Thank you for the 1 cent, Jason, but that's maybe from TikTok. Thank you everybody watching from TikToks. ACOM. Oh, are they is ACM, are they a construction company? ACOM maybe? I'll have to look this one up, but ACM. I don't know, without knowing too much about it, Jason, this one doesn't look super healthy right now to me. Nice little downside play. Obviously you want to see if it can hold this $80 mark, but we'll have to do some more work on ACM. I have no idea about that maybe, so. All right, next.
Another.
Good morning,
good morning to Southern Nurse.
Yes.
Sally.
Sally?
I wanted to say Sally.
That's why I thought it was going to be Sally, but Sal-I, it looks like. Well, good morning to you too. It's a great morning here. The weather is fantastic. We had a lot of baseball yesterday, a lot of fresh air. It was absolutely fantastic. The Red Sox won again in the last inning. We won 10-9 this time. So it was quite a nice move there. We have practice tonight, so getting ready to have another game on Wednesday there. So we're 2-0-1 in our first 3 games.
Nice.
It's been pretty exciting. You guys get started.
Game 1 tonight.
Okay, good.
And then we practice on Wednesday.
We're gonna practice some
Wednesday's supposed to be thunderstorms, though, so I'm like really hoping that we don't
God, we have a game on Wednesday.
rain on Wednesday. Because like at the 9U,
Yep.
practice is important. Like practice is to me almost more important than the game.
Oh yeah, the game is more fun. Where
Game's fun, but
practice is more
last
work
year,
on things.
There was 2 or 3 kids that basically never made it to practice. In the beginning of the year, I say one thing. I go, everyone, I want you to want to play next year so you enjoy it. And everyone here is going to be better than when they started. And the kids that didn't show up for any practices were just not. You could see, like, from game to game, the kids that come to practice, just huge improvements, confidence and everything. And then if they didn't show up at practice or we didn't get good practices in, you'd always see that language.
I'm glad you're head coaching this year. That's going to be a much better.
How about my boy Sean Strickland? Told you so. You got to talk to these boys.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know nothing about
you got to talk to Joe about Strickland, STK trader. Joe apparently, I don't know if he has his microphone on, but.
Did you bet on Strickland there, Joe, or?
No, he didn't. He's shaking his head.
No, okay, he did not. Okay.
The fight this weekend is the Jake Paul promoting the Rousey Serrano fight on Netflix.
Yeah,
that'll be the big one. See how that goes. I mean, they're both. That's the thing now. It's like, people are more interested in watching like a big name of people that are past their prime than like the actual like best of the best. But it is what it is. I think it should be interesting.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, that's part of we talked about part of the price of Netflix.
That's why it's going on.
Starting to go higher there. You're right. You got, some interesting fights there. You get some new live events. New deal with the NFL apparently as well. We talked about that a little bit on Friday. So hopefully, you guys are enjoying your Netflix subscriptions regardless of the price of the subscription. The cost of everything is going. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Qualcomm's going hard too.
Almost 10% again for Qualcomm.
Yeah, I think the name I wanted to get into, waiting for a pullback, is Corning. Corning, maybe a little bit, 192. Corning had a deal there with no pullback today, but they had a deal with NVIDIA as well last week. So, yeah, Qualcomm going higher there, Corning going higher, Corning the glass maker. With Apple really Apple's about to set the world on fire again, by the way, with this WDC. I mean, they're going to basically monetize the living crap out of AI. And they're going to be one of the first names to do that, I feel like, on the consumer side. So I'm getting ready for, obviously, AI has been not even, I think we're still in the early innings, but well monetized on the commercial side. We'll see now for consumer side with over 2.5 billion iOS devices. We wait to hear what their talk is. And they're going to talk all about Google and Gemini. So that's what's coming out with WDC is the fact that you can get Google and Gemini playing nicely with your Apple iPhones. And then we'll see about all that install base and how they can monetize that. And you're going to find out how with Mr. Turnus and company at WDC, I believe, early June. So
people talking about the devices and what's next for AI. Think of this. AI right now, it's training on what data, right? Like it wants to read your emails, it wants to read Reddit, right? It's about language. Mm-hmm. Well, if you're trying to train robotics, which is the next wave, right? If you're trying to train things that are autonomous, like those types of things, you're gonna have it learning on our devices which are connected to like audio. You're just walking around, it's listening to everything you do, it's watching everything that humans do, and it's one thing. You already have this happening with workers. It's like you wear this device and then the robots will be trained on the workers doing it, but then everyday life is gonna turn into that. And it's like, who has the devices that are gonna be doing the training? This is probably the reason why Meta wanted to make the glasses thing work. You think it's because it's cool and people wanna wear them? Yeah, whatever. It's because they understand that if everybody is wearing this device, then all of a sudden they're gonna have their models training on their gaggle of, not that anyone is wearing these glasses, but I think that's the next big step. And whether you have whether or not we've seen the device that this is going to matriculate on, it doesn't make sense that it would be a phone. I feel like the watch isn't enough. Maybe it is Maybe it is some kind of the glasses. Who
Well, there's
knows?
the AirPods.
But there's
and everything.
there's the AirPods. We're already starting with the AirPods. It's going to start with audio because that's the lowest hanging fruit.
Well, the AirPods have cameras on them.
But you want more than just that. Like
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so it's going to be a big deal. And one of the things Apple will have, and this is the next battle, and you got to figure right now it would be Apple and Meta. If you had to guess at who was going to win this, they're going to hold the keys when it comes to the next layer of training. And that's huge for them. So I think that's big for Meta. Right now, probably you'd lean toward, well, Apple already knows how to make things and they do it well. Meta hasn't really proven that yet. But that's a place that Meta can catch up. That's a place where Meta has the opportunity to actually be not the ugly stepchild in the Mag 7, would be to gain a bit of a foothold here. That's my thought.
Yeah, I mean, their PE is just 22. Everyone else's is in the 30s, right? So if you want to take advantage of some Meta, might be time to buy it. I think Microsoft and I think the two table pounders are going to be Microsoft and Apple at these levels, but we'll wait to see. I still think Apple is a huge top pick right now, and that bodes well for the indexes. I mean, as we talked about Apple, Nvidia, and Google all vying for that top spot. So. Should be good here. Yeah, look, it's 9 o'clock. We got the watch list going. The sticky note's now out as well, so we're excited to have some plays like that. We got silver on our mind today, and I don't know what's creating this move higher here, but there goes silver. We actually looked at the U.S. dollar a little bit earlier as well. It's starting to come back just a little. Whoopsies. Starting to come back just a little bit right now. Let me see if this is on the right, 1 minute chart. So let's go over quickly just to a 10-minute chart, just to have a look to see what exactly is happening. Yeah, it's a little bit of a pullback now in the US dollar. Not as dramatic as I thought we might be seeing with this kind of a move up there in silver. So I'm going to do some work, go find out what's going on with silver now. Up 4% today, SLV. It's on my watch, as well as Intel, Silver, Moderna, Amazon. So those are the four names. Neil mentioned Alibaba. So there's a couple good names to look at here today, like DraftKings as well. We'll talk about that. Going Uber, SMR. There's so many different second week plays. A lot of hot earnings last week. So we'll have a look at that. Palantir going lower as well. Let's go back over to the desk.
737.82, guys, is where we closed out on the SPY on Friday. We're a little bit below that right now, trading at 736 and a third. So, we're down about 0.5%. We're going to basically say we're looking for that $35 area, 735 as our first level of support. If we really start selling off, maybe take some profits from last week's big accretion, we're looking at 730 as support level 2. If we really start catching a bid, well, we're going to look to the overnight high as our first level, to the closing print, 737.82 as our first level of resistance. We catch a bid, we're looking at that $10 area, Brendo, 740 as R2.
As always, if you haven't done so, grab that free watch list for you down below in the description. You'll find a link to the sign-up page for that. Remember, huge week coming up for inflation data, specifically CPI tomorrow morning at 8:30. We'll get PPI then the following day as well on the back of the Fed and on the back of all the earnings we've had over the past couple of weeks. So lots to come still for the overall market on a macro sense. Let's talk about Intel here to get things going this morning on the back of a huge move to end last week. Going into the weekend here, we're up even further on this deal with Apple.
Yep. So I got a lot of information now that it's been like a couple of days. The market digests a lot of the info, trickles out. Let's talk a little bit about this. So apparently Howard Lutnick, after the U.S. government took that 10% stake in Intel, was meeting with all the big tech leaders, and his sales pitch was pretty simple. You need to build domestically, and this company is as good as any. It was basically, looking for a buyer, as we had basically been theorizing this entire time. Also, the advanced packaging is going to be the entry point. What does that mean? So if people were thinking, all right, they're going to start making M-series chips, they're going to start making A-series chips for the cell phone. No, they're going to take advantage of advanced packaging by Intel, done domestically. That's going to be the first order of business. The third point that I want to make is the Panther Lake performance. That's Intel's latest CPU, and it's built on the 18A node. Believe it or not, that actually demonstrated 33% better multi-core performance than Apple's latest M5 chip. So Apple possibly wanted to do a bit of a deal here to catch up and not fall behind in the PC market. Point number 4, that analyst at Bank of America quietly noted that if the Intel captures just 25% of Apple's total chip volume, that would account for a 5,000% increase in their foundry business right now, which only makes $174 million in revenue per year. That would be a 5,000% increase on that 174 number. Last but not least, Brendo, the M series first, A series second. So if there is going to be a deal beyond packaging into chips between these two companies, it's going to be for the M series first, which is lower volume, which is for their laptops, and then perhaps by 2028, 2029, they start making the A series chips for iPhone.
What a move it has been for this thing. I mean, even going back to the beginning of May, which is insane. 125, 130 guys comes into play here for Intel. What do we do this week?
Well, you know, predicting where it's going to go is certainly what everyone's all about. But if you're looking to predict other things, like where maybe Bitcoin closes this week, or who wins in 2028, maybe even where GDP lands, stop arguing about it and you can start trading. Gemini predictions. Yes or no markets are on crypto, they're on commodities, they're on politics, sports, and much more. Now they have 15-minute and 5-minute crypto markets so you can trade the action in real time. Set your amount, see your odds, get paid when you're right. Open an account at Gemini.com or scan the QR code for more information. This portion of the show brought to you, and thank you to Gemini Predictions. Well, for Intel, it has been, to say that it's been a parabolic ride would be, okay, it's an understatement, but you've also seen this with a host of other names. And one of the things that we've seen specifically with Intel, let me zoom on the 15 so you can see far enough. See the consolidation, parabolic day, gap up, pull down. Not much of a consolidation. You call it like a one-day break. There's your gap up, pull down, break, consolidation, gap up, pull down, consolidation, break, gap up, blah, blah, blah. You see what we're getting at here. The pull downs, if you look at each of these like pull down type days, either it's like, well, this one's not a pull down. There's your pull holds prior support level. This pull down here, it didn't gap up, but it ends up holding this resistance to support level. So it tends to have some knowledge to it. Consolidation, this pullback day holds the prior high. Whoops, I just did sticky keys. So you gap up and then the pull down 124. So that's the prior high. So if we're not, just like every other day has been like you just blast at the open, right? So either blast at the open, or if we get the pull down day, the long is back around this 124 area. It looks like, and it's just based on the pattern we're seeing here in Intel. You can look at a host of other chip names, like we could fill this in with AMD, Micron, that have all been going crazy. I think this story, the Apple story, is a fantastic one. This is exactly what you were looking for Intel. The ability to add billions in this foundry business in a few years down the line, and then it goes, you get one customer, you get a bunch of others. The issue is like none of that is built in from 19 to 130. Like some of it's got to already be built in if we went from $19 to $130. So from the long term, like this bull run and just following the pattern, that's one thing. But the other side of it is, I've tripped twice on the way up, and neither time has looked incredibly good. You got to feel some of this is built in. And I don't know when the crazy pullback is happening, but if it puts more than two red days in a row, maybe that'd be an indication that it's starting. So I'm looking at the 124 because that's what the pattern's telling me.
Yeah, 124 is a great level. We're looking long there if we can get it. I'm looking short initially, though. It's crazy to short this. I know that. I already wrote it down here. Dangerous trade for now, right? I mean, but you can make money on the way back in. So I think that's what we're going to be temporarily looking for right now. I mean, it's a great bounce off the 200. That's something for sure to look at. I mean, we always look at prior day's closes. So 124, obviously that would be a big level for me as well. And just looking to see if that's 134 holds. It's easy to break that right away, right? We got to wait for those imbalances. I just want to play a little bit of a pullback if there is anything. I mean, this is the parabolic move on the Apple news. Basically as soon as that hit about 12:45 there on Friday, it absolutely rifled up, and then it just kind of gave it back, right? And didn't do too much the rest of the way. And then today you're getting upgrades and more people talking about that deal. And so that top right there is 130, and that's kind of what we're coming into here and held. So that 130 is going to be something interesting. But, you know, here's kind of what we're talking about. You can really go hard off the open and then, you know, can a little bit of a pullback. But it didn't even come close to VWAP or the 200 period moving average on these kind of pullbacks. So I was just looking here. We actually pulled back in, closed, you know, went underneath VWAP, went underneath the 50, like we were really starting to go, and then it just got bought and immediately back up. So this might not be a short at all. This is probably a screaming long. And if that is the case, you just have to wait for this 129 again, which right now it's only 20 minutes away from open. So Intel up 5.5%. Yeah, man, like sold some 124 on Friday. You know, we talked about that at lunchtime, basically on this kind of a move upside there. No, it must not have been 124. Yeah, right into here. Yeah, so we got back right into this area, and now it's just screaming. And we did sell some at 89 as well. So it's like it's upside for Intel, and selling has been completely wrong, and probably still will continue to be. So I'm just going to let this thing ride now. Got some cash in. I put some cash to work. You guys know this is going to be a mistake again because Intel's upside, but I bought some CEG on Friday.
Up 2 points.
Right? Yeah, it's okay. Up 1.3%. Right now, not doing a whole heck of a lot, but CG had a good little run there. So just getting into some power names. I saw IREN with a move down today. Obviously, I think they got downgraded there. We'll see how long that lasts for. Probably not very, as IREN did have, you know, earnings last week as well. Nice little pullback into 45 would be nice to get something long into that. And we did have day 2 play possibly, or 3 play with CoreWeave as well, as they were bumping around there Thursday night into Friday, move down in, watching out for this 110 area. And then still waiting to see if we can get, ARM is getting a lot lower right now. Okay, ARM, I see you. I better go find out exactly how many shares I was planning on buying here at 200, because this is making a move back in, and I still do like that 180-ish area here. This would be a better, you know, we could maybe, let me go find out how many shares we're doing there, but this is the level that I like much better. So, you know, maybe if we do break 200, you know, let's just say we're trying to get a full position. So this level would be for me like, you know, 10, 15, 20%, something like that. So we got to make sure. And then back down into here, add to that maybe 25, 30%. So when you have like half your position if it comes in, and then you can wait, get another 25 or so if you do hit down around the 200 period moving average, and then you just plug your nose and say, what have I done, when it's down here into 90 again. So we'll wait to see what happens with ARM, but I like the infrastructure idea with ARM. And I know we're talking about Intel, but we'll go right over to crypto next. So all these plays definitely worth looking at as we get a little lower. Look, you can always buy things at the top. It makes it look easy because they keep on going higher. It's trying to find value on the way back in on stocks that you like. So I do like IREN, and I do like ARM. So I think those are 2 names there. And I don't know, man, silver is just still going. It's almost $77 right now.
5% now.
We might have to add silver to that list, but we still have Micron, oil's going crazy, and then we have Circle. So let's go talk about USDC and whatnot.
Bitcoin back upside right now as well. So all of these names trying to catch a bid on the back of that. Circle raising $222 million from BlackRock. Did start this move right here off the bottom. I mean, the initial move down was the numbers themselves. I mean, they did this A16Z raise as well. That's a new sound. Yeah.
No idea what that was.
Just random sounds every day.
Yeah, sounded very close, Brenda.
Yeah. That's okay.
No, but you're bang on with that $222 million, and they raised that for their ARC token. That's the thing, and they're backed by BlackRock, so they're kind of issuing their own token here. And if you look at it, the valuation, it's already $3 billion, fully diluted network value. It signals, you know, they're obviously launching their own effective decentralized government layer. That's point number 1. Then they have this agent stack. And you and I have been talking a lot more about this. Agents with their own network communicating together, devoid of all human contact. Yeah. They're launching that. It's called Agent Stack, and it's specifically designed for autonomous AI agents to hold and spend USDC. And then there was an on-chain volume surge. So they did miss, as you mentioned, on the reported revenue. But the other side of that was that their on-chain transaction volume exploded by 263%. And that was $21.5 trillion that were exchanging hands there on their on-chain network. That's a massive disconnect that proves basically USDC utility and the velocity are accelerating regardless of interest rates. Last but not least, they had a meaningful wallet kind of growth here. So the growth of 7.2, what they're calling million meaningful wallets that are active and that have recurring usage. It's basically the holy grail of stablecoin adoption. It's suggesting that USDC is being used for real world commerce. Those are real world noises right there.
Some ghosts going on in the studio this morning. I don't know what the hell that is. Circle trying to bounce here this morning, 117 was that resistance level essentially from Friday after the close. So trying to hold on to that, guys, for CRCL.
Yeah, like this has been bouncing all over the place pre-market. Like when I looked at the data, I was like, okay, well, it's not going crazy. It's not seeming like it's a bit of a breakout, but it's got an upward trend intact. And if you can see like, it's about to golden cross if you're into that sort of thing. I think the more important thing would be that both the 50 and the 200 SMA and the daily are giving you some support here at about 110. It's 110 to about 106 if you look at that inside. So whether you like the golden cross or not, seemingly that's happening unless it has a red day. But I feel like a test of that 110, it was last week's support as well, would be the spot to go. Like, look at all this crazy, we don't know what we're doing action up, like gap up, pull right back into the 110, back to 120, back to 113, back to 120, back to 113. I think you just wait for it to test that 110 level. The daily chart's going to show you some support down there. Give it a couple of days and then resume the trend to the upside for Circle. I do have IBIT on the list today here, although, I mean, the way that silver is moving, it's like, how can you not look at that first? I've been going back and forth, like which one of these two things, whether it's Bitcoin or silver that I'm trading in the day. But Bitcoin does have the hold of 80K. And then we have 45.5 all day resistance and then half a day on Thursday. That gives a nice dip and rip level here. I don't know if the market seems like it's more inclined to do the dip than crypto right now. But if we get that dip into 45.5, that's where I'm looking for bounce on IBIT. But I'd be more of a wait and see the 110 hold on Circle, give it a couple of days to make sure that it's not really flushing through that level after earnings.
Yeah, so I have silver in here, 73, 73.50 long, but I said this was when we released this. Well, we released it a while ago, but we wrote this down a while ago. 73.50, we're looking to get out of this. Get long into this name on this breakout. But the thing is that breakout level of 75 is now broken. It's at 76 and change. We'll look for a pullback. I said just watch the 200 period on the 1 minute, right? If there's going to be anything, silver, second place metal, of course, next to gold if you're ever competing. But yeah, silver right there. So here it is. That's your 200 period right now. So now we got to sort of up our target from 73, 73.50 into 74. May not ever even think about coming back in. So we'll have to potentially watch out for VWAP here at 75. But yeah, silver really getting going there. As soon as we broke sort of through, I don't know where this volume came from at 820, but all of a sudden, boom, right there to the upside. And it looks like traders want to get this thing going, but breaking now back in. We'll see if we can retest some of those highs in upcoming weeks. But I like SLV here. It looks like the momentum's right back into this name. And it's going higher, and I didn't even look at gold yet. So, whether or not, we looked at the US dollar, wasn't doing a whole heck of a lot. Yeah, so gold right now, starting to go with it, but still flat on the day. But yeah, nice move from 428 up to 434. So gold trying to get going here as well. And just another check on USO. We're going to talk about oil in a second. So oil up, but heading lower. Let's go find the story with the boys.
In a hurry here, we gave up that pre-market support level. There's really no update or no significant headlines that have come through on the Middle East situation. Nothing out of the that hasn't changed dramatically anyways. The last one coming late yesterday, Trump essentially saying this latest proposal is completely unacceptable.
Well, if they're asking for full autonomy and control of the Strait of Hormuz, like who's going to accept that?
Which was the same as the prior one as well. Like nothing changed. Yeah.
I have no idea what they're thinking there, but unacceptable to President Trump. Also, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu warning yesterday that the conflict with Iran is, quote, not over. So whatever that means. There was some positivity this morning. I was looking at some of the comments from Saudi Aramco, who did report this morning. The Saudi foreign, I think the oil minister was basically saying that they're going to try to reach full capacity. 12 million barrels per day, I guess, is the Saudi full capacity, and they're going to try to reach that, Brendo, obviously to try to drop the prices a little bit. Again, they are worried about demand destruction, right? These elevated oil prices, great, they're good for the pocketbook in the short term for these companies, but they don't want people leaving permanently.
Yeah, as we said, there's key levels all around here, so we might get more chop than anything that looks terribly directional today, guys.
Yeah, I think we just sort of entered. Last week we were looking at this gap zone between 136 and call it like 139, 140. We had the top of the range for USO was support, and it really wasn't even that big support. You had one close and then one bounce off, and then we had this little 136, which seemingly is going to hold. So inside of the range, I would expect chop inside of the range, but what we got to be careful for is if we break out tops here, that's going to be bad, obviously. And if we break out the bottom, I think you can be an all systems go type look. So if I do trade like Battle, which generally has been one of the energy names that I've liked, because when we spike, it tends to go ham, being a small cap with a big short float, or even when I look at like Boyle to short in the other direction, you're really looking for moves off of the top end of the range or bouncing off the lows. And if you don't get something extreme, breaking under or breaking above, don't diddle. I wouldn't diddle in the middle here. It's like wait for it to bounce off the lows for support, or break down for a big time continuation. So if I see us trend back into the highs, that could be a good place to pick up longs if you're looking for longs in the overall market. If we see us start holding this low, that can be a good place for like some rollover type shorts. But yeah, the range seemingly is set. We haven't proven that we've held it, at least. So I think that's the one. Are we even going to hold this range at the open? We've just gapped into the middle of it. So it's a bit undetermined here. I'm not specifically looking to trade USO. I'm just using it as a bit of a, just a forward look in the futures, right? If we see us breaking down here, I think that's going to bode well for the SPY, and then you start looking for some longs. But it's got to prove itself at this 136.
I was going to say really quietly, some of these, mega cap names here in the oil space here have really come back in like a lot. Like that's 215 upside there for CVX, back down to 180 and looking actually like hopefully it wants to hold. But, if oil does come back down, we look for these, huge names like XOM and CVX to really come back in. I mean, XOM's another one of those plays right here that's got to get it all figured out, right? As they might be able to get a lot of oil there from Venezuela and so on and so forth, but still going to be refined, still going to got brought up. Maybe they're just not performing as well with this current price of oil per barrel. But yeah, I'm surprised at the kind of the pushback here in XOM and CVX, Occidental. I mean, there's a few different names. There's that big name that people like to trade, Battle, as well, once oil starts moving. But these look like they're at pretty decent levels here. I'm a little nervous about these levels. I'm on XLE, so I continue to sort of suffer the same fate of this downside play in the market as those multinationals there. And you can see, wow, yeah, that's right, it's split. Okay, just zoom in a little bit. You see the high there, 63, back down into 56. So they're all right in and around a little bit of an area where we could lose bid a little bit. So let's keep our eyes on these names as our radar gets heightened a little bit, just because of where USO is. USO is still, well up there, not threatening breaking some of these levels. Like this is kind of where XOM and CVX is down near these kind of levels. So we'll wait to see if oil can continue to prop them up. And as we won't talk about Constellation, it was a little bit of a sleeper report there as well. But, new space for energy. You always want to look at those SMRs. There was XE last week, or a couple weeks ago with the new IPO there. SMR, to me, looks like it's coiling up. So this is a good sign, in my opinion. SMR coiling up down here in and around that $11, $12 mark, looking to pop higher there. So new scale, to me, looking pretty good. We've already made that sort of wipeout bottom. A lot of buyers hopefully came in there, as you see capitulated volume spikes down at $9. So we'll see if that gets going back up to the upside. They've already through earnings. So if you're looking at energy, I put recent money. I'm still in SMR, but I just put recent money in Constellation, and good report, but they're not going to be one of those names that fly around. Let's just see if they can continue to mature up, bouncing off the 50 period. We like it. Don't like the fact that it's starting to slope down a little bit. Would rather have broken through this 330. So that's kind of like, thought we could buy something on a little bit of a discount heading into earnings, and we didn't really get that pop. So now let's wait. Maybe we'll add to it if it breaks above 330. But new position for me in the longer term portfolio now is CEG. So we'll see if that one wants to wind up working out. Kind of just a trade for me. off this level. We'll see if it can hold 300. Hopefully it does. Today's day one earnings, it just reported, so we'll see what winds up happening with Constellation. I mean, if we can get a little bit more, we would, but I don't like the fact that it's under the 200 period moving average. Let's see if it has the legs to break higher there. If not, then maybe we go into, another name like IREN or something. IREN today with a convertible notes offering, so that's down 10%. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens with IREN. We chased this one on Friday, trying to go long in the $60 mark. Now you're down again, another 10%. So IREN off earnings and notes offering, not a great spot there for IREN. But hey, man, I like the power space, and someone's got to get this all going. I like water, gas plays as well. So it's not just all oil pure. It's some of these other outside plays I think can get going there. And if you haven't heard about a stock called Micron, it was only $40 last year at this time. It's now, what, 700? So
what do they do again?
Interesting move higher there. Yeah, something about RAM or something. Yeah. Let's go find out what's going on with Micron, a name that's new to us around here.
Wait a minute or two, it might be 800 this morning. This just unbelievable move. It's 795 right now. Yeah. Like we're about to take out the highs again. Like this is just unbelievable in 2 days, let alone the past couple of weeks.
Brendo, the way that this thing is moving, and they're helped by two different headlines today. One, with their competitor Samsung, there's speculation that the workers there could walk out, and the Samsung foundry, what they're requesting from the company is, Brendo, that they allocate 15% of all their operating profits for bonuses for these workers, and they're threatening to walk out on the 21st of May unless a deal with management is reached. That's obviously good for their competitors, because if Samsung can't make them, you got to buy them from somewhere else, and that's probably going to push prices a little bit higher, which is going to increase margins. You guys get the drill. Then also, Deutsche Bank analyst Melissa Weathers commented following meetings with management. She said, quote, "We came away from the meetings with a very clear vision that AI is fundamentally changing the cyclical dynamics in memory industry. Technologically, the value of memory has never been higher, with all the layers of the memory hierarchy proving to be critical enablers, of performance improvements for AI processors." So they're getting the nod today from Deutsche Bank as well.
$1 to go here, and we're above $800, guys, for MU. Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, with SK Hynix going and SanDisk, and it's like Micron. Some days it doesn't even seem like the most impressive one, but another 7 points today. We didn't show you guys the blue ocean because it was above $800. I know we're cresting 800 now, but it did reject the 800 level in the overnight session. There, I can quickly show you a bit of a rejection at the 800. Got as high as, I see, like 814 or so, and then rejecting it. So when you look at Micron, if this is your cup of tea, like I'll be looking at Intel. Whoops. I'll be looking at, in the chip space, Intel, and probably NVIDIA, because NVIDIA has been relatively weak and sort of gapping down today in a little bit of red. But Micron, watch out for, if it breaks the 800 and doesn't take that overnight high, then that retracement through 800, it's the kind of signal. I'm not saying it's going to have some kind of a top, but we've seen this story before. If you make that false breakout of a prior high, like an example would be, this would be Thursday, right? Like it's breaking, going, the prior high doesn't go, and then it does a complete reversal. So watch out for that 813, 814 area if it does make the break. Get clean through that, and again, all systems go here on Micron. Whether you think, look, man, I've been thinking that it feels a little crazy. We built so much into this. It's like, well, at some point you really start to begin to think, how have you not priced in enough of this? But the chart is proving itself. So until we start taking out levels to the downside, like false break of the high and then lose the support level the next day, you just got to try to ride the wave. I think the short's coming, like another pullback is coming, but there hasn't been a sign of it. Maybe we make one today and this 800 is going to prove it, and then tomorrow will be a bit of a pullback day for Micron. But it's going to be about this 800 break and whether it fails or not.
This was 7 days ago. This was $500. So it's $800 right now. So here we are, we're talking about, I don't like Uber, blah, blah, blah. I don't like this stock. I really like Robinhood down here. I really like SoFi down here. What the hell are we even doing? Like these are the names that we should be buying, not worrying about buying these crappy stocks that keep going down. Like, look what Micron is doing, man, just making us all look foolish, not being long this name. I mean, breaking through this $500, there it goes again, right there, 470, boom to the upside. Like, it's just, as Neil was saying, it's one of those things where you think it's going to be coming back in at some point, and you get like 1 or 2 days where you're like all genius-like, and then it's like, see you later, right there, back up to the upside. So nothing is stopping this, and it's just congratulations to everybody that have made millions on this. I mean, I hope we're watching. Some of you guys are watching right now and just enjoying the ride, but it's Micron, it's upside. It's only a minute till the market. Now let's go back over to the boys, and then we'll hit this market running.
Yeah, real quick on Tesla. I mean, coming back in right now, but this thing on a huge run as well, just going back to the middle of last week. I mean, we were touching on some of the positive momentum for Elon and the AI side of things. You have another one there.
Yeah, Lip Bu Tan and Elon together on the weekend there with an optimist head in the middle. The meeting confirmed that Intel has officially joined the Terafab project, and the optimist head there is to kind of signal these are not chips just for cars. These are going to be the chips that power next gen Optimus.
And that's the key. And the scale that he's talking about, they're going to need a lot of them, guys. Nice couple of weeks here for Tesla as well.
They just killed a robot and decapitated it in their whole...
It's like a bunch of terrorists or something over there. Like, I don't know what the hell they're doing.
Here's our trophy.
But anyways, looks good, looks good.
20 seconds to go. So Tesla with a bit of a dip down right at the... I guess right when imbalances came. So I was just looking at Baba because Baba's the name. I'm actually looking for a fade play on Alibaba. But we just lost the bid on Tesla. The 425 was key support, and it just broke through those lows. So watch for that level to come back in here. As we ring the bell for the first time this week, it's going to be another crazy one as the market does what it does and more highs coming in. So silver was, I guess, the surprise mover this morning, and up 5.5% for SLV. I should say the levels that are important. I had 74.25 as a key on the daily. You can forget about that. Maybe it'll dip into VWAP. You see the US dollar moving around a bit. Alibaba was looking for a pop, and Baba's fading already. So that's right through the low of the day. Alibaba heading to the downside. They report on Wednesday, Alibaba. So might have to maybe look at VWAP if it's not going to pull into prior highs. It was trending into pulling back into prior highs. That no longer seems like it's going to be the case here for Alibaba. And then IBIT, looking for a bid back into 45.5. Nothing happening there yet.
No, I'm going to take just a quick short. And again, we don't want to go too crazy here too early. We'll wait for 136s. I'm only going to give it two 136.75 or 50s. We did bust a little bit higher through those. Sorry, 136.25. Okay, it looks like it's going to go out. There it is. Right. Whoa, right. Whoa, okay. Right back. That's why you don't want to take too many shares when these things are going on. But there it goes. Upside there for Palantir. Just saw a nice little move. Look at the market starting to go higher. So we're going to just settle down. That was just an early move right there immediately. I guess Amazon's probably starting to go at the upside. This was a short that I was not mind looking at. No, it's actually 270. That's okay. It's Moderna that just dropped out of nowhere to back into 55. This was a level that we looked at earlier. Moderna, wouldn't mind it down there at 135. Or sorry, 55. Sorry, just hits it right now. mRNA. So watching out for this name back down near $55. Looks like Palantir is coming back in. So in it, out of it, right there. Palantir, waiting to see what's going on over there. I'll take a shot here with Moderna down there at $55.
Yeah, that's starting to go in. ARM as well, I'm seeing flying. You got to be kidding me. it was pulling back into 200, ARM. It really was. It was so close. And now you're at 212, so that one is absolutely gone. NVIDIA flying to the upside. So what was relatively weak is now looking incredibly strong. 215 is going to have to hold for sure. Still looking to see if we can get BABA to bounce. Well, it doesn't. I'm not trying to get it to bounce. I'm looking to short it if in fact it can bounce. Maybe VWAP here, 137.5. We get a super chat here from Justin looking at NVTS. What are your guys' thoughts on them? Also, Sabres will get it next time.
Yeah, they lost yesterday.
Yeah. Well, you know what? NVTS had a
Palantir.
90 is 1840 break, I think, on the chart. Congratulations. Going to assume that you're along this one. Yeah, 1840 break. I know because there's another trader who was like, yeah, what do you think about that? I'm like, oh, look at that good level for a break. So I hope you got that one long. And Navitas, again, now $20 this stock is already hit. Insane.
Yeah,
I guess that super chat was before the market opened. So
we're making it all back right now. We just got a little bit there on. I mean, it's too bad that Palantir. Like, look at where we're going now. We're short again. This was a huge trade, 136 down to 134.50. I just shorted 135.10, and we just got some out there at 134.60. So here it comes back in. Man, we just a little bit too early, as we always talk about that. But sometimes you got to get lucky to avoid those top wicks there. But so far, so good. Here goes Moderna. I don't know. I'm sitting at $57. We wrote down 55 on the note today, so it's right here. It came in. I wasn't bidding 55. I don't ever want to be doing that right away off the open. But there's 55 long back into Friday's close. Let's see if it can wind up holding that. As there it goes through 57. So it's your face slapper right there. We're almost in the. Well, now we're in the money at $1.80 on both of these positions. Palantir. There it is, man. Finally, we make it all back on PLTR. It's too bad because we didn't have the big spot there. We got to open up our stream deck if we're going to get those nice little dollar clubs busting through. But there it is, 134 and change. 133 and change now for Palantir. Let's take it out right there as we'll go dollar club hunting on the second sort of iteration of this trade. It's too bad we didn't have the big banger still on board right there, but there it goes, man. Now, wow, we are really face slapping this one now as Palantir getting lower, Moderna getting higher, man. We like what we're seeing here today so far. 2 for 2 net-wise. We lose on that first trade, but you know, Palantir's in the money now. We'll have to wait to see what Moderna wants to do. It's coming back in. If this breaks through 55, that's going to be that level that we were looking at. So we'll say hands up in the air and wave them like we just don't care on that one. 134 came right back into the pre-market lows again of Palantir. And now we're there. So we'll see where this one wants to keep on dropping back down into. We do get another alert right here. Amazon up to our prices right now as well of 272. So yeah, so far we're right here right now. We got Moderna long, we got Palantir short. Palantir short is now double dollar clubs, as that is now going to be a big one. As again, we talk about what's important to trading, trying to believe and stick into what you think. Right there, we did get back into it. It's too bad that we don't have the big one, but there it goes downside. Nice positive day so far here trading, and yeah, it's only 9:35. So.
Market going up, and like every
times.
stock I'm looking at is going down. IBIT's pulling back in here. Baba's pulling. Well, Baba's a Chinese stock. It doesn't really matter. Intel is pulling back as well. Benzing is disconnecting. So the only one I'm into is underneath VWAP here on Alibaba, and then looking over, we're starting to get that pullback in in IBIT, and then SLV is not. So I wanted to dip by this, but it's not even dipping at all. IBIT could be the first one to fall in here as we are closing in the gap to 45.5. So really just looking for Baba to break the LOD, the low of the day here, down 2%. There was a small story about Quen for Alibaba, but I think the earnings are going to be a bigger deal. And the explanation for the trade is double top on Friday, gapping down. I was looking for a gap fill up here, too short. Otherwise, it's just this little flat bottom break here in Alibaba. Chinese stocks have been a little bit weak for a while now. And of course, we have the meeting on Wednesday and Friday. So Baba, it's about quarter in the money at the low of the day. I'm going to take some out at the actual LOD and just look for the continuation play. Going to be hands off on this dip until we get to our key level in IBIT. For now, let the short work in Baba and try to fill this gap in IBIT before we take that long.
All right, man, let the bodies hit the floor today. Yeah, Amazon, good move, man. We just got a buck and change there on AMZ. And we did write down Intel 134. I don't know if it got to 133, so that's okay. Happy with what we chose, man. We're almost at our daily goal again. There's Moderna right now into the club, and that was a 55 long as well. And if you guys are looking for, again, you know, here we go. We got Intel at the top. We got silver. We got to look at that. We got Moderna 55 long. The bottom's 55.20 right now $2 in the money. We got it. Then we got the Amazon short as well. That printed a little bit. It's right back up there. I don't know about shorting. Okay, there we go. We get a little bit more. We get back in what we got. So this is going to be one that still a little early, but it's busting through our levels. I'm going to give this to 50 only. Here it goes. So if we take that level out, man, we made a buck. It's ripping against us a little bit right now, which is fine. Palantir is now $2 in the money, by the way, and really giving up the ghost here is PLTR. So let's get, there we go. We get some more out there at 85. But yeah, this name, wow, what a monster Palantir is turning out to be. It is too bad that we got stoppy right there at the high of the day, but we got right back into it. It just didn't. once we broke and took the 200 again, I sort of thought maybe the short might be on, so we'll give it a little bit of room there. And Moderna, we're out of half already. Let's put another bit out right now, then go up to 57, like 80s near that top if we can get something, in and around there. There we go. We get another 57 level. And we just got to wait now for Amazon. Our trades are in. They're ready to go. Amazon looks like it's getting pretty excited to the upside right now, especially with this market heading lower, Amazon heading higher. So that's kind of telling me right now, not something to get back into if it doesn't go right now. We're giving it a shot up here at 272.
Market's topping.
That's, the market, well, the NASDAQ is, tumbling.
NASDAQ's topping it.
Yeah, topping. You mean tumbling or?
Well, topping, I mean.
Oh, yeah, well, maybe, yeah.
Sorry, when I say topping, I mean like topping tail candle, like reversing.
Yes.
Is what I meant. So yeah, apologies. That gets us not very clear. No, we just failed the high on the NASDAQ and are starting to pull back. So everything I'm looking at is pretty weak. So it's like a hold short, be patient for long kind of situation. AMD's breaking the low of the day. NVIDIA was strong. Maybe it is strong. NVIDIA's blasting higher, actually.
Oh, is
so
it?
this is like, NVIDIA's through 217 and it wants an all-time high here. This is definitely the one that is going. That Navitas stock is incredibly strong. Watch out for USO because it could, if we break down underneath that 136 level, that could be a little bit bullish for things overall. And we are holding the lower end of the range on USO. I'm still only in Alibaba. So you got that $0.50, 137 into like 136 low. Needs to take that next leg down. If I go to the 15 just to show you, looking to fill this gap, it's about 135 in here. So 135 is a target here on Alibaba and still being patient waiting for this IBIT. One big red candle on the 15 to start out with, waiting for 45.5. We're sitting at 81 and a quarter thousand. 81,000 and a quarter here on Bitcoin, so a little bit more to go downside before I'm looking for the dip by long here in IBIT.
All right. I like that. So I don't know. I think the market's just a little too strong right now. We were able to get out of some of that, but a very small piece on Amazon. So this one could be the L. We're $1 and change. We're $2 in on Palantir, $1.50 on Moderna, but it looks like we'll give up some of those profits right here again if Amazon winds up breaking higher through. I was just wrong on this one. I thought today Amazon being down a little bit in the pre-market, but they really caught a bid. So congratulations to anybody that went the other way here on Amazon. So far, so good on that long, but we'll see if it does play. You already brought up ARM. I mean, this was one that I even had to look to see how many shares exactly I was trying to get at 200 because we like 200 so much, but that really bounced off of that pretty clean today, 204 up to 214, $10 straight upside right there in ARM. So we're going to have to watch out for that as well, if it can come into 200. I'm sitting there.
Silver won't even try to dip right now.
No, it's crazy. Yeah, silver's not been indicating anything to me yet. Marvell was a name that started to go a little lower there in the pre. That's starting to bump higher as, the space continues to work out again. Marvell still down, but was down 2 or 3%, I believe, down there to 163, up to 168. That's still starting to work out. And then, apple of my eye so far, in this investment sort of period has been Apple. It's been a huge move upside, but that's starting to fade out just a little bit here as well. So to your point, I think I'm in the one name here, that major tech name that seems to be going oppo right now, and that's going to be Amazon. Amazon and Google, at least. NVIDIA's going upside, right? Yeah. So, what about AMD? That's been a fun name to look at, that's for sure. That's starting to break a little lower now, AMD, down into 456. We did talk about Micron earlier on today. That was $800. That's now falling back into 780. Some of the top names say, silver. There's Micron. Just called it up. NVIDIA, as well as Intel, people want us to have a quick look at. But Micron back into the 200 period moving average right now on a 1-minute chart. That looks pretty good. 775 right here, trying to protect the day's low. So watch out for Micron. Could be on a nice little run here if we do hold 780.
Intel's still coming in. It's still up a couple points, but that 124, the pattern that it had where just the afternoon support on the gaps up or where you want to look for the buy, it's still only halfway there. It just feels like it's let it get down. The same way I feel about the IBIT, although I guess the IBIT does not feel the bit. Dang it. Wow, now Bitcoin is flying.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It was cruising to fill in that gap to 45.5, and now we're blasting through VWAP, so might have to look at this for a potential VWAP trade. The bounce is now in here on Bitcoin. BABA, still haven't really found a reload on that one. Like waiting for it to come back in, retest VWAP, and then pull back. If it can lose VWAP again, then that becomes a reload for me. If not, this market is relatively strong. Don't want to fight it too much, even if a Chinese name doesn't have to follow the Nasdaq and the SPY. Let's go up to the desk to visit Adara for the first time.
Yeah.
Good morning, guys. Not a ton of news not a ton of move here right now on Disney. Not a ton of movement or volume. But we're here. Wall Street Journal reporting that the FCC commissioner is telling Disney that they're seeking to censor it. This comes after we know that the FCC actually hastened the ABC broadcast license renewal timeline over some concerns about comments made by Jimmy Kimmel on ABC. Again, DIS to the downside. Wall Street Journal reporting that the FCC commissioner told Disney they're seeking to censor them. Back to you.
Over the Kimmel, so it's okay.
Well, you can't.
Yeah.
Sometimes you
Well, I
mess
mean,
with the wrong people, I guess. There. We did.
what they say is F around. Well,
Yeah, and they're going to find out, I guess, apparently, right now.
you can say that.
Yeah, Amazon, I messed around with Amazon and found out real quick that it was strong. And we had talked about how strong this name possibly was. We take the L there on Amazon, just kept on going up and away. Bye-bye, Amazon. Wrong on that one. I thought maybe we were headed to the downside as we were looking for something to do there. And we picked the wrong stock on Amazon. Upside there for that one. But Micron, I still don't mind it, but you know, it's got to break a little lower there. Look at that. We just talked about holding on to 780 there on Micron. Now 795 and looking to get higher now Micron. I got to add Micron to my board right now. This is just nuts. 780 Micron. Silver, I don't know what you do with silver. I still want to get back into Amazon.
It's basically, the thing is, like, you saw so many things pull back off of the open. Like, the futures were able to pull right back into VWAP, and we just sat here and silver just made another fresh high. It just consolidated. So maybe the next time it consolidates, there could be something. But this is an absolute rocket ship that we are seeing in the metals. When you juxtapose that, like gold, GLD just pulled into the green. So it's not just SLV. Like both of these are going absolutely ham. The only thing I have on, I'm still looking for that VWAP reload on Alibaba. It just hasn't gotten back in there. Maybe one more spike up and we'll try to grab it. Intel not doing a heck of a lot. It might just have to be IBIT at VWAP. A little bit of a topping tail. Still putting in lower high. Like that's still a lower high, still a lower high. But that VWAP hold should be key here. Potential for IBIT to try to continue. Or we still wait for that 44, 45.5. That Navitas continues for all those that are watching this one. NVTS, we got a super chat about that. That's now 21 and a quarter. So this gapper is absolutely flying as the market just hit another NASDAQ just hit another all-time high. ES probably, I haven't looked. ES close.
Well, I mean, NVIDIA's at all-time highs. It's just ripping. Everything.
Yeah, whatever. Let's just say the NASDAQ's at an all-time high, so the ES is probably an all-time high.
Everything is going.
Everything is absolutely ripping. At some point, that's likely to extend to Alibaba. For now, it's holding and possibly giving me a reload potential here, but man, this market is flying.
Yeah, no, not much other than upside right here, it seems like, in this market for now. I mean, there's that NVIDIA 220. I mean, I don't know where this name's going to stop right now. So we are really, really loving the old portfolio these days. And a lot of people were wondering about NVIDIA versus the rest of them. And yeah, NVIDIA right now is saying, hey, this was our dream, man. Everybody's on top of our coattails right now. And enjoy the ride because we're taking it here. So there goes NVIDIA. I was looking at ARM as a potential short just because of how far up this thing's gone into 213, 214. So, but we do understand, again, you know, another name that won't stop going when it wants to go. So we do have a little bit of a worry here with ARM going higher. I'm not in it, but that would be something that we're looking for there with ARM. We did, you know, we only have, I don't know what it was, 20 or so % left on Palantir. Potential reload spot here for PLTR in the short. But do we actually even want to go short there? We just talked about all-time highs. We're talking about, you know, all these big moves happening. And here I am thinking about going the oppo right now. We did get, too bad. Our short 136 did get squashed in the first 2 minutes of the game. And then it was a nice downside play. So we did get back to positive on Palantir. We're still going to be red on Amazon as that's dancing around. And we've got a good trade here, I feel like, in Moderna. I mean, good outs. We got about 30% left on this this one. Waiting for 57, just making sure. Actually, I'm at 57.80, so let's go back in here again. 57.30 for mRNA. We'll put an offer there. You guys let us know if there's anything else you're looking at there. IonQ, people talking about here in the chat. We can have a quick little look at IonQ. Oh, wow. I actually talked, wow, okay. We talked about what I liked IBM for quantum kind of plays, but get into a pure play right now with IonQ. Yeah, still going upside right there. We're looking at $55. I guess if we could break above there, but right into some chop area here as we go. So good level there for IonQ, going higher there as well. Yeah, there's so many names.
It's now NVIDIA.
Yeah, that's going to be the monster.
220 level here for NVIDIA. Look, whether it breaks 220 clean or not, maybe look for a bit of a pullback off the 220. I mean, it wouldn't have been at the front of the mind, I don't think, for a lot of people, but 217.5 was the prior high. Call it 217.80. If it is going to dip off that 280 level, or 220 level, that 218 does look as good as any. Intel, on the other hand, does not look strong at all. Not weak enough to go short. Yeah, not weak enough to get to 124 yet, but underneath that VWAP, for sure. That is a false break of the high. Hold under the volume-weighted average price look over there for Intel. AMD really not doing much either. By the way, USO is breaking the low of the day as we speak, which could strengthen the markets. I just paid for my battle shares because I actually didn't have any to the downside there. But reloading all I'm doing is going to reload on Alibaba because that seems to hold weakness.
All right, we've got a good one right here, man. Hopefully it props it up. Let's see what happens with Intel. We just went shorted. It's going to be, a decent size there. We'd like to get some out, obviously, there it is. Yes, sir. Whoo. We wanted Intel, man. Intel was one of the top plays here. It was the top play on the note. It doesn't have to get to the levels to trade it exactly, so it doesn't. So we take it there. It was holding VWAP. Nice downside push there for Intel. And there it is, man. All three positions we have now are dollar clubs as we speak. So let's see if we can keep that momentum going right now. Loss on Amazon, that is for sure. But as NVIDIA catching a pop at 220, Intel's going the other way. But we're still... we'll celebrate the win because whenever you're shorting Intel and you get a move down, you should be excited for it. But is it going to be long lasting? Who knows? We're going to wait for 128 flat, which is coming in right now. So there it comes. Hopefully we get it. We're sitting at 128.07. We just missed that by a little bit. Still could rip our face off, so we're already out of 20%. We'll get out of another 10% or so at 128 if that happens. And then we'll wait for the low, and we'll give that another little bit of a go here on that one. There's Moderna, that's the dollar, that's trying to bounce off 57. Maybe we get out of a little bit there, and then Palantir's a dollar as well, hovering. I almost went short Palantir there. At these levels as well. So, that's another look for me coming in. And you guys wanted Intel, so there it is. You wanted silver. We had a little bit of a talk there. I'm in three positions now, man. Intel, mRNA, and Palantir all fit this criteria of our note. So far, so good. And silver, yeah, as Neil said, not really pulling back at all. 77.50 for silver as hi-ho.
It's hard for
upside.
Silver.
We go.
Yeah, it's hard to chase on SLV without any particular catalyst, but we just broke, here, I'm going to zoom in so you can see us a bit better. We just broke above VWAP, so first shot on Alibaba, got into the low. We just had a topping tail candle. I'm not jumping back in unless we hold underneath that volume-weighted average price. If we double topped underneath support, great, but I can always re-enter into the trade later. I was just sort of saying on silver, it's not one that I'm inclined to take up top here. I just can't. And I know the look was, okay, silver on the daily chart looks strong. Absolutely is. I like the continuation, all of that good stuff. But this crazy uptrend that started at 73, it's breaking it right now. And sometimes is how it is. I can look at something because it's in play and I prefer it to the long side. And then the first trade available, is it busting a trend line, which is exactly what just happened here on SLV. So that's sort of one of those is what it is kind of moments. Would have liked to have been long this, but from that breakout where volume came in to this recent high is a clean trend break that I will look into VWAP here on SLV. So give it to the prior bar high, which will just be the HOD. Well, actually, it's not the HOD, just slightly underneath the high of the day, and then play back into the volume weighted average prices to play for me on SLV. Gold and silver both very, very strong. But going to play the reversion anyways. USO still holding on to some support, so that's worth a watch for the next leg for the market, which has been so strong today.
Yeah, and we say bye-bye, ciao. Right now, we get that price on Intel that we wanted, man. We get 127.75. So we ring the register there on $1.60 for Intel. So that's going to be a good one. $1.60 now. And then, wow, that's a good lucky number. Now $1.80, $2 now on Moderna. As again, like this is another name. And if you're looking for notes, man, just go find them. We got the sticky note out every single day. It has Moderna written down long at $55. So its long was 55.20. We're lucky enough to get it at 55.90, and there that one goes back upside. Come on, Intel, man. Like I said, everything's $1 plus in the money. Intel now getting to the downside. So here we go, man. Where is that gap fill coming for on Intel right now? So let's zoom out just a little bit. 127. That could be our next little stop. We had some highs there come into play. That is your 50-period moving average as well on a 5-minute chart. So 127. That would be a monster if we're able to get something like that there. Okay, here we go, man. Now $1.40 over there. It's too bad about Amazon because that one's really ripping. We could maybe, if we think the short is in, maybe we could think about reshorting Amazon, but that was definitely, oh boy. Oh, yeah. Okay. There we go, man. We just sit in here. Now we're $5 in the money on these 3 positions. So it's been so far so good here. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. Neil's finally, okay, there you got your way into silver. So hopefully there's something over there.
I had to go the other way. It is what it is.
That's fine. It's same, yeah. Good for you. Yeah, here we go.
Again, make sure you have stops and always trade with stops, man. The other day, I was in the Intel trade, actually. When I was it Intel when the news came out? No, it was iBid, but I had orders on Intel. No, it wasn't iBid. It was something else. It was BMNR. That's the one. That's the example. I was in the BMNR trade all morning long at the low of the day, just shorting it, low of the day, and then it broke the trend here, had to stop, and look what went. Absolutely parabolic. Always. Anyone can do whatever they want to do. I say always trade with stops. I'm not here to tell anyone what they're doing.
No, we always say that. It's
like you go to the bathroom, like anything can happen.
Ridiculous.
So with a bit of a topping tail here, if we break down to 77, I'll move the stop into break even. IBID is still trying to hold VWAP. No hold of VWAP. No pull the gap into 45.5. So still no trade for me over there in IBIT. Unfortunately, just hasn't happened yet.
A couple nice comments. Thanks, Blicky. Yeah, we're locked in. I try to be locked in every day, but it is more about just, that Intel trade, that NVIDIA trade was a good one to the long side. Well, just how that was ripping. Amazon obviously ripping there as well to the upside. Those were bad ones. Or bad to not be in NVIDIA, but I'm happy to be back into Intel. Intel's an absolute monster. So if you want to talk about getting locked in, I'm locked in, obviously. Thanks for that comment there, but I just want to give you guys an idea. If this is locked in, I mean, we already put this out at 8 a.m. or 8:30 that we were looking for the Intel short, and we found it, right? And so that was a good trade there. Neil's short, although he mentioned we liked the long, but sometimes things change, obviously. Moderna long, and then there's the look. We always talk about sort of the integrity.
$4 ago on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we talk about the integrity of the show, and it's like we have the ability to change our minds and also talk about trades that don't go our way, and that was one right here with Amazon. But everything else seems to be locking in, so to speak, for the trade right now. I'm noticing that Intel might be on a little bit of a move back up right now, so we're going to get some more out there. Okay, well, maybe not. We get out at 50, and then we just take another bid there in the 20s on Intel. Let's see if it wants to come back in. I have no more bids, man. I was actually looking to get shorter on Intel, but that just didn't come through. So right now, guys, look at this trading that we have on board, and I want to thank everybody for their nice comments again. We've been doing this all last week as well. 130 there, that's $2 in the money. Moderna's now, these are honest trades, man. They're all, you can see them here. That's $2 in the money as well. And then now Palantir's $1.30 in the money. After we got stopped out on Palantir there, but like we said, man, back into Greensville, that name. We'll have one red name today. It's going to be Amazon. So it was so far so good. And then I almost shorted ARM. I'm going to look to see what it's at. So, okay, nothing really going on there. If we went short, it would be right around here, and we'd have to use this high. So I feel like I don't want to make a mistake with ARM because it's above VWAP, it's above the 200, it's above all of that. So we have to figure that all out. We did mention the strength in quantum potentially for a name like IBM, but that's not happening. It's QBTS, it's IonQ, it's all these pure plays today that are starting to go up to the upside, right? QBTS up 3%, IonQ was up 5 or 6 the last time we looked at it, I believe. 10 now, wow, okay, 10% upside. I wanted to look at IREN to see, because that had a notes offering today, a convertible bond, and you can see, yeah, that really was a great buy down there at 53, a name that I was looking to get into. Wow, we're almost $3 in now, as I don't know, man, Intel is really losing the bid. I'm going to try to hold this for a little while longer. Maybe there's a change here of tie for Intel. And then one more, I'm going to go see what Neil's up with that silver trade. Big Bear AI right now, just straight up there, but you know, this is exactly where we're long at $4.20. So we'll go bear hunting a little bit here with Big Bear AI and just let this one settle down a little bit. So yeah, I think it's NVIDIA's world today, right?
Well,
is it pulling back?
NVIDIA just pulled back.
Oh yeah, okay,
so
okay.
I'm looking at two names right at the volume weighted average price. One, IBIT, which I was favoring longs at 45.5, but if it's going to hold higher lows above and break out above VWAP, I take a shot there. But NVIDIA as well. Well, NVIDIA's at VWAP. So let's be real. It did dip that 2020 level, but a couple of bottoming tails here. Once it can hold some green, I think that can be a continuation play. So those are the two names I'm watching, IBIT, obviously, and NVIDIA, in addition to my binary play on SLV, which is break the trend. Sometimes it's just like the setup just happens. I wanted to be long the stock. If it got to VWAP first, I probably would have been long originally, but we broke a trend line, so just give it to the prior bar high. And that's what we wait for. DJ the Menace has a super chat out there. So if we can throw that one up, Andre, well, NVIDIA just lost VWAP, so that's not happening, as it's absolutely flushing. Do you guys think that a stock like JD can pop off because of the meeting in China? Doesn't JD report this week? I mean, I suppose, yeah, JD reports this week, but anything can happen at this meeting. We have Wednesday, I think. We got Hassett going on Wednesday, and then, of course, like later on this week, the rest of the delegation. But your guess is as good as anybody's as to how the meeting is going to go. Like, how many meetings have we had? Is there any real deal? Have they settled anything with Taiwan? No. So it's certainly possible. I would just think that earnings are the first big hurdle that you have to worry about for JD. That's the first thing. Let the earnings dictate, and then try not to guess what's going to happen geopolitically, because that's a almost impossible thing to do. Adara, it's 10 o'clock. We have one number today, and we're getting it now.
Oh. That's cool. Let's take a look here at existing home sales. 4.02 million, a little bit below the consensus estimate of 4.05 million, and above the prior print of 3.98 million. Existing home sales change 0.2% versus 2% forecast, and negative 3.6% prior. So again, guys, for both existing home sales and existing home sales change, you get a number that's below the forecast, but above the prior print. At 10:30 a.m., President Trump speaking at a healthcare event, I believe maternal healthcare. I'll be covering this for you guys in case there are any market-related comments that are made. Let's talk about this market here. This is the 1 minute chart. I'll switch to the 3 minute to give you guys a bit of a wider look here. Nice pop off the open. Consolidations and continued pushes to the upside. Current high of day for the SPY around 739s. If you take a look at the NASDAQ, you're going to have a completely different picture. We make that high early and now pushing a little bit lower here into that pre-market support zone, more or less. Let's take a look at some of these other names on watch today. Circle, one of a handful of earnings plays on watch. CRCL actually missed on sales but beat on EPS. You've also got the likes of CEG, Barrick, and Monday, which also reported before the bell. After the bell, you get the likes of Plug Power, ASTS, and Hims & Hers Health, HIMS. Keep an eye here as well on LITE, Lumentum Holdings. Not an earnings play, but they did have a catalyst here of their own. CSGP CoStar Group getting booted off the NASDAQ. Lumentum will join in its place. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back over to Sean and Neil.
All right, thank you very, very much, Adara. We're just getting out some more Moderna here for $3 off of the sticky note level of $55. But if you're wondering what your trading would look like if capital wasn't a constraint, well, that's the reality for most traders. It's not skill holding them back, it's size. Trade the Pool changes that. Well, most of the time it's skill, but step into the U.S. equity markets with up to $200,000 in buying power without committing your own capital. Full access to stocks and ETFs, both long and short, executed with the precision and freedom serious traders expect. your performance is measured by one standard: disciplined risk management and consistent execution. Meet the standard and operate at scale. No subscriptions, no ongoing obligations, just a clear path forward. For those ready to trade beyond limitations, this is the next level. Visit Trade the Pool. Oh my God, Randy, thank you so much. Visit tradethepool.com, one word.
Impeccable.
And please use Trader TV, one word, Trader TV, to get your 10% off. Randy, please do not look at the trades, because then I will have to buy you brisket there today. So no. So we're not going to review them. Yeah, we're not going to review them at all right now. So we'll just say thank you so much for that one, Randy, for the coffee, and it's been a good day over here. But so you're into basically like two commodities over here, Bitcoin and silver. So that's
that wasn't necessarily the look. It wasn't necessarily the original plan of action. Although, do we call Bitcoin a commodity?
What else do we call it? What is it? Yeah, I think so. Why not? What is it then? A coin?
Yeah, like I've heard that one before, and there's some logic to it, but I don't know. Some people would push back on it.
I was going to say, I think there's like a hot debate as to whether or not it's a commodity, right? Like some people are like it's a commodity, some people think it's an equity.
I have no.
That's been
I have no
hot
horse
debate.
in the race.
I think either way it exists and it's Bitcoin.
Yeah, who knows?
Well, either way, these two things are going in opposite directions. Most of that is probably, look, I want to be bullish on silver today. Like that's the plan of action. So it could easily get into VWAP here and be a bounce reversal. Call it 64 and a quarter. Sorry, 76 and a quarter. Why did I just say 64? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But IBIT also broke through VWAP. So IBIT broke back through VWAP, a series of higher lows, give it to the prior bar underneath that volume weighted average price, played into the high. We're at 81 and a quarter again, so we haven't been able to bust through that. But there's a little bit of room. Like 46.4 on IBIT would be the ultimate target if we break out that top. So a little bit of strength starting to come into IBIT for the first time. And then SLV, again, just a reversion play. Silver is a breakout on the daily chart. It's a breakout this morning. Like all of those things look incredibly strong. At some point, it's going to go. Someone says a con-modity is what Smith & Wesson just said. Con-modity.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you're not a Bitcoin bull. Smith & Wesson in the chat. That's fair. I mean, look, I guess not everybody believes in crypto, which is perfectly fine. Like, there's what asset is universally believed in?
I think there's not a lot of belief in. I think there's really not a lot of belief in Bitcoin. I mean, we talked about.
A lot of skeptics.
We talked about around here, like, I mean, I can speak for myself that I bought 66,000, but I didn't hear like a lot of enthusiasm when it was down here, and I think it could still come back in. So like, I'm enjoying this move higher right now in IBIT, and like we said, we're just here trading it. We're day traders, we get in and out of stuff, and they're flat by 4. But yeah, a little nervous about it not breaking through too much more here, and kind of the troubles it's having at 80,000 and this sort of gap fill. But yeah, we were not lucky enough. We just stood in there and we saw some support and we bought it. So we bought some Bitcoin down there, 66,000. We talked about that, of course, there on this show. But so just there was a good out for Palantir. Like I was debating reloading this again up here at the 200 period. Generally speaking, that is a spot for me to look at. For names, I like to see names come up there around the 200 period moving average. So I think I'm going to go again on Palantir. I do know the market starting to get a little spicy at these levels. Like we're holding VWAP right now. We're starting to tick a little bit higher. There we go. We'll take a short now. This name, I can see myself not being in this for an incredible amount, but I'm going to use. Get over here, man. Stupid, dumb mouse. Although I still think it's the screen setup. I'm going to use this as my 135.20. So I will cancel our past stop on this name. We could hit the reloaded button. I guess it was. It's not. I'm not putting a huge amount of risk into this name. 135. Let's just go 50s, where I'll give it a little bit more room there, back up to the upside. Intel's making its way back up. We only have about 20 and change % left on this one. So those were good outs. Remember when we zoomed out, we talked about this gap fill right there. So those were good outs, man. And you have to take those when they're there. And we talked about 127 possibly being a good fill up. So majority of our trade was out there. So short 129.50 all the way down to 126 and change. So definitely like that trade. And then the most recent position there is Palantir. So we can have a quick look there as well. Nvidia has been a big name that a lot of traders, me and Neil and I just talked about that, breaking through that 220, then now oopsies, there it is, pulling back in again. But look at that bounce, clean off VWAP again. So, definitely something to look at on that one. Palantir now doing what it's doing. So yeah, just a little easier there. Every crypto coin. Okay, what's up, Jay Lee? I don't even know what you're saying, but I'm just going to put this up here because I haven't read it yet. But because we just had to talk about crypto. And
oh yeah,
let's see what you have to say. I have no idea here. Every crypto coin is vulnerable to 51% attacks. Yeah, I don't know. AI ramp up will create a situation where it's easy to do this. Yeah, I think there's a reason why I brought up IBM and some of the quantum plays, and you're seeing IonQ today. I don't know, Darren, are we getting a story from IonQ? I think it might be like a quantum conference starting soon or something. I thought I heard something a little.
I haven't seen much about that, and I'm pretty on top of the conferences. I know there's a healthcare conference this week. Both AMD and Intel have their shareholder meetings on the same day on Wednesday. I have not seen anything of a quantum conference. I'll look into it.
Okay, yeah, I kind of made that up.
I know D-Wave reports this week.
They do. They report tomorrow.
Yeah, so but there's somebody else.
Some sort of motivation.
There's two reporting. D-Wave. I'm only saying D-Wave because I own it, but there's another one that's also reporting this week, I believe. If I'm not. I could be wrong about this. For sure I know D-Wave is reporting.
I don't think Oklo, which is not, of course, in quantum. It's in nuclear. No. That's tomorrow after the bell. There's a story here that seems related to IonQ. Apparently, there's some initiative with two other companies that will incorporate advanced computation and modeling, including quantum optimization enabled by trapped ion systems from IonQ. So IonQ very tangentially related to this announcement made by the King's Foundation and Formation Q.
Okay, so some kind of story there. Oh, I missed the word.
But I told you, Dara, I said every time you say tangentially, I am going to hit the word of the day.
Yes.
Which I'm not going to hit it a second time for the other time that it just got said, obviously, or it's just the can of worms. Just very quickly, SLV bounced hard off of VWAP here.
Ooh.
Like it just went 76 quarter and then flew back up to 76 half. So it was trend break. That's this. There you go. From volume here at about 73, break, trend break, high, yada, 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 that stuff. So going to be out of that, but IBIT is starting to maybe pull back a little bit. So this was going. It was just sliding higher, nice and gradual. I wanted to hold VWAP here. As we come back in, I'll look for a rebuy here on IBIT, Bitcoin, whatever, same sort of thing. Augustus Plays just put a super chat in. There was a merger approval, I guess, on IonQ. I didn't see this head. I didn't see that. We'll go to Adara here, maybe, but that was just a super chat we just got. I was going to throw it up there, and we'll go to Adara.
I saw a different comment in the chat about that. I want to clarify that's a day 2 move on that acquisition. That was announced as of 12:30 p.m. I think that was approved as of Friday. I just checked that. Skywater, IonQ, this is not a day 1 play. So I just want to clarify, only day 1 news is, again, that weird tangential trapped ion systems thing that is related to IonQ, but not directly so. YSS is tumbling here, guys. This is York Space Systems. Wolfpack Research announcing a short position in this stock. Furthermore, getting comments from the atomic energy chief of Iran saying that their nuclear technology is not part of the talks and uranium enrichment is non-negotiable for them. So more, I guess, comments coming here from Iran as we send you back over to the guys.
See, I'm not a huge fan of short selling report companies, but if you're gonna be in that game, you better have a kick-ass name. And Wolfpack is pretty cool.
That's a good one. I like that one.
I can't hate. That's also the Hangover, right? They call themselves.
Yeah, it's also Scott Hall and Razor Ramon and X-Pac and all that. They had
Razor Ramon.
All that going on. Yeah, legend.
Yeah. I've seen clips. There's clips of him. He was on some talk show or whatever, and he comes, some kid, I guess, Make-A-Wish or whatever, one Razor Ramon.
Yeah.
He's pure, just 100%, in character,
these guys are all good
doing
guys.
everything, and it's you gotta be, some of those dudes, it's just, good.
Wrestling, because they're such good actors too, right? So they have to be.
Yeah, they're really good.
They know their roles at certain points.
You're pulling back here a little bit.
Know your role.
And shut your.
Yeah, exactly.
Know your role.
That's why a lot of them get into acting, right? I mean, there's some huge. Look at the new He-Man. It's got Cody Rhodes. It's got.
Cody.
It's got Roman Reigns is in that one name as well.
We sip it at the same
Coffee's
time.
such a nice, tasty treat. Okay, it looks like wow. There we go, man. We short. Sometimes shorting Palantir is not a great call. And there it goes, man. We shorted Palantir again at 135, so we got to hit the fail on that one. We talked about, like I said, man, the good trades. This is not a good one there for. Palantir, I got to have Rob have a look at this. It's starting to really piss me off. Palantir up to 136 again. That's probably the area. Wow, okay. Or not the area to short. Okay, Palantir's on one a little bit. I'm going to try to take advantage of this sort of move here out of nowhere where the futures aren't doing anything and Palantir's saying, yeah, we're going upside right now. Watch out for that 136 break right now for Palantir. I don't know. It's one of those names here where it's still down 1.5%. I'm nervous about that whole Claude bot, and I sort of did talk about, where that's coming for Palantir's lunch and not trying to get too much into Palantir anymore on the long term and actually looking to get a little bit more out of PLTR. We don't want to influence, well, there's a nice pullback. We should take advantage of that. There we go. I don't want to try to it's like right there, we just make back what we lose there on Palantir, but at the same time, you don't ever want to have a losing trade, and averaging into something's not great, but we did notice that 136 right there, that was going a little parabolic for no reason. I got to watch out how I'm using the word parabolic and not use that on a 70 or $1.50 move. But there's Palantir, boom, right back to the downside. So easy come, easy go on that one. Now back through 135. Let's see if it wants to give it up again. We always just getting a little stopped out there. We just got to hold a little longer, but there it is. All right, we do have SMR going as well. What's up, Apollo? Do you see that? Is that a super chat?
It is. I was literally.
Okay, you got it. Okay, good.
As we speak, and how come nobody talks about VRT?
I really like Vertiv, but
Vertiv has been mentioned. I get it, not every single day.
Oh boy, wow.
You're not covering every stock every single day, but we've mentioned this. I would like to hope so. I'd like to hope that we've mentioned Vertiv. It's a fantastic stock. It's not a day trading stock. I don't think anybody day trades it. It's only done like 1 million in volume. It's going to have Adara would probably like it on days they report. Okay, there you go. Like Adara, that's exactly the kind of symbol that she would look at. But this is a nice, boring, upward trend where we have lots of big parabolic ones. So I think that sometimes that counts against you, right? I don't know another way to put it. Like a lot of times on a daily basis, you're going to be talking about the more exciting and crazier runners as opposed to something which is just steady Eddie and going up. Nothing against Vertiv. I'm not going to hate on them at all. People are saying BE and SMR and that stuff.
Bloom?
Higher. Yeah. I haven't looked at Bloom today.
Yep.
I have looked at SMR.
Down.
Still waiting for that swing opportunity in SMR. But BE, another 10%. You got to be kidding me. That stock is an absolute rocket ship. But yes, all I'm looking at right now is a reload potential here in IBIT. Silver, we're done. I mean, yeah, that's a pretty hefty bounce off VWAP. It's not a chase, so the trade on SLV will end up being not the one expected, but it was still a trend break. You're going to play it. I'm going to play that every single chance that I do see it. And then one name we did not mention, I don't think we mentioned this one today. We did in the context of the earnings, but Circle ends up bouncing clean 50 and 200 period moving averages at about 106 on the daily, and now it's back above the volume weighted average price. So this seems like a bit of a potential full V-shaped recovery name if the market wants to go back into the highs. But I gotta respect the fact that I was looking short in Alibaba. We shorted the VWAP because it didn't fill in the gap. Now it's attempting to fill in this gap into the prior high, which is about 139.5. So if it breaks the trend, I can short it here, kind of like the silver trade. If it continues higher, maybe we short it up there somewhere. The trend break happens over here. I don't know when it's going to break the trend line. So still in the IBIT trade, looking for that VWAP bounce, looking for the second, or I guess the third salvo in Alibaba for the short. They report Wednesday. Good luck to them. I still own some Alibaba.
Yeah, good. Yeah,
I'd say I wish I did, but it's a long-term position. I sold 2/3 of it and have been asking myself, when would I want to buy back in? And you know what? It's been almost a year. I haven't come up with an answer positively. I am still in IBIT long, by the way. The position board might be wrong there.
Okay, yeah, mine.
Yours are right?
Yeah, Intel, Moderna, Palantir. Yeah, so mine's right, but we'll get that loaded up for you. Yeah, I was lucky enough to, buy Bob at 160, then sell it at 160, and lucky enough to pay fees over to my broker because, it was not a year ago. It was just a couple months ago, actually, right into here, where we thought we was breaking out right there. So we had a good, feel like we did have a good call. We didn't get anything out. It does make that move up there on 160, right into here, that little break there. And then once it broke back down below, it was right this day here. I was like, oh my God, what have we done? I did not, and all of a sudden didn't like some of that news right there. And it might have even even been here, but it gives us an opportunity. So I got in at like 160 and a quarter, out at like probably 159.75. So flat on that one before this happened, and didn't get out of, well, got out of everything that we bought there at 160. We still have, as Neil said, some legacy Alibaba shares as well. So
I like that, legacy.
Yeah, legacy shares. Yeah, that's pretty much what I calling all my positions now. We recently bought. We bought some.
Can't call it legacy.
No, but some of the positions I have are 25 years old. All right, so CEG right here, new position, not legacy position. I bought some of this name, man. I thought, the power name could work out. Not really, though. Today we said, we could not turn this one into a legacy trade. As it's not like the rest of them, man. I don't know. It doesn't have that IREN bump. It doesn't have, the sexiness of the Oklos or the SMRs behind it. So we'll wait to see what happens here with Constellation off of day 2. Day one play there. Yeah, today's day 1, or reported this morning. That would be a play there. So we did get a little bit more reloaded. We have a thing for that one on Palantir. I don't know. We don't have any. Wait a minute. Where's my bids? I don't have any bids down here? Okay, we should be bidding something at 50. That's my bad. Okay, well, we take a 50 fill right there. We just got more reloads up there at 136. So take 50 cents. We're only 20 cents in the money, but take that 50-cent lot there and see if it can come back in just a bit. I don't have any bids down here, so I got to put some more down near 135. That's where we've been bouncing. That's where your 200 period moving average is. So let's go to 135.10. We'll see if we can get out of a decent amount there. Try to get out of a quarter if that wants to hit. Oh, actually, I do. What am I talking about? I have a 135.15. Let's cancel our 10s for the same amount too. Okay, that's good. So if it does come in there, we'll put that out, and that's part of it, man. Always make sure that you do clean up your orders. You never know where you have them bidding and offering, and especially if you're a crazy guy like me, you could be layering them everywhere. And sometimes then when it tanks, you don't have enough shares left because you've gotten out. So we are now watching out for those positions. Moderna, unfortunately, guys, we have 5% left, and it's not unfortunate, but these were all great outs right into there. So Moderna off the sticky note today, $55. We worry about the hantavirus a little bit, and not that worried, but the stock has treated well. And, they reported that they already have multiple what do they call those things? Oh, yeah, vaccines. Forgot about how effective those are. Those vaccines right now will be hopefully in play if this gets a little worse, which hopefully it doesn't. So we'll wait to see what Moderna's price looks like in a couple weeks when hopefully that virus is no longer talked about. We could see some downside plays.
Ideally.
But ideally. There's about a week now of upside, and we kind of just joined the party, right, with that name. All right, so pull back in. We're bidding 135.15. We talked about that. This is where normally I'd get mad because I'm like, oh man, I'm missing it. Like, I don't want to not take a 25 and then just for 10 cents I miss the trade. But I'm going to sit there at 135.15 and sort of not change my bid. Maybe it will come down in and give me a little touch. We did notice that ARM earlier today. I think we all talked about it. There it is. Yes, sir. There's Palantir. Let's go again. But we were waiting for ARM. Yeah, I thought we were going to get 200. So I went down there. I did double check. It's like basically 15, 20% of what I'm looking for in the position. I have not started an ARM position yet, but I will do that in and around $200. Do believe in the company. Do believe in what ARM is selling. So I'm a buyer of ARM, and down here I'm even more of one, down near that 180 marker. But there it is, man. $1 on our reloads of Palantir up there at 136. Let's see if we can break lower and get into that 134.50 again for PLTR. All right, man. So far so good. Intel's working. We've got a couple good positions working on for us, and we've got Adara working hard in the back. Let's go find out what she's up to.
It's not what I'm up to, Sean. It's what these small caps are up to. Let's kick it off here with MEHA, Functional Brands. They've got a letter of intent here executed to acquire assets of Bullion FX for roughly $143 million. This is a penny stock. As we speak, it's pushing higher here into that prior resistance level of 20 cents. Let's take a look here at ASPI. This name was discussed this morning. It also was featured on our morning watch list. ASP Isotopes announces that one of their subsidiaries has a memorandum of understanding for some HALEU supply, HALEU supply. So good look for ASPI. They do have a short float of just under 23%. You can find out more about this story on our morning watch list. Last but not least, PLUG. No news on Plug Power that I could find, but they do report after the bell, as I mentioned earlier. Not as small of a market cap per se compared to some of the other names. You've got a $5 billion market cap in PLUG. You also have a 26% short float. Back to you.
5 million? You didn't say 5.
Bill.
Okay, maybe I just thought I misheard. For a plug. No, but IBIT just lost VWAP in here. So first time through, broke, couldn't quite get to the HOD. But remember, the prior bar on the VWAP break, that's where the stop was going to be. So just jump out of it. Wait for the original plan, which was fill the gap into 45.5. And if we're looking weak here, which we are, I know like this is a broken record for like things breaking trend. If we're breaking down, then BMNR is threatening a trend line as well. So I looked at IBIT losing VWAP. Obviously, BMNR is an ETH thing. I get it, but they kind of move together, and it's still trending higher. But we break that trend, another play into the volume-weighted average price is going to be a thing. But I got to pay for locates on this because usually BMNR, it's like 50-50 shot whether we have to. It'll be like fractions of a cent. But this one kind of came out of nowhere. This is just like SLV. Upward trending, and then it breaks the trend line, and I'm sure it'll be literally fractions of a cent. It's not going to do it.
No, nothing really costs us anything here anymore.
The only time that we ever pay anything real for a short at real trading is if it's some random 800,000 share stock that you've never heard of that's doing millions of shares and up 700%. Then, actually, I find those to be like a little bit prohibitive. Oh, that's right. BMNR is on the New York now.
I just think,
why is this not working? Because I just typed in .am for BMNR on the NYSE.
Here's a question. I want to thank Mark for this question. This is an interesting one to both of us. Please, you're trying to day trade, so you have limited capital. That's fine. How do I share the capital between long-term holding and trading? I mean, I think you just got to find the success rate that you're having, right? I mean, if you're having
most people do separate accounts. That's the
I mean that's I assume that you are doing separate accounts. I just think it's the capital. Like so, it's like if you're doing well on your swing trades or whatever, then sort of allot a little bit more capital towards that. I mean, this is such a hard question for us to answer because we don't know the age, we don't know anything that you are, Mark. Like I would say, day trading is hard enough as it is. That if you're getting ready to retire or you're thinking about that, then maybe don't risk so much capital into trading, AST Mobile or, IREN or something like that, because in one day you could lose your 10%, But if you believe in those kind of companies, then that's where you switch over and say, well, down 10% might actually be a good buying opportunity if it was something that was more a long-term feel for you. So I do think it's a very tough question, and I want to thank you for asking it, first of all, but it's a tough one for guys like Neil and I to answer because of that exact reason. There's so many variables that are involved there, but that's a maybe people in the chat could help you. Neil and I, we do trade prop. We talk about that. We're at real trading, so we're trading other people's capital. For me, I don't do very much swing trading at all just because I'm in this game and I feel like every day I'm battling the market and looking to make a little bit of money. And sometimes we hear stories like Neil and I do, obviously. We hear things about, different stories, and we try not to have them affect our long-term portfolio, but we're here day trading, so, we do have biases. A lot of that.
I try to think like left brain, right brain. I try to really separate those two things as much as possible. Like if something is a trade or a swing trade, then you set your parameters and don't try to turn it into something else. Because what can happen is you get into, your intention is I'm just going long this because I'm getting in and I'm getting out at this price or before earnings, and all of a sudden it goes parabolic. Great, you take your target, right? That's what you were intending on. It goes against you, and you're like, oh, but I think this company's good. Like, it's so much easier. Like, you'll stick to your plan when you're talking about holding for the profit, but the second that sucker starts going against all that, and I'm not saying that everybody does this, but I am saying that I know a trader, and we knew a trader who would fall for this every single time. Every single time. A trade would turn into, but this company is good. It's like, you can't really do that.
No.
The market's starting to turn off.
Yeah, what's going on with this?
As we're starting to accelerate a bit to the downside. I'm not seeing USO do anything, but the NASDAQ just double topped. Well, you call it quadruple topped on a 15-minute chart, but we just sort of came back here. Here, I'll show you the NASDAQ before we go to Adara. We just came right back into the top on the NASDAQ and a bit of a hefty pullback.
Guys,
the shorts back in favor.
Yeah, I mean, good point there. I was just going to say, I don't know. I just noticed the market. I mean, we're obviously watching Intel here as well, but Intel, for some reason, man, there it goes. Now we're $3 in the money on this one. We're $2 in the money on Moderna right now, and then we're 30 cents in the money on Palantir. So these shorts are really starting to print. It's too bad that we gave some back there when Palantir broke right there. Let's see if it wants to get a little lower. But yeah, Intel really losing right now back in. Okay, well now Intel's really starting to get going as that's near the low. Well, okay, I'm just going to put a bid there at 90. Oh, there it is. Okay, I was going to say we'll put a bid at O. There's a lot of volume going through at 126. Oh boy, we say no OB, no problem. As right now we are down in the money now, 340 on this Intel trade as it gets a little lower for us right there. There it is, man. Boom, shakalaka. As we're he's on fire with this Intel. As many traders, I guess, trading Intel would be if you're short there today. Nice move down in. And again, where are we thinking about this? Oh, I sat down immediately and I told Sharif immediately that we're going to be looking at Intel today. That was obvious. So there it is right here on the note. What does it say? Intel short, dangerous trade, but let's see what this pre-market looks like for now. Seems like we have a weak one forming. So that was that. Moderna, 55 long. Moderna right now at 58 and trying to get higher there. Just bouncing off the 200 period. We have 5% left of that. We just got a piece out. So we have less right now than that one. And then, you know, the trade that's really sort of stung me a little bit back and forth. I'm going to put another bid right now. Why not? It doesn't seem like it wants to go down with the market. Is Palantir, and it's bouncing so nicely off this 25 period moving average. So let's just say, okay, Alex Karp and company, you are the best company ever, and maybe you don't want to go down anymore all of a sudden. So let's just wait, you know, for this one and see if we do get below. We just took a couple fills here in the 20s. I do have another bid breaking below 135, so hopefully that can happen. We'll get one in the 90s, and then after that, we may just get out of all of this at VWAP again. So 134.50, 134.60. If we're lucky enough to get that, then that's what we'll do on Palantir. So just a little bit of a back and forth there. Intel's been an absolute dream today, honestly. I know you've had some good shorts here as the market's starting to fall back in.
It's funny you said VWAP because
yeah. There it goes, man. I mean, you got the BMNR.
It just hit VWAP.
Look what Intel, so I don't know, Adara. I don't think Intel's coming up with any news here, but it's just
up a bajillion.
It's just up a bajillion %, and now it's finally going red. So here goes Intel, man. We should have reloaded it there. We didn't. My bad. There it goes. Nice little move to the downside. We did get a reload here on Palantir. Let's see if that goes. But other than that, man, so far so good. So good there. You're welcome, Marks. Joe responding to you as well, so that's good. Thanks, Joe. But nothing on Intel, so we'll just sit here and watch this name go 450 now in the money.
There? Oh, no? Okay.
No, she just said nothing on Intel.
Oh, okay. I thought we were going to Adair for a quick little second, but you just mentioned VWAP, so both these reversion plays into the volume-weighted average price. BMNR, it might even continue to go, but it broke trend, one in, out halfway, and then out at the volume-weighted average price. Alibaba, very similar here, as that just broke the trend line and comes back into VWAP. I'm going to take these both out into, and you know what? It's interesting because all three, with BABA, BMNR, Silver, they'll all be like trend breaks to the upside that just came back in and pulled back into VWAP. Adara, now we will go to Adara. It is 10:30, so we still have some time before we get into the midday, but the market is about to take out the LOD.
It's $5.
Clarify, this has nothing to do with Intel. It has some stuff to do with oil. Now, this isn't I don't think super surprising, but Tasnim, which is again Iranian state media, so do with that what you will, they're reporting that Iran has yet to allow a tanker with UAE liquefied petroleum gas here to pass Hormuz. So Iran's still patrolling here the Strait of Hormuz. That's all this story is. We're also supposed to get President Trump speaking at that maternal event here for maternal health care. If I get more details on that, I will let you know. I have the stream open. He has yet to arrive. Lately, he's been closer to 30 to 40 minutes late for each appearance, so keep that in mind as well. Back to you.
Sorry, what was the event he's speaking at?
Maternal health care related?
Oh, right, yeah.
More details.
He knows everything about
more details than they
maternal
normally
health
give
care.
us. So.
Yeah, President Trump in everything right there. So shout out to that. We'll see if he has any comments at all. All right, we talked about, even Neil in the beginning there talked about 124 as a level for Intel. So it's at 124 right now. I didn't think we'd have $5 in the short when it's here, but we do. So we're just covering it. This is a key level. This is where we sort of closed there on Friday. Nice move higher there. coming in. So we've already sort of passed where we closed, but this was some of those levels there into the afternoon. So wow, what a move down for Intel today. It's still positive. Well, it was positive. We're not necessarily super crazy red or anything yet, but that's a good one. And there it goes, man. We do get our 91 fill. We said that we were sitting at an order a little under 134, 135. It was 91s. So there you go, man. The cat is now out of the bag on that one. We'll see if that wants to get. Yes, go Palantir. Oh boy, this is starting to turn out to be a good day one more time. And a good day for BBAI shareholders as well, man. That's up 2%. We'll see where that one's going. Okay, here we go, man. The cat's out the bag. We'll see what happens right now. We'll put another bid at 67, and then we'll watch out right now. There it is. Yes, sir. We do get VWAP down there on Palantir. Let's see how low we can go. Will we break VWAP? Is at 134.50. So we'll see if that one can get a little bit lower right now. So yeah, just sitting around, man. We're $8 in the money on these three positions, but it's all Intel. And then Moderna starting to go upside. We just got to try to get our money back here on Palantir. But yeah, so far so good. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. Put those names in the chat, man. I mean, you're gonna
want to see the visualizer.
Yeah, the visualizer's been up there. It had SLV on there for a minute.
Well, it's now all about NVIDIA.
Yeah,
so I'm out of Alibaba so that you can see it bouncing off of the volume weighted average price. Today's show brought to you by the volume weighted average price. Like it seems like every single day. But NVIDIA leading the way on the visualizer. Silver makes sense because it went parabolic for reasons unknown. Obviously Micron in there, Navitas. This one I'm not from ODYS. That's the one I don't know. We'll go back to that in a quick little second, but I wanted to, NVIDIA is bouncing VWAP a second time here. It looks like this is holding a little bit of strength, but watch out for USO. I don't know if you like any longs if this is going to continue happening over in USO. As that goes higher into the HOD, my first thought is to go over to Battle, which I did pay for locates in BATL. If we fail the high, Battle has resistance at $3, and it's close to $3 as we speak. So I'm watching USO, and it might just be another short the pop play and wait for it to get back into VWAP, as I believe we're going back to Adara on this USO spike.
Yeah, there's certainly a reason for that move in USO, Neil, and that's because President Trump reportedly telling Fox that he's considering renewing Project Freedom. Now, Project Freedom was announced a couple weeks ago by President Trump and his administration. It was their plan to form a coalition to help ships safely pass through the Strait of Hormuz. But after President Trump said they were getting close to a deal with Iran, he announced that Project Freedom would be suspended. Looks like that could be back on, which could suggest renewed tensions, or I guess more heightened renewed tensions between the U.S. and Iran. Back to you.
Yeah, interesting there. I don't like to hear that. If you are thinking that, oil is going to head to the downside, you don't want to hear some of those Project Freedom getting renewed talks there. But all right, we covered some more there. We can take a look quickly here at USO. I already talked about XOM a little bit there today, and I thought that was in a little bit of trouble to the downside. So we'll see USO with a little bit of a bump up as we try to get this all figured out. There's the volume spike in USO. We've done well to go back and forth today. Man, I'm already exhausted. It's 10:34 right now. So we'll have a good day today, and we'll just sort of watch out for that next level to come through. This is XOM right now. Talk about a good level at the day's high, trying to bounce off of 147. But again, with all this sort of positivity right now in oil, might be a little bit of a risk to short that right there at that level. You see here on the daily chart, good level for XOM. I still think it's going lower, but holding right now 145 and change XOM. You know a name that we haven't called up since 9:30, which is crazy because normally we're always all over this name, especially myself. Tesla. Oh, let's go Palantir. Come on, Palantir. That's starting to go downside now as well. Yes. Good, man. We covered a lot of that intel. We've got Palantir. Wow, this is starting to be a day. Yeah, Tesla right there, 417 coming into play again here. We can have a look to see if there's any kind of a level there. There is, man. This 415, 416 isn't a horrible spot for TSLA right now. But yeah, downside play there. And there goes Palantir. It's funny because as we talk a little bit more about hey man, maybe this war isn't over yet. Palantir for some reason going down when I think it should be going up on that kind of talk. But all right, PLTR, we'll take another cover here at VWAP and see how low you can go and go over to Adara, who's got something for us.
Well, the Iran back and forth continues here. So latest update here, we know President Trump said that they're considering renewing Project Freedom, also saying that Iranian negotiators have apparently told him that the U.S. will have to retrieve, quote, nuclear dust at Iran's destroyed facilities because Iran doesn't have the technology to do it. Now, we heard earlier that Iran has no interest in making any kind of deal that involves the retrieval of its nuclear. dust or other nuclear-related products. They also don't want to end their uranium enrichment. So President Trump saying things that are wildly different from anything we've heard thus far from Iran. Back to you.
Well, that seems like a little bit of a par for the course. We're going to continue to always see this, right? Like you hear one thing and then you hear another, and it's the back and forth, the yo-yo action. But this is one of the reasons to try to be patient with the markets, don't fight anything. Like eventually IBIT did pull, or Bitcoin did pull back in, and IBIT to Friday's highs. So there's your bottoming tail candle, at least for now, breaking or holding the second bar close. That's like a 3 minutes. On a 3 minute, there's your flush, there's your higher low. Hold it on the second confirmation. So long, gonna look for VWAP. I know it sounds like a broken record, but anytime I see a play like this, we're in a downtrend. Like that's lower high, lower high, lower high, fall apart. So it's still a trend break, which means pull back into the volume weighted average price here on IBIT. So want to see it get back into about 45.85, and we'll look for that trade. It's not always that, I don't know, like not every morning ends up like this, where it's, say, trend break there, and it's Alibaba and trend break there as well, and then bounce off the volume weighted average price, and then SLV and trend break there and bounce off the volume weighted average price. Like this is just a weird one where the same setup, which I happen to like, just happened over and over and over again, and then you gravitate towards that, and then I find myself when we're at the lows with, okay, well, what's the stock or the thing, stock doesn't really matter, what's the asset that I'm looking at which set up next, and it happens to be IBIT in this case, and I want that 45.85 we're able to get to. I can already hear we're going back over to Adara for yet another update.
It's not oil related. I just feel like I should let you guys know about that right away. Keep an eye here on NVIDIA, seeing reports that Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, will not be attending Beijing with President Trump, nor was he apparently invited. So we know we heard last week, Semaphore reported that NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, as well as the CEOs of XOM and the other ones were Boeing. There was one more as well. Anyways, these CEOs were invited to come with President Trump. They apparently, according to Jensen Huang and CEO NVIDIA, they were not invited. NVIDIA wasn't invited anyway. They will not be going to Beijing. So again, despite previous reports, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang will not be coming to Beijing, with President Trump. Guys, back to you.
Yes, I was chuckling at that whole, like, you're invited, you're not invited. No, and then I was just putting in I was just moving my stop and actually just punched out of IBIT.
Ooh.
So I'm just going to get back into the price I got out. Look, I was long here in the mid 60s. So the fact that it's going to continue to go higher, I'm just going to get back in where I got out of it. And like ultimately it'll show, if I get fit in the bid, it'll show a different price, but really it's just getting back into the position. If it'll even hit the bid at this particular point, I just found that amusing. You're invited, you're not invited. Like, what is this, high school? Here it doesn't matter. Jensen goes wherever he wants to go. He does whatever he wants to do. His stock hit an all-time high today, so he's absolutely chilling. If we close above 217.5 or something along those lines, I don't see any reason why we're not going to. Then I think fantastic. Because NVIDIA is the one that hasn't gone parabolic. Too big for it to do what AMD does, but it can have its mini parabolic moment coming for NVIDIA. Like it's not, I don't think it's possible anymore for NVIDIA to do one of these, like, hey, you break a consolidation, make a fresh high, and you go $200 from 270 like AMD did, because AMD is smaller. NVIDIA is way too big to pull that kind of a move, but you could see 250. That's at least reasonable, another 10%, 10-15% from here before you even have to worry about it. Of course, IBIT now not really pulling back. I'm just going to leave the bids in there and try to get picked up there on IBIT. Doesn't seem like it wants to happen just yet, but 20 minutes to go till the mid. So far, so good. You're watching oil, and it's pulling back not where I was expecting. I thought maybe you'd run back into the top end of the range on USO, at which point I would look short on Battalion. But we're kind of, you see we're already like cresting at that high. So I might take a quick little nibble here, Battalion, just to get this little mini reversion from about 88, 89 back into the low 80s here. And just watch USO closely. If it makes another break of a high, I can always get out.
Yeah, look, we might have absolutely nailed, like we wrote this down. It's too bad that we're down on this stock because we haven't really gone back to it and looked at it. We wrote down 272 kind of out of nowhere on Amazon, earlier on here on the note. We could put the sticky note there in the chat. You guys can go find it there on X. But it's been pretty good for a level right there, 272, as we bounced around. We tried it early. It was 9:45. I didn't think that was like overly early, but yeah, since then it's kind of been bouncing around. Now we go a little lower, so I just put an offer at 272. Maybe, I have one at 75 to get a little taste, and then more there. And then if we break above the 50 period, we can get out. But I think this is well worth giving it just a little bit of room here for Amazon to work. Maybe we do get that. Shoot. I was gonna say maybe we do get a little bit of a bump up here into that level. I'm gonna start it now. So I'm still waiting for 75s, but okay, maybe we get some. I took a little bit there at 51s. We'll see if we get a 75 and then back up there into 272 and then give it into the 30s. I don't know, something about Amazon today. I want to see its reaction there. And this is what it looks like, from Friday. We did have a topping tail today up to 273.50. So trying to go short here on Amazon. I'm going to use these levels as what we're doing. So we'll just take a little starter position here at 50. And it's a decent size, right? But we're still waiting for more. So 271, 75 would be a spot. And then our biggest amount will be sitting there at 272. So we'll see if the market wants to go. Good outs there on Intel. We talked about that gap fill, so that was a good one there. Palantir's making its way back up. And again, like Neil said, this show's brought to you by VWAP. I mean, yeah,
hey, it is.
Like I said, I think every day, yeah. But, today especially, we have some good outs, both of us there on VWAP and looking. And IONQ, man, we're going to go to Adair. She's coming up in a second. I just want to, you guys brought this, and I'm saying congratulations. This is a slapper for everybody out there today. You guys brought this to our attention early, man, IONQ. And there it goes. I remember when it was doing this. And I was like, wow, there's no stopping this one today. Yeah, it's up another $6 from that level there. IONQ. Congrats for everybody, man. Yeah, this stock scares me, but there goes upside on what Adair has reported as not too much news for IONQ today. No. So let's go back over to the desk, back to the desk, and see what Adair is up to.
Let's talk about these sectors. We'll start with what is weak because it's very clearly tech services. AAPL down another 3%. This name took quite the tumble on day 2 earnings on Friday. This will be day 3. We're down another 3%. Palantir, Google, Meta, Microsoft, Oracle, Adobe, Accenture also weak. Mini SaaSmageddon perhaps, although ServiceNow, which is notably got hit really hard during the height of SaaSmageddon, actually up marginally today. Consumer durables weak across the board. GM had to pay like $12 million, relatively small, especially for GM, but they're still down today. So was Tesla. Consumer services to the downside as a group. Consumer non-durables, with the notable exception of some of these tobacco plays like PM and MO, rest of these names are going to be to the downside. Health tech actually has some strength. Eli Lilly, largest component in the sector, up 4% today. Finance with a lot of green, producer manufacturing quite strong. Energy minerals, of course, quite strong as we evaluate news out of the Middle East. Utilities, industrial services. Electronic tech mostly strong here. You do have some weakness in Dell, which got actually a downgrade this morning from UBS, even after getting an endorsement from President Trump last week. Broadcom, SanDisk, Arista Networks all to the downside. NVIDIA does get a spotlight. They're up 2% today, and we just heard reports that Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, will not be coming to China with President Trump, and this report actually denies further earlier reports suggesting he was even invited in the first place. So Jensen Huang not invited and will not be going to Beijing with Trump. Back to you.
Yeah, ouch.
No invite for you.
Yeah, I don't think it's hurting him that much, but
I think.
Yeah, well, everyone has a little bit of an ego, I think. So I mean, yeah, maybe he's
look, I don't
none pleased, but he'll get over it.
I'm sure he'll look at the stock price. I mean, you know what?
I mean, who's made more money than Jensen today? I mean, how much is NVIDIA even up? It did pull back, though.
Nobody.
Right? Up 2%, yeah.
Well, if we're just talking about today, like there's 2%. No other big name that's as strong as NVIDIA, which is absolutely flying, just continues to rally. Look, ASTS asked us reports tonight. One thing that's crazy is, remember they were up a bajillion% because of Rocket Lab on Friday? Well, in sympathy to Rocket Lab. And then now another 10% today. So you're up 25%, close to 25% in a couple of sessions going into earnings. And now the breakout seems to be on here. This is going to be a wild one for tomorrow as the, where's my moon? the space name.
Yeah.
Like, this has been
Rocket.
a crazy ride, and a lot of retail loving both of these names. Rocket Lab's another 11% here today. You know what? That is one trend break I had no interest in. These are entirely too strong. I am into battle.
We're collapsing.
I gotta watch USO here, because USO, it's bouncing. It's already bouncing off VWAP. So it pulled back into VWAP. I didn't even get into this until that local high here on BATL. So it's going to be a pretty tight stop because it didn't make it to the actual HOD. And then IBIT, still not really doing much of anything. It was a bit of a scalp trade. Now you're just holding in the middle of the range. Ended up canceling the order to see what USO's next move is. If USO bounces off of VWAP, that's bad. And I think we head back into the lows, and I wait for that low of the day here on IBIT. So going to be determined, or I guess determination on this trade will be made by what happens next in USO instead of trying to rush. It's 10:47, so this is not the time of day to be getting in at random prices in the middle of a range.
Yeah, no, do not take random prices. We did good there with Palantir again, so we got reloaded, and there's your trade again for me of the day, Palantir. Just a bunch of shorts there. And the trade of the day for me is Intel, but you know, this one right there, 135, 136 has been a good area here. And I don't know, like Palantir normally dances a little bit more than this, but we'll just keep on, reloading it, getting it out, and hopefully our last reload is one that we can carry all the way back into VWAP. No more after this. If we get 136 again, I'm just going to hold it for as long as we possibly can and see if we do get a downside play today in the market. It's been a pretty choppy futures trade today, right? I mean, upside all the way back into the open again, right back into day's high, through the opening trade again to the downside, made new lows, and now you're right back to the middle of the pack here. Essentially, we're above VWAP. We're not exactly at the middle, but Elon Musk.
Tesla did spike on.
Yeah, I mean, look, man. I mean, it's great to have Tesla and Elon doing these things. There goes the spike up there. I think we already know how huge of a market China is going to be and is right now for Tesla. So no surprising there that he's heading with the delegation over to China. I mean, Elon has a lot of good connections in China too. It's not like, President Trump bringing allies that are also allies of the Chinese is not a horrible idea at all. So I'm actually surprised Trump's I don't know, when is that visit happening? Isn't that this end of this week?
May 13th and 14th.
Right, end of this week. So that's a long trip over there.
Wednesday then.
Yeah, we'll see if Elon takes the rocket ship over there. Maybe it takes him a little bit less time to get there. He can have President Trump join him. Him and Katy Perry can go there with the orbit and just land in China there. But yeah, man, there it is. This is a good one, man. Get that face slapper going here again. 135.10. We're waiting for a bid to come in. Downside now, but there's the reload on Palantir. It's just been a back and forth day on some of these names today, and happy that you guys are joining us. Make sure you do hit that like and that subscribe. We're going to go to Adair, then we'll figure out what's getting inside of these tummies tonight for... Oh, is it already here?
You spoiled it.
Oh, come on, Sharif. Sharif's saying fried chicken. So I'm going to wait. We'll call it up. I hope that is what it is, because it's been hot fire the last couple times. Sharif a little upset there. If Sharif promises it, then I will take it for what it's worth. But we'll see. Now we just have to find out the interesting thing about what the flag is then. Okay, that would be the more important thing. But there it is, man. It's a dollar club again on Palantir as it breaks through 135. Let's see if it gets a little juicier. It's all about the money, though. And you can't have, wow, NVIDIA 220 days high, again, blasting higher. As Palantir goes lower, NVIDIA goes higher. Adair at the desk. What's up, girl?
Yeah, what's up is certainly not the U.S. dollar. Before we get to the DXY talk, I want to cover a couple headlines here. We've got more comments from President Trump to Fox. Nothing massive, but it is, just some comments here about Iran, saying that he will deal with Iran until they make a deal, and that the U.S. Navy guiding ships through the Strait of Hormuz would, quote, only be a piece of it when it comes to their plan here with that project, that Project Freedom. Also, we've got more comments on who's coming to China with Trump. CEOs of Visa and MasterCard will be going. This is now the third report I've seen suggesting that Kelly Ortberg of Boeing will be also going. And again, Elon Musk. So Jensen's out. Kelly is now, for the third report, apparently confirmed. We've also got Elon Musk and the CEOs of MasterCard and Visa. I already knew executives from MasterCard and Visa would be coming. Now we're hearing it's going to be CEOs of both companies. DXY, right now, kind of trading within the low range of the action we got on both Thursday and Friday. Those sessions were very much inside days. The today continues. Nothing super exciting about this price action. It is worth noting tomorrow morning, right at 8:30 a.m., you're going to be getting CPI and core CPI year over year and month over month. For core CPI year over year, 2.7% is the forecast versus 2.6% prior. Core CPI month over month forecast 0.3% versus 0.2% prior. CPI year over year 3.7% versus 3.3% prior, and CPI month over month 0.6% prior versus 0.6% forecast versus 0.9% prior. So the non-core numbers are interesting. We're expecting an increase in CPI year over year and a decrease in CPI month over month. Here's the CME Fed Watch tool. We are still not seeing any rate cuts until past December 2027. December 2027, guys, we're still seeing a hold for now. Let's see if that changes after tomorrow's CPI print or Wednesday's PPI prints. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. And someone said NVIDIA wasn't at the all-time wasn't at the high. Well, it is now.
Oh, it is.
So that was a distinction with it. It might have not quite broken out, but it's broken out now. Now 3% fresh all-time highs. So no invite, no problem for NVIDIA. That's just how it goes. I didn't really think that story. Does it really matter? Like ultimately, Jensen has a great relationship in China. We know this. I don't think that's big of a deal.
Meta going to China as well.
Jump out of, Meta's going as well?
Not Zuckerberg, somebody else. I didn't recognize who it was.
Well, I mean, again, I don't know how big of a deal these are going to be. I get the Boeing spike when we had the Ortberg news. I get that makes more sense because, you know, getting extra orders. There's only two places you're ordering from, right? And China's a gigantic customer, so any favor to them over Airbus would be huge in any regard. But just very quickly, the only mean reversion that hasn't worked today was the battle one, but I did get in early. I said we should have been waiting for that high closer to 3, and there goes USO with the topping tail. So I'm willing to take another shot at this one, closer to the $3 level for sure. Silver's pretty much gonzo at this point. SLV, I should say, not silver. SLV. It's gone off the volume weighted average price, but there's still a chance that we get another shot at that long off of VWAP, and then one more for you. IBIT never retraced back into that low. That 45.5, but it is on the comeback trail.
Here's Joe with the super chat.
Big
3 fractional shares is because Joe's got all his money in the market here. Oh no, this is Big Rudy Smasher. My bad, Joe. How do you feel about Archer?
They reported yet?
I haven't never seen that show.
Archer's
I know. I've seen it before. I was just,
hilarious. That's one of the funniest. That and Rick and Morty are probably the 2 funniest animated shows.
What does Archer? Because I know Joby is the. Oh, it's like Joby. Okay, so I was going to say I know that Joby is the eVTOLs and everything like that. So Sharif's sort of in this game. He knows a lot about this. So all I ever hear about is Joby.
Here's my question. Which one has better or more military contracts? That's the one I would be.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know much about either one of them, but I would probably just pick the one that has more military contracts because I think that's the big future for these types.
Yeah, I mean, Joby's trying to go through. They're trying to get into New York, Manhattan. There, we talked about those eVTOLs flying back and forth over the Hudson, just making commute a little bit easier for the rich. But yeah, up to $11 breaking out. To me, Joby looks like the better play. Right now, just on a chart, ACHR. We will have a quick little look there. Sharif's already ruined the what's for lunch. Yeah, let me see here. Actually, this is not bad either. I mean, I'd like to see this one get through 750, but not knowing the financials of either one of these companies, I just think technically Joby looks a little bit better for the breakout. It's been holding the levels. This has been a falling sword right there. More of like a little knife, actually. It's maybe a switchblade down to the downside there. Holding the 50 period at 6 looks really good. You got a nice little jump up off there last weekend. So I think you might be onto something there with your Archer Aviation play. Okay, so all right, Sharif, here we go. Today's meal.
What could it possibly be?
I gotta.
What are we gonna eat?
I don't know. But it is a U.S. flag.
U.S. flag. Usually,
yeah, U.S. flag. So normally, sometimes it's like it could be. Maybe it's grilled cheese. I mean, a very popular U.S. food. It could be hamburger. It could even be. We did get some hot dogs. It looks like with breakfast today.
That's coming a little bit.
Those sausage hot dogs there coming through. Another great American dish You know, you always something with French fries maybe on the side. What else is? I thought ribs, like ribs is a
I had
good
ribs
U.S.
last night.
Yeah, that's a good U.S. We had steak last night. Oh boy.
When mom votes for
Yeah, Marissa. So last night we had shrimp, calamari, and steak. Ooh. So it was a big one there for Mother's Day. We grilled that all up. We weren't home till 7:30, so had to get the grill going a little late last night off of baseball. But you guys are right,
What's
man.
our sides at least, maybe?
It's buttermilk fried chicken. So there it is. We'll have that today. So thank you. That with a side, Neil,
of
mac and cheese. So there we go, Sharif. Too many carbs for Sharif. He not liking this one over there, man. Sharif gonna have those
protein.
Get those protein shakes. What side of protein shake? Oh, here it is. Okay, so Sharif's pretty happy with that one. We do have seasonal veg on the side. You down with vegetables, Sharif? Yeah, he's down with vegetables. Okay, so vegetables is fine over there. We actually talked about Sharif on Friday, and I remember.
I'm gonna eat this so fast.
The quote from Sharif, and I think this is right, eats for function, right? So there you go. So I quoted him on Friday. I wanted to make sure I got that correct right there.
I'm eating for fun today.
Yeah, fun and function. Yeah, hey man, you can't have function without fun.
Can't function without the fun.
There we go. We made something up there as well. And then, of course, your garden salad wraps it up on what's for lunch. It should be a good one today, man, whenever you got something there. So food is energy. That is very correct. We learn about that real early in life. All right, so Amazon does come in. We do touch this out at the 200 period moving average. I was going to sit here for a reload. I was more, you know what, all right, I'll take a little bit here. I was at 75 and didn't take it. We'll offer it now. I actually just offered 76s. Let's punch a little lower and make sure we get some shares. I'm still at 72. So I wanted to wait into there. It is a retrace back up into VWAP. And the market went for a little bit of a ride. We'll average into this. Bigger position coming at 72. NVIDIA right there, Neil, 222.19. Oops, and NVDA. Might as well put an extra N in front of that one. NVDA right there. Oh boy, man, count your chickens right now because they're hatching everywhere. It is NVIDIA taking out all-time high levels. The $1 trillion club just getting bigger and bigger, man. You know what? They said, Google, you're coming for us. There's 3% up one way for NVIDIA, 2% down the other way there for Google as Jensen buys up all of his shares to make sure that Google does not surpass NVIDIA. So there it goes, man. Shout out to everybody on both of those names. It's been a huge ride.
Well, they're both fantastic.
Both those
companies.
names, yeah.
Realistically, if you're thinking of like Google's Alphabet's got that gigantic moat. Joe calls it an ETF. And the reason for that is just simply they have a little bit of everything. You get exposure across the board. Like when you own Alphabet, you get to not own Netflix, let's just say, because YouTube wins, right? You get to own quantum when you own Alphabet. You get to own data centers. You get to own now custom chips, which could be the next big wave for them as well. You just get a little bit of everything when it comes to Alphabet. And quickly, a quickie boy, thank you for the super chat. EOSC, now if memory serves, there was something about these guys last year, like this candle was some sort of like fraud investigation or something bad. Something I remember along those lines, clean energy name, but it's breaking out today. They did get an investment from, I think it was like New Jersey's retirement fund, whatever, like one of those. Okay. So that's a big vote of confidence. So anytime you have a big news event dump, it could be earnings, it could be short seller report, whatever it is, you look at some of those levels, like 990, at the bottom where it flat bottom broke, and then like 11.5 here, and then both those become significant levels on the way back up. So good breakout for it today. Just remember that 990 to 10 area when it had, I think it was some sort of fraud investigation or whatever it was. It was a pretty big negative story for them at the end of last year, and that level's about 990 to 10, so it's got room into there. It is 11. The next trade I'm looking for is going to be the next shot into IBIT. Maybe it holds VWAP and double bottoms here at 45.5. But if we're making lower highs, the market's about to get to the top. Again, the highs. And if we're holding lower, if we're going to hold there and IBIT's going to hold VWAP, I'll probably go to BMNR. Bit of a head and shoulders type play on the session. Also play off of the volume weighted average price for a short. Well, you know we're going to be enjoying some fried chicken today.
Yes.
You know we're going to be having fun with it. I'm willing to bet that by the time we come to noon for the lesson of the day, there should not be any chicken on my plate. If there is...
There will not be.
No, but the only way that would be true is if it's late.
Which it's not.
Which it's already here?
That's how Sharif knows.
Oh, I thought he looked at the email. I know it was already here.
No.
I'm going to be done that in like 15.
He tried to grab some early.
That's going to be done at like 11:15. I didn't realize it was already sitting here. Yeah, I'm going to eat this now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's only way is if it's undercooked, I guess. That's what I thought you were going to say.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Like if for some reason, which it won't be.
It'll be great.
I mean, and I'll probably eat one anyways, even if it is undercooked.
All right, good trading. A couple positive traders on this side and a couple positive guys. And we'll see what they're trading over on that side. Yeah, he's getting ready for the mac and cheese today. See everybody. We'll be back at 2 p.m. Thanks to Derek for all your coverage today. Thanks everybody for working with us. Stay late with these guys, man. 11 to 2 o'clock. It's the midday. Go get them, boys.
Well, that's our new one.
Boom, 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 and boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options. I'm Sharif, and we're going to have to do this for your boy, Leo. It's 1-0 to the Arsenal. It's 1-0 to the Arsenal. It's 1-0 to the Arsenal. It's 1-0. To the Arsenal. Hey, there's my man Juan. If we could get him on the camera right now, it'd be fantastic. But good morning, everybody. Let me just load up the chat. I'm a little late today. I do apologize. Let's say hello to everybody. And we have our viewers on TikTok as well. Let's say hello to them. Shout out to our amazing mod, Bravely, always getting us right. Keeping us straight. Time for an Arsenal bottle job. Come on, Kevin Kelly. Why do you have to start off my day like that, man? We got one there late, and it was fantastic. I'm feeling good. Shout out to Big 40 Nephew. Bristol's in the house. Shout out to Crypto Q5X, Texas Boy 1979. Think Organic Studios. I'm thinking. We got Armenian Muscle. Shout out to Blicky Spears, Ashraf Gel Press. We got Brent Roth and Noon Loon. He's lying about something. I don't know. Ashraf, yes, I see you. You're from Cairo, Ashraf. Shout out to you, my man. NFT Parrot. We got Princess JY8N and Wild Jaw. Roulette, Mark G120 and Angry Rob Entertainment. Shout out to Electric Pactions and Rick Raw Dog 1. Benton, there's my man Benton. The G is back, Joey. Charlie Wholesome, 2926, small cap. Hunters, yes, we're going to get on that in a quick second. Max Bet all in. Oshiri, Mr. Janky Stock, my PD rider. Dude, my man. And who else? We're going to say one more here. I'm looking for a new name. Hakuna Matata. Shout out to Hakuna Matata. I hope to be some Hakuna Matata today. Certainly not Hakuna Matata on Friday. But yeah, you win some, you lose some. Good morning, Joe.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. Yeah, let's get right into things. We tried a couple attempts here on DRAM, no go on that one. So 0 for deuce now, starting to climb a little bit higher. And then SLV, a couple of the Amex names, just a little bit ebb and flow here going on today. I did not click Blue Ocean. Let's go over to the Amex here on SLV. Looking for the long, now starting to climb right back towards our entry price there. So we get out at that low. As I do a little bit of TI, I'm like, okay, was this the signal that we get out? So we're bottom wick there and now starting to climb a little bit higher. So yeah, slower start. I don't see anything right now. Tesla starting to climb. Well, yeah, we did take an attempt on TSLL, obviously. Now starting to climb a little bit higher. So things kind of moving without us, and we were just jumping in a little bit too prematurely. So with all them trades going giddy up, well, I mean, hey, man, none of them worked out. So we're going to have to be patient and see what we got going on. And wait for some other quality opportunities. DRAM's going to continue to climb here, I think, throughout the intraday session, especially if Micron and Samsung want to move higher. We were looking at the top holdings of this. I don't know why SanDisk, where I looked it up, SanDisk wasn't on it, but DRAM not looking too bad here. Micron, I was watching in Blue Ocean, a high of around 8. Wow, intraday 818. Blue Ocean was around 812. So, yeah, I mean, watch out for these things to continue to climb higher. If we can look at it from a daily and see what we got going on. At some point, we will have that pullback. I mentioned it time and time again. As we get higher in price, you can see the expansion within the intraday price action. And with that being said, you're going to have to watch out for a potential pullback. And I'm not going to say it's going to break down, capitulate, and rug pull. I don't think that's necessarily the case, especially because there's so much demand for it. but there will be some form. It doesn't matter how strong, how in vogue you will. Eventually, things will cool down, and sure enough, you will see some selling step into the names. You just have to be patient. Now, let's head over to TikTok and see what our friend Bravely's got going on.
Bravely.
I Can, Southern Nurse Sally's, Jaffet, Jatinder, there's Bravely. What's up, brother? Unknown Shadow. I like that one. Mambo Honda, Patrick. We have Keith Watson, Sherlock, Carlito's Way, Carlito, Caribbean, cool. And we got not the Randy, Nada, David, Amir Realtor, and we have Traditional Development, Joshua Armstrong, Stay Driven, Kayak Fishing. We love that one. A Girl's Girl, hey, what's up? Jay Moonster, Firestarter Mike, and one more. Okay to Ace. It is always okay to Ace. Rock and roll. There goes Silver, now printing 7712s. We never re-engaged on that name, so we'll be patient, wait for some more opportunities.
Scott Tomlinson's going to put me in a beak wetting help group. I need help, Scott. I do need help. Thank you for your help.
Same.
Joey, I'm just going to start off with this. This is Lumentum. LIT. No, this is not a small cap gapper, but it is up 18%, and it is into all-time highs. Guys, wet the beak. Don't forget to wet the beak. This one didn't look that good after earnings, and I think, some of us were a little bit worried. We had breached that 1,000. It felt like maybe we were going to lose $800. Then, the addition to the NASDAQ 100 certainly helps that as we get a lot of passive buying into these ETFs. So Lumentum, the gift that keeps on giving, but let's practice some gratitude. As I was just telling the individual that I just met at the gym, shout out to Price, man. He's a big fan of Joey Options. He's a big fan of the show. He's been watching us for 2 years, and I promised I'd give him a shout out. So shout out to my man Price, getting the work in the morning at the gym. That's my guy. And we're going to keep an eye out for Lumentum. But here's what I've got on. Let's get down to work. Poet's looking pretty good. It's not the best in the business, but it's up a respectable about 21% on the day. It feels like we might have some resistance here around the third of a dollar. 13.36 to be exact is the high of the day. I perceive support between about 12.85 and around 12.70, just based on the pre-market high and where the 10 EMA is. So Poet in focus, but nothing doing on that one yet. I'm also keeping an eye here on JZ for my American friends, not Z. XN. This one, suffers from what a lot of these ones suffer from, is making new intraday highs and then just basically retracing right after that. And you're seeing that everywhere it does it, whether it's in the pre-market at 820, the implied balance open, 920, 930, and yet again here at 1030. It makes new intraday highs, it pulls back. How many times it plays that same old trick before it ends up losing VWAP or generally losing the higher lows? Well, we're going to have to wait and see. But Jay, for now, it's on Uncle Sheriff's good list. GSIT, also kind of looking bull flaggish here. I guess the money fill was that 1030 candle right off the volume weighted average price, which was like right at $11. So you got a bit of a double whammy there. You got the psychological whole dollar support, and you also got VWAP. And up until 1180 it goes. Alas, still has trouble with $12, seeing that it rejected that 1203 area. That's the high of the day. So GSIT in focus. INOD, I'm assuming a lot of people are not going to want to trade this, but this is a very, very strong name and has been strong, I want to say, for 3 days in a row. Breakout there in the aftermarket on Thursday, probably on earnings. Amazing continuation on Friday, and even more amazing continuation today. Just to give you an idea, from the closing print on Thursday to the high of today, on INOD, we are up 141%. So this thing is ripping, all right? And it's not giving up levels. It's holding higher highs. It's holding higher lows. And there it is again into another high of day. It's ripping into 115. We were just talking about this at 111. So it's very expensive, mind you. So you're going to have to figure out some sort of way to balance risk. So keep your eye on that. But there goes Poet as well into another high of day, 1354. I was waiting for this one to drop into 13. Keep waiting, Sharif. It's not coming back down to 13 quite yet. PRSO, another kind of small cap gapper name I'm keeping a close eye on here. There seems to be a lot of support on PRSO at the 10 EMA on the 5. It's got a 139 high. It's got everything going for it here. It's got good volume. The volume is a little sporadic, as you'll see on the bottom right of your screen. Volume bars pop off and then kind of are a little bit dormant at times. So that's something that should factor into your analysis there. So PRSO. And then NVTS. This is a former convict. It's been locked up many times in the small cap gapper world. 36 high of day. It's holding trend. There is support at 22 here, and that's kind of the stair-step structure, right? You know what I mean by that? Like, that's area resistance. Then we break through it. We go on to the next step. But then we got to come down one little step, but then we hold that area of prior resistance. This time of support, I'm gauging that at around $22. Perhaps a good entry here is the first 5-minute candle to make a new high above prior bar high. So NVTS in focus. And then Mara. I mean, I have a very, very checkered relationship with this name, having lost some money on it on a swing. But the fact of the matter is, it's been looking good. So have all the miners, because while they're changing the remote a little bit, all of a sudden they want to get into the, the data center game as opposed to mining. Doesn't really make a difference to me, baby. I mean, whatever they want to do. As long as they hold technicals, I'm kind of all game for that. So MARA in focus, up a respectable 5%. There are other names as well in the world of mining that I'm sure you could have good trades on. So those are the ones I'm looking at, Joey. I've said very little about XGN because it hasn't been above the pre-market high yet. If it wants to clear the pre-market high, we'll get involved with that. Shout out to Lele. What's going on there, Lele? She wants me to look at Pali, P-A-L-I. She asks, she gets. We go to Pali. Joey's scheming something over here, guys. I don't know what he's doing. I have no idea what he's doing, but he's doing something. He's got analytics. He's got a pen out. I feel like he's got his account.
I always have a pen out, though.
Yeah, but today it's a little bit different, Joey. I want to know what you're doing over there. I don't know what he's doing, Neil. See, there's my man, Neil. Neil knows what's up, man. There we go.
He's always working, man.
So Pali looks pretty good, Leandra. 180 Friday close, popping off into 192 now. You might have some resistance here, Leandra, just based on, look at Thursday and Wednesday's area low. It's basically 192, but looks fantastic on an intraday. It holds Friday's area low, and now we're trying to curl back up. Probably some resistance, Leandra. I would say just where we are right here, 190-ish, and then you're probably going to encounter some more resistance at 2 because that's been the consolidation area range top for, I would say, about 3 days or so. So good call on PALI. We'll have to see how this one ends up doing over here, Joey. So focusing on that, probably interested in Poet at the moment, as well as PRSO.
All right, good stuff, man. As you guys can see, we're in some DRAM right now. Let's see if it can hold up. I mean, we're going to take another attempt on that one. Tesla's off to the races here, guys. I mean, we could have engaged in that right at the volume-weighted average price for a second time. Didn't take it. So now starting to move, and you can see within the tape getting really strong, guys, up to $428. DRAM, let's see if this one works. Will be our final jumper on this one. If not, then we're going to have to be able to find some other spots on the floor where we can take some positions because right now we're already 20 cents OTM and we just hopped in it. So, I mean, boom, off to the races, ebb and flow on this one. You come up to these highs and then you start to reject. So as soon as we crack the volume-weighted average price, we're at a dodge. I started really small on this position, but the one missed train here for today for us is Tesla, TSLA, as this thing continues to climb. I haven't even looked at, I mean, I took a trade on IBIT as well, too. I was telling you guys that one, but I haven't looked at it since. I'm like, all right, cool. If you don't want to participate in this market rally, then by all means. But it's up to 45.93. Not horrible, right? We were looking at this at 47s. It did have a bounce, showed some bottoming signals here on IBIT. That's going to be some solid strength for Bitcoin, even though it's relatively flat, right? So and what I'm referring to is in the longer run. Now, as for the NASDAQ, choppy, I heard Sean mention it not too long ago either. It's just like, oh, okay, we have multiple tests of the 713 level, and we can't break it right now. So you want to try to get in at the lows. I'm in at the highs here on DRAM. As soon as it breaks the volume-weighted average price, we're going to get out of that trade because that's going to be our final attempt on that one. Now, Tesla, I mean, there's not much more I can say other than it's up to $430. But what we can do is head over to our watch list and see how some of these other names are performing. $221 plus. NVDA on the high. Glad that we reloaded that one. And I was referring to the fact that, hey, you've seen all the other chip names going on these big-time runs, and NVDA wasn't doing doing anything, not participating, well, yeah, guess what? It's the king of the chips time, and we're here to participate in this bad boy. Reloaded in the long term and in the swing account, and I told you what the game plan was for our earnings play here on NVDA. It's either it's going to work or it's not. It's either we're up or we're up bigly on that one, Sharif. Let's send it over to Adair.
Get it, Joey.
Tesla here, of course, sharply to the upside. I'm seeing reports, I haven't seen this confirmed yet, but it looks like the White House has apparently announced that Elon Musk will, in fact, be attending the summit with Xi. We heard reports going back about half an hour suggesting that he would be going to China with President Trump, but now apparently White House, again, has reportedly confirmed that Elon Musk will be coming with Trump and the delegation to the White House. If I get more details, I will let you know, and if I see any confirmation from the White House, I tried to find like an actual piece of confirmation, a press release, haven't seen that yet, but apparently White House says Elon Musk is coming. Back to you.
To our options trade, make sure you sit up straight and your back is not hunched. Now, moving forward, guys, let's take a look at the chain. We were talking about how they report on the 20th of this month. So we were going further out to like the June 12th. We're looking for a big move and a big move relatively quick. So, sorry, I have gum in my mouth. I should spit it out here momentarily. Now, we were talking at this name around $200. I think we were looking at the 2-something strike price. I can go back and we can double check. Now, those have really, really started to appreciate. But our objective here is that we're looking for NVDA to exceed its expected move so that we can capture multiple forms of premium. Now, we had written the 200. Oh, okay, so I remember exactly what the combination was. So we talked about it last week. Let's pull up this specific contract and we'll take a little bit more because it's appreciated in price quite a bit. So we were looking at it around $4 or so. Oh, yeah, it was around $4. It's now worth $10. So you're up substantially. But what we can do is just create a spread contract. So it's now worth $1,000, up substantially, but we can still collect $370. This was an out of the money contract, so we might have to move this up a little bit higher. Why? So we're at 221. I think if we construct the 240 and the 260 spread, we'll still have the ability to collect some time value on this one, considering it expires in 32 days. So that's my narrative. We didn't take advantage of this specific contract when it was worth $3. It would have been up huge at this point, but that's what if history. So now we have to work with what we actually have, and I think a good OTM spread leading into the earnings report is positive for this name. And I mentioned this not too long ago. I can't believe what Silver and Tesla are doing. Just too early on these entries, and they're absolutely going parabolic. Sorry to digress a little bit, but look at Silver heading right back towards the high of the day, and then Tesla's just living in its own world. All right, now one more thing before we send it back to Sharif is we have to look at these out-the-money contracts. Why? Because our objective isn't necessarily for the underlying to trade in the money, but so we can capture time value. And this contract has done that to the extent of almost 200+%. Okay, so it's unfortunate that we missed out on it. If it really starts to work out for us, we just buy back our short contract and allow that long contract to appreciate over time. Again, we have to be careful with theta. In regards to that, it's a shorter duration expiration cycle. So it's like, okay, a couple of days after the earnings report, it happens to exceed its expected move, then we look to close out the position.
All right, man. We're in Poet here, looking for a continuation into $0.75. We've got 71 pennies high. We got 61s on the moment, showing 69. No continuation through 70. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a big move through that $0.75. There's 72. Yeah, it's kind of slowing down a little bit. It's in a sense. I mean, it looks good, but who the hell knows if we're going to get the print? I mean, your guess is as good as mine. PRSO into 43 it goes. We're waiting at 45. Having had here, we've got 36s on PRSO. This is my 1R. Hence why I'm waiting in and around that area. So let's see what PRSO has to offer us. I have a bit of a bias that this at least moseys on into the $0.50, seeing it as it has a $1.43 high. Whether it goes there in a straight line or zigs and zags and then stops me out along the way, we're going to have to keep an eye out on that. So that's what I'm looking at right now. We've got Poet on. There is 70 again. There's 72. Good move here. Looking for a bigger move. There's 74. No continuation through this level, sadly. just packing the patience, looking for a bigger move up into the mid 70s. Yeah, we get nice price spikes up, but no continuation and follow through. Feels like there's a seller at 71 now. We're unable to even show 72, and right back down into 69 we go. So it's a 74 penny high. I think I was actually waiting at 74. There's 74 again. Sorry, 73 again. There's 74. We're going to take it out here. Cancel the other print. Good look. All right, so there's 1R for us. Still holding half the position. There's 77. 2R for me is 91. Let's go ahead and wait. We're going to wait 13, right around there. We're going to wait right around that area. Look at that topping tail candle into 83, right back down into the 70s. Poet is zigging and zagging here, guys. So be on the lookout. This could retrace a little bit more aggressively, possibly down to the $0.50. Continuing to wait on PRSO as we're still holding the entire position on this, not having taken out anything. So PRSO showing me some resistance here at $1.43. But be on the lookout here. PRSO is certainly a bit of a slower mover than Poet. Poet you can get a 10-15 price spike up, cent price spike up as we just got into 13.83. On PRSO, it's going to be more like, I want to say, more orderly in the ascent. So that's the look there. There it goes again, Poet into another high of day into 83. Again, no continuation. I'm waiting at 88s, okay? Even though my 2R on this one is gonna be 91, I'm gonna take it out 88. I like that number. Here we go, 82 showing up. We're basically at the high of the day, but no follow through here as people feels like they're taking profits here a little bit, Joey, into the low 80s, high 70s. So continuing to watch this. I've also got more to say on GSIT, but there goes. PRSO into 1R. We waited. We didn't even touch anything on this one. There it goes again. 47s, looking for more. Got a bias that the 50 hits. So my 2R on PRSO is 54, but we're going to wait. We're going to take out some here just because it's going to be that $0.50 resistance. We know what that $0.50 usually does. There it goes again. So 49 now. Now this could be the beginning of the end for the good times. At least, for a bit. And the reason I say that is because that $0.50 is a staunchy bugger, right? And then look at that sell right off the bat right there. We get an aggressive sell right down into low 40s. So be on the lookout. Topping tail candle now, manifesting on PRSO. And this was what I meant. You get into that $0.50 area, 49, 48. Usually there's going to be aggressive selling as people like myself are going to want to take profits, man. We're not into this for forever, Joey. This is an intraday trade. As such, profit taken is part of the deal here. So continuing to watch Poet and continuing to watch PRSO.
Poet didn't even know it. A lot of good comments in the chat that I'm seeing here. I have to agree with you guys. So I'm going to mention this before we talk a little bit more about what we got going on DRAM. Tesla absolutely going nuts here today. And silver starting to recover. So I'm liking some of those names. But I find, and including myself, I see a lot of people in the chat. It's like, okay, I'll be up nicely in the morning. And then I tend to give up the majority of it in the latter half of the session, or I just keep trading. And I'm going to speak for myself in this scenario, but it's because it's a lack of satisfaction, right? You hit this threshold, you hit this profit target, and you're like, there's a couple things I think. You get greed and then the lack of satisfaction. Now, it's really tough to be like, okay, you hit your target, stand up, and then go and enjoy the rest of your day. It's like, but I didn't, I don't feel like I've accomplished something. I need to do more, and that's not the case, right? You need to just accept it for what it is, and that's just the reality of what trading is. It's like, okay, it's either it's extremely difficult, and you have those sessions where it's like, oh, okay, I feel a little bit better. You were grinding all day, you were down, you were up, you were down, you were up. But then you have those days where you're like, okay, you hit the button a couple of times, you're up nicely, and you're like, well, what, that's it? Yeah, that is it. That is it. Just get up and you've achieved the goal. Accept the fact that you've extracted profits from the market and just go out and do something else. So if it's your side job, it's hit the gym, go for a walk or whatever it is. Because I've seen some of the most successful traders and I've had conversations with them where they're like, if you're expecting to be fulfilled and satisfied every day with trading, you're in the wrong business. Because that's not the case with certain things.
So
all right?
true, bro.
At times there's very little fulfillment because it's like, oh, that was almost too easy, right? It's just like, just get up. Just get up and leave, keep those profits. And trust me, I've been doing this for 5 years now. I have memories come up on my socials, and it's like, Joe, you started this I started studying in 2021. It's literally 5 years ago this month is when I started studying, and then 2022 January is when I went full time. All right. So yeah.
Bro, people really like these narratives because a lot of trading is you're super isolated, right? And you have no really kind of comparison. Am I on the right track? Am I not?
Yeah.
When you give this type of information, it's invaluable.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people feel that way, and I told you, and I just mentioned it. The most successful trader that I personally know, he's like, I get very little fulfillment from my trading. Right?
So insightful, bro.
Like, and it's like there's certain things where you feel like you accomplished something. So when I go out and I went on my adventure that I was telling you about, I have a goal, right? Like it's like I'm gonna hit this benchmark. You hit it, you walk back, you feel fulfilled. That's not the case with this stuff.
Man.
It's not. Some days you will, some days you'll feel happy. You do your due diligence, but there's a couple of sessions where you're just like, hey, I don't feel it, and you continue to trade, and then you end up giving your profits away, and then you feel worse at the end of the day. So I think that's a really, really big skill to hone in. Is just, hey, get that money, go out and do something else, even though you may not be feeling completely satisfied.
Couldn't agree
All right. Yeah, so there's my little spiel there, guys. 433 smackers there on TSLA. No, NVDA hitting all-time highs. We like this one. Load the boat. As soon as I seen us start to recover on this candle, this was pretty strong. I understand that we had that big aggressive selling, but you almost bounce off of this consolidation high and then off to the races you go. We talk about quite often just the fact that it's extremely high in market cap, and it takes a lot of money to move this thing now because the float is so big as well. So I like how we're buying up leading into the earnings report. I think that's some good signs of strength, and that's exactly why I continue to buy up a little bit more NVDA. And I'm going to get involved with some of these memory plays, but I think there's a time and a place. We just have to wait for those pullbacks and not get too carried away and chase them all the way up here. I mean, we can look at the P's and say, well, they're still relatively cheap, so on and so forth. We'll look at Meta. Right? And I'm going to go to an example, Sharif, that you and I had talked about before.
Let's hear it.
But Meta, relatively cool, but not performing well. I wouldn't be surprised if you start to see this stock at some point leading into the next report really start to gain some ground. And Sharif and I were looking at Google. I don't even remember what the price was, but him and I are talking about this name at a 23 times forward earnings. And we're like, what is going on here? And the stock has definitely doubled since that point. So,
as well it should, bro.
Yeah, as well as it should,
man. They made good adjustments at that company. Hats off, chapeau.
So what I'm getting at here is we're going to be using our PE as a kind of a indicator. It takes a little bit more time because you're basing it off of fundamentals.
Yeah, and I do like that approach. I like looking at the price, looking at forward PE, NP, and what the technicals say.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of both because a lot of the fundamental buyers are buying because of PE.
Exactly.
So there is a PE price floor or price ceiling that sometimes you can't go through unless you're kind of juxtaposing the fundamentals with the technicals. You bring up a fantastic point there. And I've always thought about that.
You know who, it's funny because you know who talks trash about PE sometimes, but it talks to Josh Brown.
Yeah.
Josh Brown, he's like, yeah, it doesn't mean anything. And then you have it, but then he's
because he is a fundamentals guy, and he hates to see the froth in the market. I get that, right? He's a money manager. He's got people calling him up. Why didn't you buy more Nvidia? But my golf buddy, my whatever, he's up this much. How come you're not up that much? Like that's part of the managing money business.
Josh Brown, last time, this was a long time ago. Josh Brown, he's been in like NVDA for like 15, 20 years.
He has. He wet the beak though.
Yeah.
He wet the beak pretty big.
He trimmed a large
24 something like that.
He trimmed a large position, but he's still holding on. He's like, it was just too big.
Yeah, well, I get that, man. He's a money manager. It's a profession, right?
Exactly.
He's not degenning like we are over here.
He was, what is Josh Brown? I'm trying to think of his fund that he works at here.
Oh, it's what's that?
It's on the tip of my tongue, I know.
Yeah. It's with that Barry, Ritholtz Wealth Management. Thank you, Katina, man. Katina, man, coming through there.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean.
Joey, I've got a swing trade for people here that I think you guys should take this seriously. We called out Bloom Energy a while ago. Shout out to Mitch for that. But FCell is now starting to look a little crazy here on the chart. Remember we talked about a couple of bull flags forming on the sell here. This is the daily on FCEL. It's up another 19% today. It had a fantastic week last week. Couple of bull flags, as I mentioned. Look at the volume. Just follow the volume, guys. That volume breakout looks like to be 420. I'm not saying, but I'm saying. The volume coming out the 20th of April, really coming out the 21st. Bull flag number 1, bull flag number 2, and there goes F-sell through the top of bull flag number 2. Could we get a bull flag number 3? Could we get a squeeze into $20? FCEL has been looking good lately, guys. Now, this is coming from way, way higher. It was a pandemic darling, and then it wasn't, okay? So I really want to stress that. Let's not forget where this one is coming from. I'm just trying to load up the weekly here to show you a bit of what this one is doing. But F-Cell has been making moves. Plug Power, that hot garbage as well, is also up 14%. Why does this have to embarrass me like this every time, man? Like, I'm just trying to ask for a weekly. How hard is the weekly here?
You're not getting it, Mom.
Yeah, I'm not even going to get it, Joey, but I'm sorry, guys. So when this thing decides to load up, we'll pull up the weekly there on F-Cell for you. But it's looking fantastic. It looks like a good swing trade. It's a theme, right, that's in vogue right now. The energy names, a key bottleneck in the AI stack. We've talked a lot about this. It probably behooves you to take a quick look at it. You know, maybe it fits your parameters. Maybe you've got a couple of bucks on the side you want to throw into a swing, suggesting FCEL for those who are interested. All right, continuing to hold PRSO. This one does look like the best trade is behind it. Sadly, at the moment, we're in at 36. I moved up my stop to shadow my entry. I like my entry as both support and resistance, so I'm not really putting in my stop here just based on my entry. My entry was based on technical area of resistance, so this 135 looks like it's jiving here. But I want to focus on Poet. I did get forced out of that because it did break trend. That hammer candle at 1125 breached multiple prior bar lows. It breached the prior bar and then the prior bar. So I had to get the hell out of there. So 1383 high on the Poet. The poetic one over here. We're looking for a $14 move. It's up 24.5, looking on 25%. So one that, you know, if you're a small cap gapper inclined and you want to follow along, perhaps you should be looking at that. GSIT though, I know I said very little about this one to start, but it looks fantastic over here. There it goes again, kind of. There's all sorts of respect for technicals here, and both to the good and the bad. What do I mean by that? 10-15, look at that, pops into 12, rejects 12, whole dollar level, right? Lo and behold though, where does it hold? VWAP and or the other whole dollar level, $11, a clean hold, and there it goes again, right back into $12 with the current bar high, just a little bit below the actual high of the day, 1205 current bar high, 1208 intraday high or high of the day, and it's got good amount of volume. I mean, put some freaking respect on this one's name. It's got about 250,000 shares doing over here on the current 5-minute candle. So GSIT looking pretty good. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. I had a feeling that this hot garbage JGXN was going to fail. And though, you know, it fit my price profile, it fit, you know, a lot of other things with higher lows and higher highs. It fit a lot of that. But then, geez Louise, it's going to be one of those days, Joey, on the charts, eh?
Loading.
Mine
was doing that this morning.
It's going to be one of those days, Joey. Jays, yeah. Shout out to the Jays. They tried to go for the sweep yesterday. It didn't happen, but that's fine. I'm going to the Jays game, too, this week with
yeah.
Skybox, my boy. Skybox.
Don't tell them where we're at.
Hugo's hooking it up large.
Yeah, you guys are up large, man.
There's 18 of us going, eh?
Holy smoke.
Yeah. Mostly from the other side, though. A lot of them,
those guys are always in for a good time.
They're always in, right? Like, they always have their socials. But yeah, I tried to tell you about it, but you know.
You tapped into a you there?
No, Assassino. He must be so disappointed with me. I'm so sorry, Assassino. I do apologize there. Are we going up to Adara?
Yeah, we're going to go to Adara. Then we're going to come back, talk a little UFC.
My bad.
We're talking crypto, and I would be remiss if we didn't discuss CRCL here because Circle's had quite the day to the upside. They did miss sales. Those sales rose by 20% year over year. EPS beat. They also became the first ever public company to conduct a token pre-sale. The token in question is going to be ARK. That's going to be the ARK blockchain. They raised $222 million from BlackRock and A16Z. So that's Andreessen Horowitz. Good look here for CRCL. On the day, I mean, compared to where we close here, we're certainly up on the day, closing around 113 on Friday, currently trading around 126, high of 128. Let's see if CRCL can make a new high of day before the session ends. Let's talk here about Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is continuing this nice little uptrend here with that resistance from last week of 80, I guess not technically 83,000, closer to 82.8. Let's see if we can crack above that again. The next level of support resistance, according to this daily chart, would be that 84,000, close enough to where we ran into resistance last week. Furthermore, MicroStrategy or Strategy, MSTR, last week they indicated that they could be open to beginning selling some BTC if needed. They're not doing it yet, though. They bought $43 million worth of Bitcoin for 535 Bitcoins in total as of last week. Also, just an update here with Iran reports. Last I heard, Iran saying that keeping that enriched uranium and retaining that program is non-negotiable for them. They're not putting that on the table at all. In talks with the U.S., also seeing reports from CNN suggesting that there's very unlikely to be a deal between the U.S. and Iran ahead of Trump's visit with China, which kicks off on May 13th, ends on May 14th, 2026. Trump is still speaking here about maternal health care. There's nothing market moving at all happening there, but I'll keep you guys posted. Back to you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I always like how he has everybody standing behind him. You know what I mean? Like, he gets to be comfortable. Everybody else has got to stand, though. And no matter who it is, you could be like the CEO of a company. You're standing.
Standing.
And you're going to stand behind him.
Stand.
Sometimes he'll look back at you. He'll give you a glance. You know, he'll tap you there. Be like, oh, this guy's big. Oh, he's got big head.
You knock people out. That's what he does.
How's the card on Saturday? I saw Strickland's face. He looked like he got mugged.
I don't know about that. I don't know. I grow fighting called it Sean Strickland with the W. Hamza didn't look too good, to be honest with you.
No, eh?
No, and this guy was supposed to be the boogeyman, really, but he didn't look too good. The co-main event was definitely a banger.
Who?
It's Joshua Van. These are 125 pounders.
Okay.
Like, these guys are Joshua, versus it's a Japanese name, Taisua Taira or something like that. But it was a dog fight. Yeah, it was a dog fight. Yeah. Shout out to the guy from Japan. He was absolutely a dog, man. He was getting beat up for a long time, came back on multiple occasions, but then eventually ended up getting finished. But I Grow Fighting, you called that one nice. I didn't think he was going to squeak out that W, but let's be real, man. Sean Strickland did not put on that good of a performance. It was literally, I think he landed 100 significant strikes and 95 of them were jabs.
So it was like that, huh?
Yeah. It wasn't anything spectacular. What are we going to do about Tesla here, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, we have TSLA up 5%, so
Ridiculous.
2.5 on Tesla.
There's no red candles on the 5, man.
No. There is. I mean, in the past hour, no.
Yes.
Yeah, in the past hour since 10:45, this thing has been absolutely parabolic and off to the races. I was thinking long on it earlier, right? Throughout off of this bounce, didn't get it. Had to be a little bit more patient, but it did give you the opportunity to reload right at VWAP. I'm sitting in this DRAM trade to see if it's going to get going here. We do have some lower highs that are slowly working for us. So we'll hold on to this. It might be a little bit more of a grind. And I do have to take in the fact that we've already been on a big time run, and just the continuous buy day after day might come to somewhat of a cooling. So watch out for that day where we do flush. I don't know if it's going to be today, but as long as Micron and Samsung and SanDisk continue to slowly bid up, then I think we'll be sitting in a pretty good position. You can see we do have a resistance zone at 55.40 that we have to keep an eye out on. So, but yeah, other than that,
what the hell is silver doing, dude?
Yeah, silver's up.
I thought you'd be all over that because you're above that ZSLA.
I tried it once. I took a stab on it once, and I was just too early on their entry, and I'm like,
that looks like an inverse headed. Bring that back. Is that? You see a bit of it. Yeah, I know. But go to the right. It A little inverse head and shoulder.
Yeah. I see shoulder
Yeah.
1, shoulder 2
Yeah.
head, right? Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah,
And then the
exactly.
break- yeah, exactly. And that's typically a bullish pattern. It's unfortunate that we didn't get the continuation. We're now at the high of the day. Should have been more patient on this one. But I'm like, oh, if we're going to be super strong, then maybe we get that bounce before the volume weighted average price. There was a 5-minute indecision candle right here that I was looking to go long off of, but then I'm bottom wick and then it decides to climb a little bit higher. So that's why I didn't really re-engage. DRAM slowly working out for us. We'll hold on to this. It's by far, nothing really to clap about. I mean, we'll take a treat, but it's definitely my smallest position here on the day. Took a couple losses out of the gate, and I'm like, you know what? Let's chill out.
It is.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, I discovered, I feel like embarrassed saying this because probably a lot of people know about her. But do you know about this country singer called Ella Langley?
No.
No? Kind of discovered, I found her on TikTok.
You like her?
Yeah, man, some good music. I like country music. And so when I discover a new artist, to me, it's like, okay, you kind of go through the discography, see what bangers they have out there.
Yeah.
But yes, shout out to Cheers Love. Okay, I got it. L Take, says Jesse Martinez. All right, I'll take that as well, man. Maybe it can't be for everybody. Country music rocks, says Long Brady. I love it. Let's get country. Yeah, my PD rider, he gets it. Durant Gordon can't do it, though. I got it. Sharif's a softie, says Hangry Off. I'm sorry, bro, but, it's what I like, man. I like country music. I like
You like country music? Yeah, I would
like
say it's
country
my
music,
definitely my least favorite genre.
Really, eh? No, I like country music. I like it.
But see, the thing is, though, there's nothing like driving up in Canadian cottage country just pumping some classic rock. You know what I mean?
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And you were from outside the city. You grew up outside the city, so you're all about that life.
I'm all about that life.
There you
I
go.
wasn't when I was younger, but then I grew into
A little bit different now that you're older, huh? Yeah. Doing the two-step with those guns. Shout out to Lemon Family, man. I can't two-step, man. I'll learn though. Check out Jesta James. Hold on.
Yeah, that's
Jesta James. Wait a minute, man. Let me type it in here, Joey. Jesta James. All right, I got that right there. Double S. Okay, I see. Yeah, country music.
I like it. There's a couple good tracks. I can't deny that fact.
Country music?
Yeah, those nice slow tunes.
And she has one with Morgan Wallen as well, which kind of just makes sense a little bit there, but good country music. No, it's okay, angry wife. I mean, you can say what you want. I mean, I already know you, right? Yeah. If you were a noob in the chat and you took shots at me, it'd be a little bit different. But if you're an OG, and I kind of know you're joking.
Hangry is always a positive one.
Yeah, exactly. All right, continuing to watch here, Poet, guys. It's not giving up the ghost at all. It's a lot closer to the highs than, anywhere else. 10 EMA, the $0.25, the whole dollar. So I'm very much watching. We have lower highs here on Poet, but we've got some higher lows as well. So a bit of a compression pattern from the side view. Let's see what this one does. If I had to guess, it feels like it's going to fail the $0.50. It's had a lot of support at the $0.50, and here it is again. There's buying here. There's posted buying on the exchange, on the gateways, as well as hidden buying at that $0.50-ish area. I'm talking about 51, 52, 49, that general $0.50 area here on Poet. So my guess is, and that's all that it is that it fails. And if it does fail, I'm looking at 13.25 and I'm looking at 13. Now, having said that, my observation lately with some of these small cap gappers is the money fills is kind of in between the 10 and the 20 moving average exponential on the 5-minute chart. If it ends up being that way and it gives me that kind of in between area support between the 10 and the 20, we'll get involved. But right now, there's certainly a buyer keeping this one abreast above the $0.50, whether or not they've got enough shares and conviction to maintain that sort of $0.50 defend. We'll wait and see. I'm also keeping a close eye on GSIT, he says, without even having it up on a screen. GSIT, because it just dropped from $12 again. So that's the second failed attempt to cleanly take $12. We did make a new high though. Prior high was 12.08, now it's 12.10. It loses the 10 moving average on the 5, and it is now right around the 20 moving average on the 5 and around that $0.50. It's kind of showing me a little bit of buying now, but I want to see, does it hold this area? Mosey on up above the $0.50, close above the $0.50 on the 5-minute the candle, or does it move it down into 11 1/4? And that's not just the $0.25, it also happens to be VWAP. So GSIT in focus for me here. This one is a little bit more spready than some of the ones we've been trading. Right now it's decent, it's about 6 or 7 pennies, but I've seen it as wide as 15. That needs to factor into your risk assessment and when you're trading this one. So GSIT in focus, keeping an eye on PRSO. So it did breach the 10 EMA on the 5, which pushed me out of the trade. But here it is again. This current candle, the 1140 candle, has a higher low relative to the 1135 candle, and now it just took it out on a higher high basis, okay? So we're gonna get involved here, and we're gonna give it to prior bar low. Prior bar low takes us down to 134.5. Now that's the way it goes. So we're gonna go 134, we'll go 133 just for you know what and giggles, and we'll see if we can retest that $0.50. Recall, the prior rejection was 149. So remember what I was telling you, it's a general area of the $0.50. Sometimes it doesn't quite make it up there. We'll see if this one can and whether it takes it out decisively. Vader was framed. Check out NOK. What's Nokia up to today? Let's take a quick look.
Nokia's been on a big run.
Yeah, man. I was watching an interesting story about Vader. Remember Big Van Vader? No, the wrestler, Big Van Vader?
No, I don't.
He was in WCW for a bit, then he came to WWE. Interesting kind of development with him. He didn't really like to be told how to wrestle or how to do anything, and he didn't like to do like the previews and the interviews and stuff like that. So there was, who remembers the wonderful Paul Orndorff? So he had some nerve damage in his hand. He had to retire from wrestling. So they gave him like an executive position where he would like basically run the show behind the scenes. So he's telling Vader, he's like, hey man, you got to go do an interview, right? Like you're on right now. He's like, I'll get up in a minute. And then he doesn't go. So essentially Orndorff goes, he's like, get your ass and go do the interview. And then they ended up trading hands, and Orndorff dropped Vader. Who would have thought that? With bad hand and all. Vader's like 3 times the size of Orndorff, but any event. So a little interesting story from the world of wrestling. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to go to Adair.
We have oil moving to the upside. President Trump just said that the ceasefire has, quote, a 1% chance of living, that it's on life support, and that it is weak. So sounds like the chance of this ceasefire lasting pretty thin, according to U.S. President Trump. He also called the Iranian response to their latest proposal, quote, stupid, and that Iran didn't commit to not having a nuclear weapon, which is why the proposal was deemed unacceptable. During the question period of this event on maternal health, President Trump is talking a lot about Iran. This is the first move in oil we've had, though, on this. Again, on President Trump saying the ceasefire is weak. Back to you.
Yeah, it was interesting to see what the Iranians were kind of insisting, that they want to maintain their nuclear program. It's kind of not on the table, as well as they want basically authority over the Strait of Hormuz. Who in their right mind would grant them that, seeing how they've been kind of blocking the whole thing for a couple of months now? Like, which country would agree to that?
No one would, really, to be honest with you. So, I mean, hey, but when it comes to negotiation, Shreve, you know you got to aim high, man. Just
aim high, Willis.
Yeah, exactly. Aim high. Plenty of ops to come still. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying we have too many oppositions coming our way. But yeah, you'll get it back. No, I mean we're chilling, man. We'll see what we got. Tesla's been absolutely parabolic here today. We're still sitting in this DRAM trade. There's gonna be plenty. It's a long week too. Couple weeks until Memorial Day. It's the 24th, right? So yeah, okay, all right. The Monday, I think.
Man, my birthday falls on Memorial Day this week.
It's
which
24th, right?
My birthday's the 25th, and Memorial Day is on Monday, so it's the 25th. So I literally have my birthday off because we have the Monday the 25th off because it's Memorial Day. The market's closed.
Oh yeah. Sunday is the 24th. Yeah. Okay,
so it's Victoria Day.
Good.
I just love how Victoria Day is on the 24th, but they give us the 18th off.
Is that what
it makes sense, Joey?
Well, we don't get that day off, my boy.
No, we don't get it, but Canadian employees do, yes. Poet's about to take out 14, guys. Here we go. I feel like Fabrizio Romano. Anybody in the chat get that? Here we go.
For Shreve's birthday this year? No, not cool.
Oh, that's crazy.
No,
that's crazy.
No bets leading into.
I just can't believe it hit 125 on your birthday.
Yeah,
that to me is going to be the What the? How did that even happen?
Man, that's how you know it's a pure simulation. $46 here in Bitcoin as it breaks through, or sorry, IBIT, as it punches through the volume weighted average price and then puts in a new high of the day. So not too bad there, guys. A nice strong recovery we're seeing in this specific asset. We like this. I mean, off those lows, you get $37. You're up 30% off of that level, but we're still down quite a bit off of the all-time high, right? Still 37%, slightly comical. I heard Sean saying, yeah, I mean, I tend to agree a little bit, aside from the fact, one thing that I think we need to keep in the back of our mind is that it's not popular right now, right? But what happens when it starts trading again? We tend to kick things when they're down and say, yeah, who even wants this when they're not performing that well and the overall market is. But it's like at the beginning of the year, there's only a couple of us that picked chip names because we thought the chip trade was starting to come to a cool and we were just worried about the CapEx spend, but then it's just right back in play. And I think that's going to be the narrative, is that some things in high quality products, not saying that Bitcoin is, they tend to get forgotten about and they're like, yeah, who really wants it, until everybody wants it again. And it's that cool toy. And I think that might be the narrative here. I don't think Saylor and some of the larger institutions would be creating and constructing their own ETFs, have the best ETF launch of all time, and then it just be totally forgotten about 2 years later. I don't think that's the case. I wouldn't be surprised if Bitcoin does hit all-time highs before the new halving cycle, before the next halving cycle. If not, then by all means, it is what it is. Maybe it's not what we think it is, and maybe people don't love it as much as we thought they would. So only time will tell, but I think in the long run, Bitcoin will be just fine.
Trump says Republicans should abandon midterm elections. What does that even mean? What is he saying over there?
I like that Elon Musk thing.
What is this guy? Why is he saying that for?
I like that Elon Musk X that you sent me.
Yeah. Elon, I don't know what Elon was on the weekend, but anybody who viewed some of the tweets or whatever, the X's that he put on the weekend was like, okay, Elon.
Did he delete that post?
No, he didn't. And I mean, I have a screenshot of it, so even if he does, but
I think at the...
it's ripping. Go ahead, Joey.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we're still in DRAM. This thing's continuing to climb. But I mentioned this the other day. As soon as you hit an X amount of money in your bank account, who cares what everybody else thinks? And I think he's either...
Bro, he's a public company CEO.
I don't know why he said no tax when he's like, dude,
he paid the most in the history.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know.
What did he say? He paid $15.8 billion in taxes
something
last
like
year?
that. So I didn't understand that part, but the rest I can get behind. But other than that, I don't know why he said no tax. And it's like, bro, you paid the most tax out of anybody on the
I think he aspires to pay for no tax, but whether that's going to happen or not.
Yeah, obviously that. Well, in what?
Guys, if you want to know what Joey and I are referring to, probably can't show you on the show, obviously, but you can go and view it for yourself on X. Just go. I think it was like was it a Saturday post or a Friday post? Something like that. But he deleted it, Jesse.
Did he?
No way!
Why
what a
did he
shock!
Do that, man.
That's
hilarious. All ramped up.
He was on something.
Yeah, he was on something right?
there,
he was having a good time.
It had 500,000 likes, though, right? So, there's that.
Forget, man.
All right, man, here we go. We're keeping an eye here on Poet, topping tail candle into 14.18, coming back down into 14. I want to keep a close eye on this one. I'm also really running out of room for PRSO. Full disclosure, we're like in a fraction of the shares that we were in on PRSO, just kind of to ride it through the $0.50. It's not doing that. It's holding higher low. So if it loses 135, I'm out. Really that simple, okay? But what I'm watching right now is if Poet has the juice to keep this above 14. So we did get that big price spike up, topping tail-ish candle forming right now on the 5 with a 14.18 high coming down in 14.04. But it seems like it's holding up here. So let's a lot of bottoming tails candles on the 1 as well. Are these actual real wicks? So I'm not seeing that price action on my black charts. Let's flip to the 1. Oh, I probably shouldn't do that because then it's going to spaz out. Yeah, all right. Well, we're going to give Poet another try here. If it wants to hold up above 14, gives me about 12, 15 pennies worth of risk from what we're currently showing. I just want to flip to Poet on the 5-second chart over here, get a better idea of where the support and resistance is. Let's see if we can get a better look at that. It's just taking a long time to load, as are all the charts today, so that's going to cause me a bit of a problem here. Sorry, give me 1 sec just to kind of wait for the 5-second chart to load up. It keeps finding support in the 14 single digits. We're going to give this one the old college trial. We're going to give it with a lot less shares. Let's give it to about 13.96 or so. See if it wants to stop out there or what the situation is going to be with this one. But what do we got? We got 12s. I'll keep an eye on this one. I'm looking for maybe a move into the quarter dollar. If it loses 14, 13.96, we're out on this one. I'm also keeping a close eye on GSIT. This one's starting to look like it may be finding a bit of a price floor here with an 1140 low. So I'm going to send it to you, Joey, just because I want to throw in a bigger order here on GSIT.
A shout. There goes DRAM all the way to the top side. We like that. Dude, he can't reach the top shelf. He will. Okay, I don't know what Agro said. But yeah, I already gave you credit where credit is due. I know this is totally off topic, Agro. But yeah, good call out on the Sean Strickland W. Here we are in silver. I mean, new high of the day up to $77. And considering I did put a little bit more cash in my long-term account, and I was telling you guys that I literally can't remove anything. So whatever is locked in there is locked in there until I hit a certain age.
Oh,
so,
that's sick.
Yeah, I can. It's a lira.
Wow.
Yeah.
You were mentioning that last week, but I was just kind of not in the concentrating mood last week.
Yeah, it's a lira.
Interesting.
So, yeah, so every time I deposit, it's just boom. It's in there, right? Unless I lose it, but I don't think that's going to be the case. So there's a bunch of things that I'm going to be looking to allocate here throughout the coming months. We're going to grab some silver and gold for the long term, and we're going to grab a couple more tech names. We're in some banks and Walmart. We got our stable, but I think for the foreseeable future, for the next couple of years, we're going to see this tech trade. As long as these hyperscalers continue to spend, and even when they stop spending, what are the ROIs on all of this CapEx? Like we know Amazon and on all the hyperscalers, they're not just spending this money to spend it. They're going to see the money start to come back. We know that their free cash flow, Amazon just essentially using up 95% of it. But what happens when they become cash heavy once again? And that's what I'm going to be looking forward to. Even with this CapEx, with all the money that they're spending, it has to fall funnel to somewhere. I was listening to the All In, and I know you were listening to that one.
Yeah.
Dude, what was up with the start of that one?
Which one?
The Grok,
last week or the week before?
The week before. The Anthropic AI Grok, the one that they were talking about.
Yeah,
and Sam Altman. What was up with the start of that?
Remind me. I'm forgetting a little bit here.
They were just talking about, I forget who it was, his favorite podcast, and people's names.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is going on here?
Calcanis?
I had to make sure.
I don't know, bro.
I had to make sure that I was listening to the right thing, and I'm like, okay, all right, finally, when they started to get it.
Is
but I thought it was funny. Anyways, so essentially what I'm getting at here is this trade, I believe, is going to go on for the next couple of years. Once the spending starts to cool down, then you're going to see even more cash on hand for some of these names. Surprisingly so I was just listening to what they had to say on some of the larger players, the OpenAIs, the Anthropics, and the Geminis. Anthropic is still actually at the lower daily or active monthly users and daily active users.
Yeah, but look at the revenue, brother.
The revenue is crazy, but I think what's really huge.
10x'd.
Exactly, and that's what I was about to get at.
What the bad word.
And that's what I was about to get at. They're at like 100 million monthly active users or something along those lines, and OpenAI is at like 300 or 900 billion or something along those, or million, sorry. Anthropic has that room to still grow exponentially because we've already seen that happen in OpenAI, and I think that's why people are really intrigued by it, including myself. And that's what one of the IPO names that I'm going to hold on to some cash to just hold on for the long run because of the enterprise aspect. And Sam Altman, unfortunately, just missing that train as Gemini and Anthropic sign all of these government deals.
You got to see the text messages between Mira Murati and Sam Altman when he got booted by the board, and he was basically using Murati as his in to see what the board was saying, thinking, doing, etc. Just this guy, man, he's becoming less and less of my favorite person. He already showed
anyway. You already showed a bunch of like social media posts like saying.
And you could make the argument that those people were biased, right? But you got to see what some of the people on the Microsoft board were saying when this whole thing happened. Nadella just wanted stability. For all those people that think that Nadella was looking to back him up, Nadella was looking after his own money. All right, they had money in OpenAI that they needed things to calm the hell down. But anyway, we'll get to this in a second because everything's ripping. Poet is absolutely ripping. We're in here at 12. We just wet the beak at 33. Poet's on the move. It's doing things. Watch out here. We could be at the $0.50 quick as you like. Where we wet the beak basically up from 14. It holds 14 clearly. It is on the move. Let's see if the $0.50 is any major area of resistance. Now, we just got into $0.75 on GSIT. My 1R is 83. I'm posting up at 82. It just popped off, I want to say, into 75, dropping back down now into 71. I'm not getting the print here because we are not getting continuation into the 80s. So GSIT, I'm starting to debate whether or not I should be wetting the beak here at these levels. And there it goes into 73, 75 now showing up again. And 79, not far away. It's almost there on the ask. We've basically taken out all the size at 75 and 76. I'm looking for 79s to show up, but it's really going to be 82 that gets me printed. What's an R, Sharif? Great question, Tony. So risk versus reward. So for example, if I'm risking based on my stop loss and my entry level. So for example, GSIT, where am I in? 1159. I'm going to tell you my stop loss just for the purpose of this example. My stop on GSIT is 1135, right? I'm in at 59, meaning what? That my 1-to-1 risk to reward, I'm risking from 1159 to 1135. That means my profit for 1 times risk is $11.83. So when I say 1R, I'm saying 1 times my risk. When I say 2R, it's 2 times my risk. For the sake of example, on GSIT, my 2R is 1207. Okay, whereas my 1R is 1183. So that's kind of what I mean by that, right? And a lot of, the risk to reward analysis here is for prop trading, right? Because you got to basically everything is based up on your risk. So that's kind of what I want to get through there. I hope that made some sense. So we wet the beak there on GSIT, Joey. I'm starting to feel like this one might be a bit top heavy into the $0.75. Also separately here, what's it called? Poet is right back into 10s. We'll take that out break even at 11 for a penny loss. Topping tail candle into 1136, couldn't quite make it up into the $0.50. Last but not least, we're still holding PRSO. We're 3 pennies out of the money on this one. I still like the structure that it's putting in higher lows and still above the 10 EMA on the 5. I'm looking for the $0.50. So that's what we're looking for there. It is now 12 o'clock. And that means we're going to go to Adara for happening now. And then Neil has his lesson of the day. Oh.
Got an interesting situation here, guys. Market near day's high, specifically talking about the SPY, and so is USO. I mean, we've got a lot of talk here coming from U.S. President Trump on the situation with Iran. He's still speaking, by the way, guys. He's been speaking for about an hour. He said that the ceasefire's on life support and it's got a 1% chance of survival, so indicating that the collapse of the ceasefire is very likely. We know he was not satisfied with Iran's counterproposal, something that he repeated a couple times today as well. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens here. We've looked at the SPY and the USO. Here is NASDAQ. We know this is trading very differently from the SPY earlier today. Now we've got NASDAQ and S&P 500 neck and neck, continuing to push to the upside. Let's talk here about TSN. This name is on watch here. This is not TXN. This is Tyson Foods, TSN, on watch here. As we get Wall Street Journal reporting the Trump administration is going to be allowing more foreign-produced beef at lower tariff rates to temporarily reduce tariffs on beef imports. We know there a while back here, I think in October, President Trump announced he wanted an investigation into the meat packing industry, so this could be related here. Either way, TSN, not a ton of volume on this. I believe just under 1 million shares last time I checked, but something to keep an eye on. Just seeing news on Amazon here as well, and you can see it spiking to the upside. Anthropic announcing the Claude platform on AWS. So Claude and Amazon Web Services collaboration. We can see Neil dancing, market dancing to the upside as well. Let's talk here, last but not least, updated look at who's visiting China with President Trump. This is latest reports. I haven't posted this yet on X in case it changes again, but Last I checked, this is the rundown. You're going to get Tim Cook, CEO of Apple, Larry Fink, CEO of BlackRock, Brian McInerney, CEO of Visa, Michael Niebach, CEO of MasterCard, Elon Musk, CEO of a whole bunch of companies, Kelly Wordberg, CEO of Boeing, Dina Powell-McCormick, former Trump administration member, I believe in Trump 1.0, and also the president and vice chair of Meta. And last but not least, Chuck Robbins of Cisco, who, if this is true, would be visiting China the day his company reports earnings. So kind of a wild take there. If I get more details, I'll let you know. This infographic, again, yet to go out in case I get more changes to this roster. But you can find the old version of this visual with the last roster here on X at TTV Research. But you know what you can find every day around 12 at Trader TV Live? Neil's lesson of the day. So what am I doing talking? You want to hear Neil and his lesson. Neil, what was the lesson? How was the chicken? Tell us more.
Well, I'll get to the lesson in a second. The chicken was delicious. Absolutely. But first off, how are you going to go to China when your company's reporting? Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right, Mr. Robbins. Aren't you supposed to be on a conference call? Aren't you supposed to be telling investors why Cisco is? That's just weird to me when I see that. Anyways, it doesn't really make a difference. So the lesson of the day, if I'm talking about anything that I trade today, then I'm just going to be going over a bunch of mean reversions that all worked out pretty well. So the question I want to posit is, what is better than a rainbow? A double rainbow, which we all know if you're old enough. What's better than a breakout? A double breakout. See, it's a very simple concept that I'm just making it up today because of something we saw on Friday, and then again today when I was discussing NVTS with a trader in the pre-market. So what the heck is a double breakout? Well, it's about as boring as it sounds. It's simply a stock in an upward trajectory, which has a local breakout setup, which is, let's just say, bolstered by a second breakout level. Like, there's two places where traders are looking break long, where shorters are looking, oh my goodness, we're getting screwed, let's get out of here. Rocket Lab did this on Friday. Not that hard to point out the 86.7 that we had on our note in the morning. That would be, a prior high. It also goes back to, I think this would be like the 23rd. So you have that breakout looming in there for what is like your standard sort of level break. You got prior day resistance, which lines up with another level. Then you have also this lower high that got put on the daily chart, which sets up for another level. So it's got room and then break, and then it got room to the high, and then you could call it a triple if you wanted to. I left it at double because I wanted to talk about NVTS. And what it gives you is, it's almost like if anyone's ever seen the movie The Core. So anyways, it's a science fiction. I'm not spoiling it. If you've never seen the movie, it is so old that don't at me that I'm spoiling the movie for you. But one of the things that they have to do to basically save the world is a series of explosions where one explosion basically gets a chain reaction started, and the next one, which bolsters the strength of the move. And that's what you get in this particular case. You get the 86.7 break, then you get 92 breaking out on the daily chart, and then you have the high on the effectively the all-time high breaking out. So then you get all of these multitudes of levels where you've got other stops and other long entries adding fuel to the fire of your original break. And that's what can give you that bigger outsized move. And the reason, and now this is something that I'm going to start looking at in the repertoire and start giving breakouts of this ilk just more love. And why do they need more love? Because they get more upside for you. So Navitas would be the example of one here where it's the same as Rocket Lab. You have a local prior day high break, right? So consolidation, prior day high break. It also goes back resistance. So you go back a couple weeks, you find other resistance levels confluencing that breakout. You then go back a little bit further. So there's one break. There's your next break at 19.8. So you look for your acceleration through there. And again, it's all in that initial candle on the 15. Like, you're breaking one and it's taking you clean through the other where you get more acceleration. And really what it comes down to, like any breakout trade, typically they have like certain rules. Like, you might just break out the top, give it to the pre-market low, give it back to VWAP. Usually it's something along those lines that most traders are going to be interested in. But the other side of the equation is, how far can it go? And if in this particular case off the open, you're just being given more juice because there's a second stop out level, which is giving the opportunity for more shorts to get stopped out, for more longs to join, and that's where you get that confluence and that crazy breakup that you saw in both Rocket Labs and NVTS. So I already told you guys that I pretty much polished off the chicken. It was delicious. Unfortunately, though, Shauna, you can see the plate. Like, he can actually show you the food because I already ate it. That's hard to. So usually we get like a drumstick, but this was all. Yeah, this was just all like breaded chicken breast. So you got a good I got 3 solid pieces of meat. It was pretty delicious. The salad was solid. The only downside is because I'm on that no cheese lunch. Oh yeah. I didn't get the mac and cheese.
There's lots left.
Yes, but I can go grab some if I want. So I'll probably go grab some a little bit later. But yeah, absolutely great lunch. Check out those double breakers if you see one. Good one on Navitas. Good one there on Friday. Why are we hitting the fail? Why are we hitting the fail? All right, it's like that. Why are we hitting the fail? You failing on the lunch? You hating on the lunch, Joe? Okay.
Yes, yeah, it was Joe.
Not me.
It was Joe.
Just say it was Joe, even though I have no idea
crazy.
if it was. So somebody's hating on this lunch. I don't know what it is, but it was.
Neil, if I told you I didn't do something, I would hope that you believe me if I
Oh.
If you can't tell we're just having fun, Joe, come on, son. Come on, son. Nah, it was probably, I can't tell. It was probably Fabian. But I'm just looking over there like,
this is fantastic.
No. Hold on here.
What?
Who is the individual who hates the carbohydrates in the?
What happened to you? Been narking on people? I thought you don't narc on people.
I didn't narc on anybody.
Yeah, right, that guy. Unreal. Yeah,
Was it you,
me.
Sharif?
It was me, Neil. Neil, can I say something? I actually do like the taste of the fried chicken. It's fantastic. There's really no arguing that. You'd be a stone cold liar if you said those didn't taste good.
Okay, then.
It's just a little oily, Neil. That's all I'm saying. It's a little
doesn't
oily.
have to be good for you.
I had a bit. I feel
You just
like
got to
it was
enjoy
a
it
little
sometimes.
undercooked.
Enjoy yourself. All right, you said.
Thank you, Neil, for the lesson of the day. Fantastic as always. Neil Roberts, baby, at that noon hour. Joey.
Yeah.
There goes GSIT right back into $12, guys. What do we got on? We got 59s. This is the problem, though. Every attempt, stop, I'm trying to analyze. Every attempt on the day to breach 12 on a closing basis has failed. I'm talking about the topping tail can or the top wick, 10:15, fail. We're going to do it again, 11:30, fail. And here we are again, hitting $12 and failing to even wick above it. So keep the lookout here. There's a seller at 12. They've been there all day. Whether or not we get through it this time around, we'll have to wait and see. We're showing 99s. What are they saying now? Here's 12. We can't even show 1201s on the time and sales. Let's see what kind of resistance we're expecting here. We're going to see, not expecting, we're already expecting it. At $12, I'm packing the patience. We've done a good amount of volume here, and the spread's tightened up to 2 pennies on GSIT. 8.37 million shares have exchanged hands on the day, and it's been very respectful of trend. You got a wick off VWAP. I think that was the money fill for anybody involved in this name. That came in at 10:30. If you were holding it from there, good on you guys. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. And PRSO, we're still holding here. We're a penny out of the money. We got 43.5, so showing me 42. Here's 43 again, so now we're half a penny off the money. And I'm looking for a bigger move up. We know there's resistance at 45. And there's a staunchy seller at 45 when you view it on the 5-minute chart, even though the high of the day is 49. Well, why am I talking about 45 then? Well, because we've had no closing prints, believe it or not, above that $1.45 intraday. So I do like the higher lows. I do like the respect for the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. I don't like the fact that we can't print anything above 45 right now. So that is what I'm keeping a close eye on. We are above $12 now on GSIT into 05s. The high of the day is 10. I'm looking for a beak wetter at 7. There's no continuation, and the spread is opening up. To be expected, though, when you get into these areas of technical resistance, the spread does open up. The bid drops off, the ask pops up, and here we are. We're showing 04s. I'm looking for a 7 print. That means that it'll have to move above 7 on the bid, and there it goes, Joey, into 1209. We get the print. We're looking for a little bit more. Let's see if this one can work up above 1210. That's first and foremost. And then the the second thing is, can it have a 5-minute closing print above $12? So far, we can't. I'm posting at 18 next. Let's see if we can get that move. 12.15 now, Joey. That is a new high a day on GSIT. We're packing the patience, and there it goes into fifth of a dollar. I know you get hyped up. Here we go, baby. GSIT's on the move. 12.21, 12.26. Oh no, it's gonna go to the third of a dollar. Let's go here, GSIT guys. We're looking for half here. Let's go for the $half now. This could be the first 5-minute closing print on the day. Who knows? Oh, my Atlanta.
Yeah.
Speaking of Atlanta, shout out to Nicole Harris, who is from Hotlanta.
But it says Nicole Vada.
Yeah, well, her name is Nicole Harris.
Oh, okay.
Okay, she's an OG.
Okay.
All right, shout out to Nicole. That's what I'm talking about, Asesino. A longtime viewer and a good friend of the show, Nicole Harris. Shout out, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Joey, this is all your life right here. iBit options, Mara, Tesla, and SPY options today. LFG. Love this team. We love you. Thank you very much, Nicole, for the $5 super chat. OG of the show. And now we're going to have to send you to a dare at the big desk.
Am I not tapped in or something?
Are we not going?
I didn't hear anything.
Oh, didn't you say something? No, my mistake.
No, you said super chat.
My mistake. Super chat. I got you.
Let's break down some Bitcoin here, man. We got the jitter juice rolling, man. We're doing
jitter juice.
Yeah, we got a lot going on.
How much jitter juice you got over there, Joey?
I got one of these, but listen, I wasn't feeling good at all yesterday.
Numero, how many is that?
Well, I never completed one, so maybe I just keep reloading.
That's a third,
a little bit.
That's a third?
It's 2.5. We'll call
it. 2.5. You see this guy?
Yeah, we'll call it 2.5. But I thought I was gonna have to go to hospital on Sunday morning.
Some great noises.
45.80, guys. Big time breakout now. Bitcoin off to the races, 46.32. The long term is going to be liking this one as Bitcoin continuing to climb. And I've mentioned this time and time again. I'm still waiting for that session. Like, look how minuscule and how like Raggedy Ann, is that even the right term? But
yeah,
I'm
pretty sure it is, bro.
I just feel like that we need that strong day where we climb like $5 or $6. I mean, here we are 48.80. That's not even really that strong. It's like $2 over here. But if we go back into the past of Bitcoin, we know we can put in a 10% day. So I'm just being patient and waiting for that one where a bunch of shorts are going to get squeezed. But we also have to keep an eye out on this 47, we'll call it $48 flat level, which we're heading in towards right now, okay? I think there's going to be a trade to be had within this neck of the woods and within this technical setup here is that we break through the resistance and then we come back into the middle of the range and then even a break of this $55 pivot. I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves on it, but just game planning for the future, and that's going to be one of the setups I have on IBIT. If this trend breaks to the downside, I don't like that whatsoever. Hopefully it can recover relatively quick, and that will determine some of the strength within Bitcoin itself, right? So if it happens to fail the trend and you see it have a couple of selling days, but what is it like following that? And what am I going to use as a potential example here? On NVDA, we had a nice breakout, and then you had some pretty weak sessions following, but when you recover strong and then print new all-time highs. So up to $221.72 here on NVDA. We had a 222 high, and we like that. The only Mag 7 that is more than 10% off of the all-time high, you guessed it, is META. Getting absolutely slacked. The rest of them, need I say, they're either at or around the all-time high within a couple of percentage points. Obviously, Tesla's still down about 10 or 11%. So 24% off of that all-time high, right? Broadcom, it's there. We don't even have to do a percentage metric. We'll do it on Tesla because look at this. It's like 4 up days in a row. So really strong PA to the point where you're only down 11%. Amazon, I mean, we can ramble on about that. 2.5%. So that's one session in Amazon. Oh, and Microsoft. So it's Meta and Microsoft. It starts with an M. It's not that good, apparently, these days, Sharif. And then down 25%. So
well, except Marvell. Let's not forget about Marvell, baby.
My bad.
It's up 103% year to date.
Yeah, I know. How could I forget? Anyways, money on for the Marvells there. But yeah, Microsoft and Meta not performing. We're having DRAM start to come back in a little bit. And someone asked me.
Ask me outside.
Yeah. Is this, before I send it back to you, Sharif, I want to pull up our portfolio here our stock portfolio tracker to see where your boy, Ramin.
She number uno?
No, she's up 5%. How did she just gain ground like that?
Or
It was
not, which one, RKLB? Which one she have?
It's one of those two.
Yeah.
Sharif, you're falling down to that 10th spot
I
there,
know,
my
man.
boy.
I'm really bad, bro.
Sean up 108%. Big Bear AI down 32%. OB down 57% in the Circle Short. I think Sean already classified him as liquidated on that one there. But what
he would have been margin called.
Yeah.
He would have been like, yo,
you're done.
put some more money or we're closing your position, baby.
It's done. IREN was up huge for Brendo, but then we had Walmart that was up 10%. But what do we have here is Rocket Lab for Ramin up 36%. Oh, wow, just moving fast and furious. And we have Netflix down 3% for and AST Space Mobile. Watch out. I think Ramin's a sleeper pick here.
Yo, bro. Now, Ram's clearly got it going on. Ram, can you hear me? No, she's got her headphones on. I want to know if she actually owns it. That'd be some money printing there. All right, guys, we're continuing to watch PRSO. There it is in the 46, and there's the print. We got 44s on. We're looking for the retaking of that high of the day, which is 49. Second trade into this. Let's see if we can get through that $0.50 or what the situation is going to be. Keeping a close eye here on PRSO. Look, Poet's pulling back. It's GSIT and PRSO. It's their world right now. We're living in it, right? So let's see if we can get something on the door of the $0.50. We're going to post at 49 and see what's up with that. Poet, by the way, I don't want to speak badly here about Poet. But I mean, it's certainly seen a better day, or seen better levels on the day. But I do really like this level here. Look at this area of previous resistance, essentially 1375 to 1380. You could say the area resistance. Now, the good part about this news is we're holding up right at the 10. EMA on the 5, and it's overlapping with that former area of resistance. So I want to see, we don't have to be first to this trade, right? We have a 1436 high, and if your bias is we take out that level, we're probably going to 415, maybe 15. 450 to 15. So I want the first 5-minute candle to come in, make a new high, close green, and then we'll get involved with Poet. But for the moment, just going to steer clear of this one and see exactly what it does. I don't need to be first. Let's get to the super chats. There's a couple here. Thank you, Carl Baxt Art EJ7, dropping £2 in the chat. Thoughts on ISRG at current price? You both rock. No, you rock.
No.
Shut out. Let's just look at quickly here the levels on ISRG, and then we're going to throw it to Adara. ISRG, let's just take a quick look at the daily. Okay, so this is the 5-minute. It doesn't look good. This is the daily. It looks like it's right at that, it's losing resistance, it's losing support, pardon me. This is trouble because you're below that 430 level, right? That 430 level was a staunchy area of support, essentially from September of last year to that big breakout in late October. Now, you do have levels below that. That was the tariff tantrum in April of 25, the low of which was around $400. So you could be back on the way to 400 here. And then that 400 is also a key area of technical resistance. Take a look at the resistance from late January of 24 to when we broke out above that level in May of 24. So 400, a key area of resistance, but you are below local area lows at 430. I'd say watch out. You don't know exactly whether this one is going to retrace back above 430. There's a rule here I want to bring your attention to. It's the 3-period rule or the 3% rule. If you're charting on the day, on the daily, the 3-period rule is 3 days. So you would need 3 straight days of closing below that 430. Or if you're charting on the weekly, you need 3 straight weeks closing below 430. That's the 3-period rule. The 3% rule is if you're below that key area of technical support by more than 3% on a closing basis. So that the area again would be 430. See where this one closes. If it's below 3%, you might have a bit more to the downside. Thank you for that super chat, Carl Bax Art. We're going to get to the other one when we get back from Adara.
But I hear on GM, this is at day's lows. Not a massive move on this, but I think it's worth mentioning the story. We know earlier today we had reports that GM is going to be paying $12.75 million to settle this California lawsuit. Here's a completely unrelated story that I want to mention here. GM reportedly cutting hundreds of white-collar workers in an effort to trim costs. Again, hundreds of workers, probably not massive for GM. They are at day's lows. I wanted to mention here for you guys. Again, GM layoffs, back to you.
much for that. And Let Us Go TV. Drop him 5 in the chat. We're going to thank him for that. However, he's coming at us here. Hey, team. Let's hold off on the renovations until after market close. LMAO. I mean, yes, ideally. But, logistics are what they are. Some people are just not available during that time. But, yeah hopefully, I don't think there should be too much going on. I see Mark's giggling, so there could be some more noise.
Hit the drill, Mark.
Yeah, well.
It's a cue the drill.
Nah, it shouldn't be too bad, Joey.
All right. So here we go. Another $5 super chat.
Oh,
how much you lose on Chimaev, Joe? Any advice on getting started futures? That's crazy. So you chirp me and then you ask for advice after. What a what a way. I didn't bet on the fight, to be honest with you. I couldn't figure anything. I didn't like it. I was gonna take Hamzat money line, but I didn't end up taking it because it wasn't paying. It was the Strickland was definitely the pick there, plus 300. Any advice on getting started futures? I'm not a futures trader, but if you're going to be referring to like the NASDAQ and stuff, I trade the TQQs, really. So I think that's I'm the wrong person to ask on getting started within futures trading. You have the micro and the mini. Each point is worth different, $25 and $50 respectively. And I mean, there's a lot of commodities that you can trade, obviously, with that. But I personally never traded the futures. I don't know about you, Sharif.
I have. My suggestion is, just for the sake of your account, because the futures are so levered. Like I really do mean, like even the MNQ. The MES, a point move up is like $5, right? Plus or minus. My suggestion to you would be start on, I know these are not strictly futures, I get that. Some people don't like calling the TQQ futures, or the Qs, or the SQs, or the SPY, or any of the other derivatives. I would say start with those derivatives, right? The Qs, the TQs, and then if you've got a feel for the levels and you kind of, you've got the idea right there for futures trading, then go ahead, try your hand maybe at the micro E-mini, get into the actual futures contracts. Personally, I would just say how I would start. I would start through these levered ETFs and then, or not even levered, perhaps just the triple Qs or the SPY, and then work your way into the actual.
Get used to the price. I mean, yeah, I could see that makes sense, Sharif.
Yeah, the micro or the mini, absolutely. Queen
$40.
Lisa, I don't know how to say your name, but you're absolutely right there. Guys, go ahead. You want?
Yeah. Let me talk about what we got going on here right now. We have DRAM. We're all out of that one at the break, even a little bit more. It trailed stop on that one, but we took some profits off at the highs. Never top ticked that one as it continued to climb. But then as soon as it broke this support level, I'm like, you know what? If it continues to slide, let's get out. And I also am short a little bit of TSLL right now to see if we can get a little somewhat of a reversion. If it breaks this previous pivot high, then I'm out, and then I wouldn't be surprised if it continues to climb. What we can look at is some of these secondary trends right here. So there is a higher low right there, but we do have a lower high, which essentially is what I'm basing my trade-off. So this wedge, which direction is it going to go? It might be continuation to the top side, right? So I have to be prepared to get out at the break of this pivot, and then we look to see what we can do from there. Small size on this TSLL short. I know a lot of people in the chat are saying Bitcoin and Robinhood are going off. Yes, they are. Here's Robinhood. Yeah, I think this Tesla short is not going to work out today. I'm only going to take one more stab on that. I'm not going to be going against something that's going to be grinding higher and higher and higher. We want to make things as easy as we possibly can in life, and there's no need for me to be trying to continuously short something that has just been grinding higher all day. Just doesn't make sense to me in my head. Now, here it is on Robinhood, up to almost $80 here, a high. So that's not too bad of a look, a nice recovery. I was looking at it from a daily perspective to see what we got going on, a nice little uptick, but on the grand scheme of things, you are still down 50+% off of that, 48 to be exact there, off of that previous pivot high. FinTech not really in play, but maybe we're seeing somewhat of a rotation. How are the banks been performing? JPM, one of my most recent buys here, are adding into the position, not performing relatively well. Now moving forward, let's take a look at Bitcoin once again via IBIT, as it's now printing 46.37s. Let's go. What was our previous pivot high right there? 46.52. Yeah, it's moving good today. We had it on our radar. It's unfortunate that we didn't participate in this nice little rally, but it is what it is, right? Like Gucci Man once said, miss a bus, Anyway, I butchered that one. Moving forward, CrowdStrike up to 5. I butchered that one big time.
Bro, they're all moving.
They're all moving.
They're pan-W piece of...
What is it? Why are you calling it a piece?
Because, bro, I was telling Brendo this last week. I didn't realize how much pan-dub I had.
How do you not realize
because
that?
I was dollar cost averaging and I was throwing orders at technical levels.
Oh, and then you got filled at you. Oh, you never,
I was putting them out on technical levels.
You had the GTCs out?
No, I just, I try to take the subjectivity, as you and I have talked about. So I just throw out orders, orders, resting orders.
Like good till cancel orders.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That fill outside our regular trading hours as well, right?
Yeah.
And so I didn't realize how much of this I have. So I'm going to have to de-lever here as we're pretty close to all-time highs again on that hot garbage. It's ripping.
Go to the daily on this thing.
It's 220-ish, I think, all-time highs on the dub. Yeah, just throw it.
I mean, if you were...
I'm pretty sure it's 220. I could be wrong on that, but double check for me. Go back. Yeah, zoom out.
Yeah.
It's 225? 225, yeah. So
and the way that
close,
you're moving, I mean, man, that's not too bad. Like, I mean, yeah, hey.
Yeah, dude, and the thing is, man, that was a tough trade. Basically, having to deal with that 225. Yeah, it couldn't catch a bid for its life. Yeah. And then Anthropic would come out every day with all these, mythos this,
mythos
crap that, and it was just, oh my days. Anyway. It's not heart garbage, bull bear signals, YT. I mean, I say that exaggerating, of course. Yeah. I was just annoyed by the fact that I had to take so much off the top. But the point was, I didn't realize how much I had of this thing. So I've got to de-lever here. That's the point of the whole thing.
I hate saying these things, but it's just truly how I feel. When are we expecting this Anthropic IPO?
Okay, dude, this Anthropic IPO could be deadly. And I want to, you brought...
In a good way or a bad way?
Yes. They're 10Xing every freaking year, okay? Now, we're not going to say they're going to 10X this year, but if they 10X this year, they're going to be a $1 trillion company.
It's my ticket, man.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm going to hold the SpaceX IPO because all of a sudden, it's not AWS anymore, it's EWS.
Yeah, I heard you saying
Elon
that this morning.
Web Services.
Yeah.
I'm going with it, baby. He's obviously leasing out a lot of the super compute that he's built out there in Memphis. And he's got basically 3 big data centers.
So do you think EWS...
He's leasing that out to Anthropic, who doesn't own any of their own data centers, and therefore they're subject to other people's compute, how much they can grow, right? Because they don't have their own data centers.
How did you do that, the real Don D? Because I was listening to... are you in Europe? Because he's saying he's long Anthropic on crypto exchange tokenized stock.
Yeah, then
he must be in Europe.
Yeah.
Right? Like you must be in Europe because we can't get that here. Let us know. I'm going to get out of this Tesla trade here momentarily as it breaks higher. But yes, I think it's only a matter of time until we look at EWS as the kind of the Google tech play, right? Like you have SpaceX.
Can I say why I like this though?
Yeah, tell me.
Because remember everybody was crapping on the merger. Why would you take a company that's bleeding money, in this case XAI, obviously, and merge it with a company that's profitable and that's actually making money at SpaceX? And so the idea here was, that one would offset the other. But quite frankly, we didn't really look deep into Elon's vision here. Elon built out all this compute way ahead of schedule. He didn't actually have the demand on Grok to even meet a fraction of the compute that he had. So we were like, what is this guy doing? Is he just buying because everybody else wants to buy and he's just trying to get the chips? Well, no, he's actually going to monetize this until XAI actually has its own revenue stream. So I love this. I love it a lot because, we always make fun of Meta. Meta, how come they're not in the cloud business? Well, because they're in advertising. Well, Elon had nothing to do with cloud. All of a sudden, he's a cloud server. He's a cloud provider, so I'm liking it.
I like that, but that's what I'm saying. Like we're gonna have AV, right? Like AV, then you're gonna have the Groks, the SpaceX. So this guy's creating his own little tech.
I love it, dude.
And then if you have Neuralink in there, then it's just like Neuralink. Then it's just like, man. Someone said something interesting, Shave. I'm looking up for it. They said so they're here. And I'm long Anthropic on the crypto exchange tokenized stock, but then I seen them post earlier. Go to TradingView, type in Anthropic USDT, and you'll see the tokenized stock perp trading pairs. This is that's the thing. What is a perp trading pair? I don't know what that is. Do you know what that is?
No, but we have ChatGPT, brother. I mean, it's not going to take 2 seconds.
Or do
to
we
find
have
out.
what is
You know, I mean,
what
like,
is
information.
Anthropic PVC?
Yeah, PVC, that's probably a public something company. Yeah, PVC, probably a European. It's just like saying LLC or corp, because they have different corporation structures in Europe, I'm assuming.
What is okay, so the real Dondi. Type in the actual ticker, not like just
People are saying perpetual futures contract? I don't know.
perpetual trading pair. Okay, but that's cool. But give me the actual ticker so I can look into this thing. It's a perpetual swap trading type popular in crypto that allows a pool of capital to leverage trade on a chain. CELH. No, Big Tonka. Is it CELH?
What's his name?
Come on, man. We're talking about Anthropic right now. I'll pull it up, but I'm pretty sure that's
Big Tonka.
Like, bro,
I like the name.
Sounds just holy. Big Tonka. Yeah, that's
What happened,
what's
Joe?
his name?
Who?
A Yeet song. Do you know Yeet?
Of course. Yeah, but I called him Ye, and you never let me live that one down. I remember that time.
Wait, Yeet?
Yeah.
You call him Ye? Did you?
I think so, back in the day. And then you're like, you're so old.
No, I
I'm
never.
like, I
would
don't know,
never say
man.
that.
Yeah, but what about him?
Well, you said.
Why are you asking about him?
Well, someone said you said Big Tonka. And Big
Oh,
Tonka
okay,
is-
got it. My bad.
Okay,
yeah.
well, I'm not finding this thing.
Ask chat. See if you're maybe Copilot knows.
The perpetual. Yeah. Should we ask Copilot? I'm not even on. All right, man. Can you trying to do something for us here?
Yeah,
man.
yeah. Sorry, I'll take over. You didn't tell me to take
All
over.
right,
I mean,
yeah.
I'm ready to go,
Anthropic,
baby.
USDT.
All right, I got these over here. Okay, I'm taking over.
I think I got it.
You got it. All
Yeah.
right. All right. He's got it.
It's Is it $1,600, chat? Let's hide this.
This is Anthropic.
Yeah, petrol swap contract, $1,600
Really?
bucks. Yeah. So
How are we supposed to view this? Is there a market cap for it? Like, what are we supposed to do with this thing? Yeah, what is that, monthly?
this is daily.
Daily. Wow, that's new. Okay. I don't know anything about this. I have
it?
nothing to add.
Yeah, I know. I mean, so like, what does this even mean? What if we just want to own the common stock? Like, does this get converted into that or something, or does it appreciate? What's
Whether
the
there is no
correlation?
common stock yet.
Yeah. But what I'm saying, so like, when it IPOs, what happens to this thing specifically?
Great question.
You know what I mean?
Throw that in. Be like, what happens when this happens?
Because if it's like if there's no tracking error and this thing continues to climb, there's no way. So I mean, for the value of it, this thing's $1,600. What are we thinking that we're going to IPO at with Anthropic? How much from a price target?
Bro, it's looking ever more optimistic. Every time there's a valuation, they're raising at higher levels, and then you have to assume that there's going to be a premium for the IPO. There's going to be a range. It's probably going to open up at the higher end of the range. God knows what it opens up on actual trading day. I'm liking a lot more of this, but to be fair, chat, apparently, if you believe some of the reports coming out from the industry, is really catching up with 5.5, specifically when it comes to coding. The new codex
that's
from
what I was
chat.
gonna say. Yeah.
And that's the whole premium of Anthropic is the fact that you're able to sell this to enterprise who can code their own way into it. They can save millions, hundreds of millions.
I heard the exact same
That's what
thing.
people are saying.
Codex is up there.
Even Jose said it was good.
Yeah, Codex is up there. But that's what I'm talking about. As much as we don't like Sam Altman, this guy does have a little bit of a head start on everybody. All right, no, I'm not looking to get into the swap. I just want to know how this thing can actually work. Like, if we IPO, are you going to get a one-to-one? What's the tracking error from the actual underlying asset? And when is this? Let's ask ChatGPT. Why am I asking myself all these questions when we have these tools right in front of us that we can use? When is Anthropic proposed to IPO?
Well, nobody knows. Everyone's saying the fall. It was supposed to be the fall of this year.
If it's this year?
If you believe the reports.
Target window between
That's what I'm
October or the fourth quarter of 26. So we're talking this year.
Fall, winter. Let's just go with that.
We're
Fall,
talking
winter.
practice,
Yeah.
this year.
Pocket practice. Yeah, dude. No, it's going to be sooner rather than later. We're going to get the SpaceX IPO. We're going to get the OpenAI IPO. We're going to get the Anthropic IPO. This is like a who's who of who's coming to market.
Man, I just need
I'm holding the SpaceX IPO, and
Brother.
if I have to go out of the money on that and out of the money, I'm fine with that.
I might liquidate
will.
everything in my long term and just go these couple of names.
Bro, you do what you need to do,
Yeah,
man.
I do.
You do what you
Brother,
need to do. If you see the opportunity in it and you want that 10 bagger, you want that 5 bagger, have at it, man.
Yeah, brother.
Have at it. All right, Joey,
hold on. Let me ask you one more question here.
Go ahead.
What does the bank account need to look like for you to draw posts on X like Elon Musk?
I have a really...
What number?
Dude, there is no number, man. If my family's on that, I'm not dropping that kind of language. No, man.
Right.
No, my family's not on X, but that's not the point.
Right.
Yeah. If you guys know what we're talking about, you already know what we're talking about. The Elon post from the weekend, it was quite comical. But Joey, let's get back to trading here. PRSO, there goes PRSO through the $0.50. We took it out there at the high of the day into 155. I lied. The high of the day is 156. We're still holding. We're looking for a bigger move here on PRSO. Now I want to watch how this one either holds 150 or fails below 150. It had a lot of trouble clearing 150, several failed attempts on the 5, and then we get that decisive breakthrough. So I'm holding on here. Let's see if we can get into 2/3, perhaps even 3/4. I'm not in a rush to get out. If it drops below 40 pennies, I'll risk 4 pennies. I'm out through that. That's trade number 1. Trade number 2, GSIT, 1236 high. We've got 1159s on right now. It is holding 12, but it seems to have a lot of resistance at the third of $1. Let's continue to watch, see if this one can get above that. And then just before I go to that super, JXN, where are you coming from here, my guy? You were about to lose your spot on the coveted side chart. But there goes JZXN above the volume weighted average price, and now it's on the way to 160 with a 188 high. I basically was, I was losing hope on this one. This one was one of my favorite ones to start the show. I didn't really like the fact that it kept making intraday highs and then selling off into area lows, but we could manage that because it was predictable. Then it lost the entire trend. It lost VWAP, but here it is again, a pseudo double bottom into the low or into the high 130s, low 140s, and here we are knocking on the door of $1.60, being up about 75%. This will be on a lot of people's scanners, given that it is one of the leading gappers in the market right now. So keep your eye here on JZXN. I'm definitely interested in this one. I suspect the ones. They're under suspicion until otherwise stated. The ones that lose the volume weighted average price pretty quickly and then try to regain it. Because I always feel like this is setting up for a lower high. By that I mean, for example, it works up into 165 and then it drops back down into that 140, never really having made an attempt at that mid 180, high 180, high a day. So keep your eye on this one. It could be good. We'll have to wait and see. GSIT, PRSO, both on pullbacks at the moment. And then you want the truth? Poet looks like crap. That's another lower high right there through 14 and a fail of 14. Poet here could be a sell below 13 3/4. I wouldn't be so quick to want to short this. And quite frankly, Poet, I'm just checking my scanner here to see if the borrows on Poet are easy. It is shortable. So Poet is an easy short. Just on my exchange, I'm not talking about our work platform, but Poet, on my platform, my own exchange here, not my own exchange, my brokerage, over 3 million shares available for short borrowing. So it's an easy short, so to speak. So we'll keep an eye out on that. And then last but not least, shout out to Taylor in the chat. He pointed this one out. Shout out to Taylor. He's always been pointing out good ones here. RZLV. Not a big volume winner, and the volume spikes are kind of sporadic. But hey, man, when you're 2 pennies off the high of the day and you're looking this good over here, what's this thing up? Let's see, it won't show me here. I don't know why. RZLV, I didn't throw it on the side chart. That's why. Okay, let's throw that in now. RZLV. This one is up about 11 2/3. So it's not up a lot, but not a bad one here. I know I don't know what exchange I was in. I knew that some people were going to come at me for that. Like, my brokerage. No, I don't own it. Shout out to Oda. But yeah, Taylor Batty, man, good call by you. RZLV, this one could be a good one. Keep your eye out on that one. And then, yeah, man, Mara, 1375 high a day. And by the way, GSIT's coming back down to 12 here. I want to see if this fails 12, right? If it doesn't, it holds above 12 and shows you there's a big buyer. I'm going to add into this position, but I don't have to do it quite yet. We're not really pressed for time on this.
What's JPM doing here today?
Poet lost the bid.
Oh, wait. Didn't even know it.
What happened, Neil? Oh, the market's moving?
Oh, yeah, market tanking here.
Yeah, the market really dropped,
Yeah,
guys.
yeah.
I don't see anything quite yet. As soon as Adara has it, she'll bring it to us. But yeah,
it'll drop
big drop there.
Oil news, USO probably to the top side. Let's pull up USO right here now.
Ripped up.
Yeah, USO ripped up, so that's definitely in play right now. We're not too far off the ATH on USO, as you have a massive engulfing candle right here, guys, and some big-time volume really start to kick in. And United States Oil Fund, look at the volume supporting this move here, ladies and gentlemen, as we climb from 339 all the way up to 140.81, a big-time move in USO. Inverse correlation coming fully into play. And then we have Tesla. We had that one attempt. Now we're right back at to where we entered the position from before. I was thinking about going again at it, but I think that's it for me. A little bit cooler of a session. We'll keep everything going on until tomorrow. We'll accept the loss for what it is today, and then we'll be back ready and prepared. So sit on our hands and send it over to Adara, as she has some news for us right now.
Oh, boy.
Just saw the headline here, guys. You have the market pushing lower, as mentioned, and at the same time, USO pushing higher. Axios reporting that President Trump is considering military action against Iran, apparently meeting with his national security team on Monday to discuss, quote, a way forward with the Iran war. Again, President Trump considering military action in Iran, as reported by Axios. Back to you.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
I don't know how, I don't want to get too much into that, but have they done anything since to provoke that?
Well, the fact that they're not getting the deal done, right? Like,
so that's enough.
The Strait is still closed. Well, the Strait is still closed, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
the Strait's still closed. They're insisting on nuclear, which is kind of like a red line for him, right? However you feel about, one country having nuclear weapons and the other not, that's not the point of that we're arguing, right? Fairness, that's not really the point I'm trying to make. Point is, that's President Trump's red line. So if there's not going to be any concessions on that nuclear topic, then, we're going to keep seeing more of this, quite frankly. And the Strait as well. Unless the Strait gets opened and the ships travel, there's going to be more of this.
Yeah.
It's the way it is.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, what do you mean, like, oh my God? But in all seriousness, it's just like, hey, they sent, essentially the States just went over there, it was just like boom, 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 just started destroying things. I mean.
It's ugly.
Yeah, it's ugly.
I mean, it's annoying.
At the end of the day, like, these guys are obviously going to be like, hey, man, you just came over into our neck of the woods and just started causing, it's like chaos. Anyways, we're not going to get into all of that.
Get it, Joey.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to get. Well, I mean, yeah.
Well, you're kind of getting it right now.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. So there it is, the SPY and the NASDAQ bouncing off of the volume-weighted average price. Is this all we're going to need? Some form of a liquidity grab? Are we going to continue to climb higher, so high?
You like that album?
I don't even know what album.
The red one, where it's like My Hot Twisted Fantasy or whatever the hell it's called.
That's the Kanye, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I graduated.
Keep it down, Ram. Yeah.
What'd she say?
My dark twisted fantasy. I said my hot twisted fantasy. She really liked that.
She really liked that.
Giggled up a storm.
She did, and she's still giggling. I know Graduation is my favorite Kanye album.
Graduation?
Yeah, Graduation. Hey. Good morning. Yeah, there's the SPY, there's the NASDAQ here, guys. Nice hammer candle. You can see the volume really start to uptick as it was really starting to cool off. And then sure enough, we need to throw out a truth. Someone needs to drop some form of a headline to get a little bit more volatility stepping into this market. And Tesla's starting to come back in. It went over an hour plus of just grinding completely higher. So some strong moves here. And DRAM also coming back into VWAP. Maybe you get some form of a continuation here. We'll look for it. I would like to see some hammer candle south of the volume-weighted average price, not north of them, because we tried on SLV earlier in the day. North on this specific one didn't work out for us, but then the second opportunity, the reload on the backside was the better play, in my opinion. So it's unfortunate that we missed out on a lot of trains here today. The Tesla train and the silver train, as it did put in a new high of the day, and Tesla just went parabolic.
It's still ripping?
No, it's cooling off a little bit. paradise.
All right, man. We're still holding here. PRSO just popped up into 159. Shout out to Big Rudy Smasher. Dropping 2 in the chat. Made $4 off PRSO. Here's your cut, Sharif. He drops a 2. We appreciate you, man. Thank you very much for that. And we're going to keep having a good time. All right, guys, looking for that move above 160. That's going to be my last beak wetter on PRSO. We're going to keep a close eye on that. And then I hope you didn't get pushed out of GSIT because it did technically breach 12, but it's right back into that $0.25, a little bit higher in fact, showing 27s. I'm looking for a move above 40 here on GSIT. It feels like a bit of a consolidative range, but that was probably a drop below 12 because of the oil news. I still feel 12 is a decent area of support. There's 1230 again. 1236 is the high of the day. I'm waiting above 40s. Let's see if we can get a big price spike up on GSIT. Push this bad boy up into 50% on the day. We're going to see how this cookie ends up crumbling. There's 32. There's 33. 36 high a day. The bid, though, not quite moving up. Then Builder. Thanks, bro. Shout out to Vault Builder. Adam, James Abroad, my man. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. You know, he was so happy yesterday when that goal went in against Arsenal, and that didn't end up counting. You should have seen this guy freaking out. No foul. No foul. Got pulled.
Yeah.
No goal, buddy.
Later.
It took him forever, though, to get that call right, though.
You see your boy.
Yeah, I know. I already sport.
See your boy Togi won 1.3 million on the PSG game.
No, what happened, man? Yeah. Oh, Joe, man, hold on, man.
Go, hurry up.
GSIT just popped up into the day high, 42s. I'm waiting at 43. No continuation there, so no continuation through the 40 penny area, but it is a 1242 high. Here's 42s again. Can we move up a little bit? The spread is opening up, down to 35 on the bid, into 42 on the ask. Definitely looking for a bigger move up on this one. We've got the right idea today with this. GSIT is looking quite good. Let's see if we can get the last print there. Tilapia tacos tomorrow, smash bros. Why you gotta be like that, Adam? He's kind of like Big Spile a little bit. He likes the market to go short. Which one, Assassino? Put it on. Throw it up, Assassino. Ah, there we go. Deep Cheeks AI.
No, we did not.
This is Joey's life right here. You think my $12 MU CC contract are safe for the 800 this Friday strike, or should I roll out? Thanks, ballers. You're the baller. Joey, give me your take on this.
Yeah, we talked about this contract actually this morning. Let's pull it up here. So keep that up there for me, Assassino. I'm going to read through it a couple more times. So let's pull up our options chain. Let's take a look at what MU is doing. $7.94. You think my $12? So that's how much you collected was $12. Contracts are safe for 800 this Friday. So let's actually see. We're gonna have to see what we got going on from a daily. I like this indecision print. It's awfully tight. Now, how much are those contracts worth right now? Let's pull up our screen. They expire this Friday, so we can pull up that specific contract. I mean, my question to you is, Deep, is why are we even writing when you have appreciation like this? All right, that's my question. And ask me why I would ask that question. Because I've asked it myself on multiple occasions. It's like, hey, even when I'm doing a poor man's covered call strategy and it's like, okay, it's working, what am I even doing writing against something that's going absolutely parabolic? So your $12, that's how much you collected? You collected $12? Like, make sure, because it makes no sense for you to even still be holding on to this contract since it's 3x. You know what I mean? Like, it's worth $38 now, and you sold it for $12. It just, I've been in this position before, and that's why I have to kind of bring it up, is that you decided to write this at $12, even though that was on Friday, which is slightly comical. It climbs up to $53. That's not fun. I mean, at the end of the day, you will get assigned at whatever price that you write at, so you can still make appreciation on those. But don't you want to hold on to it or wait until it actually starts to turn around? And I'm going to say this now. I might be a little bit early, but what we're seeing from a price action standpoint, I think we're falling into that area where we might start to see a little bit of a pullback considering the massive run that we've been on. but it's not good to write something for $12 and then hold it 4x against you. Okay, so I've done it on multiple occasions with just poor man's covered calls. So just buying straight up contracts and then be like, oh, hey, I have this longer duration. Let me start writing some and collecting a little bit of premium while it's not working. While it's working. No, it just doesn't make sense because the appreciation within the underlying asset and you're owning actual shares in it is going to be greater than what you've collected. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Deep Cheeks, if you've wrote it for $12 because it's now worth $38. Right? So, is it even worth it at this point? It could be, but you're running a really, really tight margin. There's not much room for error here, and you're up $49 today. I was watching this thing in Blue Ocean. I almost said Blue Mountain for those who know about that. In Blue Ocean last night, and it was climbing higher. There goes Tesla. So a little bit early on that first entry, works on the back half. Anyways, nonetheless, you might have to roll. Now, with that being said, let's go over an example. We'll do, instead of 4 days, we'll go to June and see what these are going to be offering. That's much better, right? So you'll take a pretty big loss. 12 contracts, bro. I got 50 more overweight. Dude, 12 contracts, but you're still not making any sense. So $12. But why did you say $12? I got 50 more overweight. I don't know what that means. Sorry, Deep Cheeks. He has 12 contracts, not at 12. Oh, okay. Yeah, dude, 12 contracts? Did you say that? Okay, I see a lot of people saying that. That's a completely different story. Your MU was good. Yeah, 12. You have 12 contracts? You've been rocking and rolling on those. Nothing wrong with locking in a little bit of profit. Give me a little bit more detail, and we'll touch on it more because you're kind of giving me it in pieces. But if I'm wrong, you have 12 contracts at a good price, then there's nothing wrong with locking in a little bit of profit, especially on this big time run. And I'm going to say it because of this. Let's head over to MU. Is this just this indecision print? And I was talking about the expansion as we get higher and higher. We can call this as somewhat of a doji or a gravestone up here, or like a indecision candle. I'm not going to say we're going to capitulate, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more pullback. But if you have 12 contracts, man, go enjoy it on a beach somewhere because you're sitting on some good cash, man.
Good look, man. A little disappointed here with what happened on GSIT. It got right into my level and it didn't cross. I could have taken it out a couple of pennies below, but I'm pretty stubborn and I kind of insisted that it print. So now we're a little off the highs, 1242 high, kind of dropping into the mid to low teens. I'm going to keep a close eye out on this one, but I want to bring your attention to a new one here. Well, it's really not new, but it showed up on my scanner a little late, MRAM. This one was a real mover in the aftermarket on Friday, a little late to the party too, but it pretty much had a good day Friday. Look at that uptrend the entire day, kind of takes its time there in the afternoon, and then it didn't break out right away at 4 o'clock. It was around 5:20. This thing rocketed up about 40%, and today, no difference. Higher lows, higher highs, $42 on the dot is the high of the day. It is a more expensive name for the small cap gapper traders, up 52.33%. This one could see 50. It's had some respect generally for the 10 EMA on the 5, but MRAM should be in focus here for you guys if, you can kind of stomach that price profile. PRSO, it's dilly-dallying here, but still holding above the 50 penny area. I'm going to continue to hold it so long as it's above 50 pennies. If it closes below that $0.50 on the 5-minute chart on a closing basis, I'll get out. But at the moment, going to steer clear of the exit there. And then GSIT, as I mentioned, anything below that 1190 is going to be my out there. We've got 1159, so we've got a nice little buffer that we can kind of keep focusing on here. Poet, it looked like it was going to fail, right? There's a lot of shares available for short on this one, easy to borrow. It dropped below. This feels like it was a short, a bear trap. Look at that candle at 1240, the low of which is 1362. It regains trend pretty quickly, and now we're right back into that range. $14 to the high side, generally $13.75 to the low side, so a 25 penny range, I want to say, since basically 1205. So almost 50 minutes worth of that range. There's PRSO popping back off into that 153 area, so that could be an interesting one for me here at the moment, but not going to do much of anything on these ones until I see some more price action. But this is the goal that I want to show you this. So I'm not going to show you the goal itself because we'll get dinged, but this was the foul. So the goalie should be able to go and make a play for the ball. What the defender there did was, number one, he put his entire arm. So if I go like this to you, number one, that's a foul. I'm pushing you back, right? And then moreover, put up your arm. Put up your arm. You're trying to get the ball. I'm pushing your arm down to try to get the ball. That ain't going to please anybody. But it took these guys on VAR like 5 or 6 minutes to get this right. I don't know what was so confusing about this.
Yeah, look at it.
But that's what happened there, Joey.
Sneaky move there.
A little sneaky move, right? And so, sorry, Mr. What was this guy's name? Pablo or whatever the hell his name was. Anyway, he got dinged with a foul there, and Arsenal wins 1-0 to the Arsenal. The problem is Arsenal always do the same thing and get away. That's what I heard, Kevin. I've never seen an Arsenal player hold down the goalie's arm when they're trying to make a play for the ball. I see them crowding the goalie. But there's legal contact and illegal contact. I think that one was pretty decisive there. Yeah, that's all I've got at the moment.
Yeah.
Sia's in the house. She's back. So we're going to be starting the news pretty soon.
Yeah, what's that big IPO that Neil was talking about here this morning?
There was one there. Check the IPO page on the NASDAQ there. They've got it.
This week in IPOs.
What do we got?
Vitaru, Tidal, what do we got? Fervo Energy, I've seen that one. Oh, Cerebras.
Yes, I've heard about that. They've been raising
Inc.
money too.
On the NASDAQ. What do these guys even do on Thursday? Is this going to be a big, Cerebras, thank you, Sergio. Yeah, I got that one there. AI Holdings on the NAS. Okay. Is that what we got to figure out what some of these guys do, just in case it's one of those bamboozlement plays, just putting AI in your name, and then you're looking to just gain some cash. But nonetheless, I like the IPOs. We're gonna get rocking on those. If anybody knows what Cerebras actually does, put it in the chat. We can always just ask Gemini. Let's do that right now. You know why?
Why?
Because we can do anything we want at times.
Yeah, pretty much.
With some exceptions. Cerebras, how do you spell this bad boy? Cerebras. Cerebras IPO. What does this company do? No, we're doing now. Is a high-performance semiconductor company that has gained significant attention as a major challenger to NVIDIA in
Are they custom ASICs or GPUs?
That's a major question. That's a great question as well too. So
how do you spell the name?
CERE.
CERE.
BRAS.
Okay, go ahead.
Cerebras. Yeah. Revenue, $510 million. I mean, I don't know how you're going to just IPO and then you're an automatic contender against NVIDIA. I think that's a little bit of a push.
Custom ASICs.
Custom?
They're basically a Marvell Broadcom competitor.
Bang. We like that one a little bit more now, Sharif. Yeah. So, didn't I swore that who's aside from Marvell, who's the custom ASICs company that NVIDIA invested in?
Grok, G-R-O-Q.
Well, yeah,
Private.
Private.
Yes,
that was it. So,
it also, funny enough, set a new range for its IPO, so the company could be potentially worth $48.8 billion. We'll talk about that in the next segment.
They increased the range of the IPO, eh? Okay, cool. Yeah, it's coming up. As I was looking through the afternoon news segment here, so Sia has it on there. We're going to cover the IPO. So if you guys are looking for more information on that, stay tuned.
Also,
we should be... Yeah.
Signed a landmark deal to provide 750 megawatts of compute to OpenAI. E42.
There you go.
Yeah, okay.
And again, inference, a little bit more important here now with the models, most of the models already having been trained, and we're not really requiring GPUs as much. And that's what we keep talking about. So it should be super interesting to see if they get any net benefit. But don't forget as well, we talk about Broadcom, we talk about Marvell, we're going to talk about Cerebras, you mentioned Grok. Don't forget about the TPUs, the tensor processing unit. That is a major competitor in the custom ASICs game as well.
Yeah.
Application-specific integrated circuits, man, TPUs.
Yeah.
So they're throwing their hat into that ring as well. It could be quite disruptive.
But don't we, I find, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but it's like the hyperscalers, the individuals who have the cash who have the ability to create their own custom chips, right?
And that's fantastic because they have all the money.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're not going to order one or two. They're going to order, you get it, like thousands.
Exactly.
Right? So that's the point, is the custom ASICs is for the deep-pocketed people because, again, they're the ones that have the money to fork over for that custom chip. And they have very specific workloads they're trying to run, right? I do love that aspect of it.
DRAM right back up towards a key pivot high, man. There's a good indecision print at the volume weighted average price. I said I wasn't in love with it right here, but there it goes, off to the races, 55.93, and Tesla's still hovering up here around its high, $440. Consolidating in that neck of the woods. And then silver, we may as well take this bad boy off our chart, or we can just add IBIT to see how this dog has been performing in this race today, off down to 46.15. Oh man, yeah. I mean, Cerebras isn't going to be my play, but Anthropic, SpaceX, and even what was this? Sam Altman and company, ChatGPT. I'm looking forward to that, to be honest with you. Can we relate this to, I think it's a little bit different just due to an IPO standpoint, but can we look at this and these big names coming to market kind of like the weed boom that we had? Or do you think a lot of it's already priced in, considering that we're in when did this really all kick off, 2022?
You know what, man? I mean, you hear about all the compute required for all the future AI workloads that we have to run, and you feel like this is going to be a multi-year kind of tailwind. That's the good side of the coin. The other side is you start hearing about these efficiencies being made within the industry. So, for example, to run process A, you needed, I'm just giving you any numbers, 5,000 GPUs. Now, because of algorithmic improvements and some other structural changes, you only need 2,500. So there are these efficiencies taking place within the industry. So then do you really need that compute? That's the only kind of caveat that I would say for the multi-year tailwind. But if you're looking from a compute requirement capacity, it's going to be a multi-year build-up.
I forget, there was a point that was made just due to the fact is you're saying that you need essentially less compute, but there's a way that you can use all of it and still benefit like it was before. I'm trying to think of exactly the point that was made. It's not coming to me right at this moment, but
All right, let me just cover a couple of things.
You want to cover a couple?
Well, I was
going to say that was the issue with Sam Altman. It's like, okay, everybody's kind of crying the fact that he missed monthly active users, but he's still at like 900 million. He didn't hit that bill or whatever that marker was that they were looking for.
About like 94 or 96% of those users are free.
Yeah,
there's no ads on there.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're looking at the realized revenue, right?
Sure.
Whereas Anthropic, sure, they got way less DAOs,
but
daily active
enterprise
users,
side of things.
but they're getting big money because their margins are so insane on the enterprise.
Yeah.
So that's kind of okay. So let me just get to this quickly over here. Thank you very much to Jeremy for pointing this out. Sidhu's making a move here. The Dew's ripping. The Dew is up to 390. It's up 14 and a fifth. SIDU, good flat top breakout there through 375. SIDU is on the move, and it's been on the move, I would say, for a couple of days. I mean, we definitely held that 3-ish area last week. We did fail below 3, but it seems to retrace above $3. Let's look quickly at the daily to get an idea of what the Dew's been doing. Gnarly looking double top here through 5 at around 5 to 6, 575 to 6. But hey, we're not losing trend. And when it did drop, look at the clear hold on that 200. That's a 200 exponential moving average, that blue line. That typically doesn't happen by accident. As I mentioned there, that $3 area, a local level of support that we didn't close below since. The last time we closed below $3 was April 1st. So $3, definitely an important area here, an area of import for SIDU. Shout out to Jeremy for pointing that one out. Good look, brother. I just got into another high day there. And then last but not least, let's throw this one on before we start the new segment with Sia. MRAM really going and mostly respecting the 10 EMA on the 5. It's essentially a $43 high, $42.99. Bit more expensive of a name, as we mentioned, but it's up 56.5% and holding structure quite well. So that should be, you should be looking at that one if you're a small cap gapper inclined. And then last but not least, I'm continuing to hold my GSIT trade because look at all these bottoming tail candles off 12. I mean, I feel bad for not adding into that $12 area, but that wasn't a planned ad, so I didn't want to go ahead and do it on a whim. But $12 defending here. Whether or not we can get above $12.50, we'll have to wait and see on the day. But GSIT looking pretty good, and I'm happy we held that one. So yeah, that's basically all I've got for now. Shout out to my man Sam from Egypt. There you go. Where, did you tell me where you're from? Because I asked you, Sam. No, I didn't hear him respond back. Ozan, that looks like a cup and handle to me. Shout out to my man Ozan. Mike PD Ryder does not like Sidhu. So I won't ever mention that again, Mike. I do apologize, but Jeremy was asking me about it. So, you know, Jeremy asks, Jeremy gets. I got out of PRSO. It lost trend, so I'm kind of out of that one. I'm really focusing the majority of my efforts on GSIT holding 12. Adam James abroad. Give me some bot farm money, baby. Caching. BOT. Is that a ticker, or are you just talking about bot farming? Let's have a look at BOT. Yeah, it's popping off over here. Okay. Is this an IPO? Yes, it is. Okay. So we have an IPO, BOT. Shout out to my man Adam James abroad coming through there. BOT, what is this on the NQ? Yes, it is. All right. This one opened up, it looks like at $33.14. And here it is at $41. Lightly traded though, guys. 336,000 shares. There's certainly a 41 sellers, so be on the lookout there. But look at the bid was like at $38. And now it's ripping up into 42 on the bid. So 41 on the ask, now 42 on the bid. But yeah, it's all over the place here. Good luck with this one. Adam, I hope you print up multiple storms on your side of the screen, but it's a little too erratic for my liking. Where's Casey when you need her? She's all about these type of things, man. I don't know. I haven't seen her in the chat, so she's probably not here. Sia, you ready to go? Yeah. All right. Sia, ready to go with the news. So we're sending it up to the big desk with Sia.
Let's start with the oil news for today. So oil prices are moving sharply higher. We do know that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has warned that the conflict with Iran is not over, which has increased prolonged fears and disruptions across Middle East energy markets. Now, WTI has climbed over the $95 mark, with Brent also above the $102 mark. Both are now up roughly 40% since the conflict began in late February. Now, markets are primarily focused on the Strait of Hormuz, as we all do know it. And Citi has warned that delays in reopening the route or only partial reopening could keep supply disruptions elevated much longer than expected. Iran has also said in a report that it will never bow heads before their enemy, with also U.S. President Donald Trump saying and rejecting Iran's latest counteroffer, and he's called the document unacceptable and too long in his interview today, which signals that the negotiations are difficult and geopolitical risk premiums will most likely stay elevated. With that, USO up by almost 5%.
Yeah, great day for the oil names today and a great day for the spot traders on oil. I mean, I think this really comes down to a couple of things, whether or not an agreement can be made for the reopening of the strait and whether or not Iran will cede its ambitions for a nuclear weapon. We can feel different ways about whether or not, you know, it's legitimate for one entity to have it as opposed to the other, but that's really beyond the scope of what I care about at the moment. And what I do care about is the reopening of the shipping lanes and this war to come to an end. And it doesn't look like it's going to come to an end unless those 2 points are decided upon.
Yeah, I completely agree. I stood in the camp of that this is going to go on significantly longer. You just don't unleash that kind of fury and then things end in a couple of weeks. They're not going to just roll over. Trump stating that the ceasefire is on life support, so they're ready to get active once again. And with that being said, it's going to take quite some time for things to get rolling and them to get back to the tables. And if they start dropping bombs, watch out for oil to continue to climb, because you're just going to poke the bear on one side or the other. That's where I'm going to stand. I wouldn't be surprised, even though it's going to take some time, I wouldn't be surprised, and I think it's the smarter play that you see a lot of countries, i.e. China, really start to diversify their oil trade. Is this part of the grand scheme of things in the plan maybe within the United States? It could be, but why would you ever want to go through this again, especially within a conflict, within a region that tends to be plagued by conflict?
Agree.
See you.
Let's talk about the hantavirus, which has caused a surge in pharma and biotech stocks today. So Moderna, Inovio, and Novavax stocks have jumped past the opening bell. Now, the World Health Organization has flagged the outbreak of the hantavirus, which is a fatal respiratory disease that was caused by rodents on a cruise ship on the 2nd of May. Moderna has conducted preclinical research on hantavirus in collaboration with the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases, and CNBC has said that in an early stage effort and reflect Moderna's broader responsibility to develop countermeasures against emerging infectious diseases, but there's no confirmed vaccines as of yet. Evercore ISI also has said last week that it's unlikely to be a revenue opportunity for Moderna. But in this case, Inovio has risen just over 1%. Novavax and Emergent Biosolutions have fallen less than 1% after this. And Moderna down by almost 2.3%. Well, Adara, what do you have to say on this? I remember you had something to say.
Yeah, I have a couple things here. So for one, I think it's worth noting the companies that are actually contenders for developing a vaccine. Now, we know even before Moderna said they were working on one, they were considered like the top hantavirus vaccine contender. Now, as you can see, their revenue growth definitely declining throughout Q2 to Q4 2025. Q1 2026, you start to see an acceleration of growth. This infographic, not yet on X, but it'll be dropping around 2 p.m. on X at TTV Research. But in terms of other companies here, it's not just Moderna. The other two, Sia, that I think I've seen definitely floated around as potentials for developing hantavirus. It's not going to be Inovio. It's not going to be Novavax. It's going to be TRAW, or SAB, SAB Biotherapeutics. Those are the two that I'm seeing, if any, along with Moderna, to be the potential to actually develop the hantavirus vaccine. So I would say those are the ones that I'd be watching with news related to hantavirus.
Actually, a pretty good take. Well, thank you, Adara. Boys, what do you have to say about this?
So what the first thing I want to focus on is this seems to be a very specific strain for the hantavirus that's actually transmissible human to human. It's called the Andes virus. It's one of the few variants for this hantavirus that actually can spread between people. So this kind of increases the addressable market if it's going to be one of those ones that can be more infectious. The reason that that's important is it's a read-through to Moderna's possible revenue. And what I like about this as well is that we're seeking, Moderna that is seeking what they're calling military-grade validation. What do I mean by that? They're in direct collaboration with the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases. The partnership is kind of suggestive of that any successful vaccine for this hantavirus could be fast-tracked as a national security asset with a guaranteed government procurement. So what you're getting is two positives here. One, because you're working with the U.S. Army, you could get that fast track from the Department of Health and Human Services and the FDA and everybody else that's responsible for that. But you could also get sticky government money because it could be sticking around here as they look to build up, the reserves, the strategic reserves for this vaccine should it be made by Moderna. So I do like these two things. I like the fact that I don't like it, but I'm addressing the fact that this is a more infectious disease than the one we had been previously hearing about, which was it's not typically spread person to person. Apparently, this is one of those strains that is of the virus. And number two, they've got to tie up with the U.S. military and potential government procurement money. Those are my 2 points.
Yeah, I mean, the World Health Organization saying there's a very low chance that this is going to be as big as COVID. What's that?
Adam is making me
laugh. Yeah, I don't think it is. I'm not going to get into too much depth on how I personally feel about it. Obviously, if people are getting sick, they found patient zero, South America, World Health Organization saying, hey, we don't think it's going to be that big. But if being proactive is something that we want to do with this, sure enough, that's what's happening right now. But I just don't see what's going on in Moderna. It's not going to be a full-blown recovery. And when you did pop up to $59, you pretty much sold off and gave the rest of it back. So I'm not going to call it fear-mongering or anything along those lines. My mom was texting me saying about the hantavirus, but I just don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. Like,
hear about how this whole thing happened? Like these
some
guys
dude touched a rat in some.
Hold on, they were on a cruise, and then a couple of people that were on the cruise visited a landfill.
Yeah.
What?
What are you doing?
Who goes on a cruise and says, I know what excursion we should do. I got it, Joey. The activity for the afternoon is we're going to go to the local landfill and we're going to touch a couple of rats.
Yeah. Like, who would? How do you even get a hold of them? Because they're usually really scared. But yeah, that's where I land on this. I don't think it's going to be anything where close to what COVID-19 was. I think they're just trying to build it up and try to bring back that fear and a little bit of fear mongering.
They were bird watchers.
Back into. Were they bird watchers?
But what are they doing at a landfill?
That's
though?
fine. I don't care what you're doing. I don't care what you are, a bird watcher or anything. It's just, what are you doing there? Nonetheless, that's where I stand. It's not going to be as big as COVID, and I think it's a little bit of fear mongering.
I hope not. All right, Sia, what do we got next?
Talking about Circle next. Circle's rallying at the moment. It's up 12.3% right now. So Circle's stablecoin growth is something that we're going to take a deeper dive into. It reported a Q1 EPS of 21 cents, which beat the estimates of 19 cents. Revenue come in at $694 million, which missed the expectations of $715 million. Circle is continuing to benefit from the rising adoption of USDC, which is its dollar-backed stablecoin that it has developed with Coinbase. Now, management is increasingly viewing stablecoins as a core infrastructure for AI-driven payments, machine-to-machine transactions, and global settlement systems. And a key theme that's emerging around Circle right now is the idea that stablecoins may evolve beyond crypto trading and used cases into broader financial rails, but regulatory uncertainty remains at risk. Why? Because Congress continues debating stablecoin legislation, and traditional banks are also pushing back against crypto firms, Adara, offering interest-bearing products which are tied to stablecoin deposits. Now, Circle is up 12.5%, but I did talk about that regulatory hang that continues to remain at risk. What do you have to talk about that?
Well, that might be a little bit less of an issue because I was just reading here out from Eleanor Terrett, who's like a known personality here in the crypto research and journalism world. She said that apparently now you've got Senator Chuck Grassley, who's also President pro tempore. He's on board. Now they have to get Senator Catherine Cortez Masto on board. If you get these people on board, you could be getting some, I guess, headway here with the Clarity Act. So we'll keep you guys posted if I get any more from that. In the meantime, a couple things I want to talk about with Circle. Here's just the rundown. Like they've now had 4 quarters as a public company. They went public almost a year ago, so congrats to Circle. As you can see here, I mean, revenue fairly stagnant across these quarters. Now, adjusted EBITDA, pretty much the same here. USDC in circulation, the growth in that obviously kind of slowing over the last couple quarters, but the actual number of USDC in circulation is continuing to go up sequentially, so good look there. I also want to mention this ARC. So again, this ARC blockchain, they've raised $222 million for this from BlackRock and Andreessen Horowitz. That makes them the first publicly listed company to conduct a token pre-sale. So got to give Circle the props for that. I also love their brand colors, these lovely little like purples and blues. So thank you to that as well. But last but not least, I want to mention something not related to Circle. It has to do with Apple. Some news here on Apple, guys. They launched fully encrypted RCS messaging in beta. The stock does not seem to care at all. One more thing here, I'm just seeing Zoetis being purchased by Michael Burry. So ZTS, he's adding to his existing position. Circle, though, interesting look, and I like that they're involved in this token pre-sale. I wonder if there's more from them with that. And I also wonder if there's a little bit more coming out here from them with this Clarity Act, how that'll impact the stock.
That is true. That's also coming up next that we're going to talk about. But that's also interesting take, Adara. Thank you. Boys, what you have to say about this?
All right, so I have 4 points that I want to make here about Circle. Is the ARC, the successful launch of their ARC token to the tune of $222 million. And it already has a valuation kind of pegged at $3 billion. That's on a fully diluted network value, and it kind of signals that they're effectively launching their own decentralized government layer, and it's backed by big heavyweights, like people like BlackRock. So I like that first and foremost. And then, remember how we were talking about last week about there being like message boards and different areas on the internet where only agents go and interact? Basically to the exclusion of all humans, and that's what they're doing here. They unveiled this agent stack platform. It's infrastructure that's specifically designed for autonomous AI agents to both hold and spend USDC. So a bit of a look into the future. Thirdly, 263% increase in on-chain volume, right? We're talking about USDC. So while the revenue report missed, because they missed on the top line, due to interest rate comparisons, the on-chain transaction volume exploded by 263%, up to $21.5 trillion in USDC exchanging hands. It's a massive disconnect, essentially, that proves that the utility for USDC and the velocity accelerating is accelerating, regardless of the interest rates. So you got to like that. It's a good secular tailwind for some of these stable coins. And then the meaningful wallet density. What do I mean by that? So kind of tucked into the report there was the growth of 7.2, what they're calling meaningful wallets. Wallets essentially that are active and that have recurring usage. That's what they mean by meaningful wallets. Underreported was this kind of metric adoption. It's suggesting that USDC is being used as a real world commerce payment system as well as for payrolls. So I like the fact that it's being kind of used, for more than just currency hedging. And that's what you and I talked about a lot, about, companies not wanting to take on that Forex headwind. Yeah. You sell an iPhone in India, just for, let's just sake of example, 10,000 rupees, the rupee drops against the dollar, you repatriate that 10,000 rupees, all of a sudden they're worth 9,000. Yep. And so you're going to have some sort of currency hedge. USDC seems.
And I think that's why me personally, I'll speak for myself, but this is why we were talking about this a while ago. USDC, just the transaction fees, the ability to move money around the world using the blockchain is what really, really drives my interest within this specific name. Sharif went over some of the numbers. Now I want to talk about a couple of things. USDC in circulation, 77 billion at the quarter end, 28% year over year. Sharif was talking about meaningful wallets. That's it. In my opinion, I was like, okay, this is interesting, but then also as you read a little bit more, you see that's anything more than $10 a USDC. So if you have more than $10, they're classifying
it.
Yeah. You know what I mean? They're classifying it as a meaningful wallet. But hey,
7.2 million.
But hey, if you want to amplify your numbers, right? That's how you would do it, and not necessarily in a bad way. But hey, that's still up. That's up 47% year over year. And then we also talk about USDC and USDT in bonds. How much money they have in bonds is substantial and growing at a substantial clip rate. I think we're going to see more of this digitized dollar and more transactions. And once the banks really start to adopt this thing, the JPMs, the Citis, the Morgan Stanleys, the Goldman Sachs, watch their numbers and their margins continuing to increase. Why? Less transaction fees and the ability to move money faster and less of a cost.
I'm gonna throw a curveball your way.
Throw a curveball my way.
So we know that the interest rate, the yield on a bond, is inversely correlated with the price of the bond. Just for those who don't know, the price of the bond goes up, the yield goes down, and vice versa. So these banks, now they're legislated to actually hold treasuries and or US dollars as a hedge against all the money that they have in USDC. So if you have 100 million, or I'm just giving you any numbers, in USDC, you have to have 100 million to offset that in either bonds or treasuries or whatever, T-bills, or cash. My question to you is, if the USDC, Tether, and all these other stablecoins continued boom, and the banks have to hedge against the USDC and they buy bonds, does that push down yields?
That's a great question. I honestly, I think that's a difficult one for me to answer.
See that?
I see what you're saying. That'd be tough. I think the answer would be yes, though, to be honest. You would see a slight downtick in the yield that you would receive, actually. From
I'm assuming if the numbers get big enough, right? If they become like Warren Buffett, where he holds 5% of the market, right?
Exactly.
All right. Let's get back to Sia. Oh, hold on. Thank you very much, Mark9670, for the $5 super chat. Thanks, Sharif, for PRSO and GSIT. I've started trading using risk-reward ratios, and I can't believe how dangerously I was trading beforehand. Don't beat yourself up, man. We all learn about, these different little techniques and methodologies for trading. Good on you. Stick with us every day. Joey talks about risk to reward. I talk about it. The Katina Man and the Neil, obviously, all over that life. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat, and stay killing it. I hope you're printing multiple storms on that side of the screen. Sorry, Sia.
That's okay. We'll move into our next story. We're talking about IBIT's crypto regulatory momentum here. The U.S. senators are expected to consider the Clarity Act next week. Adira and I were just discussing this. This is something to look into, so which could potentially create the first major regulatory framework for crypto in the United States. This bill would clarify whether digital assets fall under the securities or the commodities rules, which will give the crypto industry a long-awaited legal certainty. Now, crypto firms are seeing this legislation as critical for institutional adoption and broader capital inflows into digital assets. The proposal also addresses the dispute between banks and crypto firms over stablecoin rewards and deposit competition. Now, this is somewhat of a crossroads because banks are arguing that stablecoins will and could pull deposits away from the traditional banking methods and systems, while crypto companies are arguing that this could tighter restrictions that will unfortunately hurt innovation. So U.S. President Donald Trump's pro-crypto stand is a bit of a bullish sentiment across Bitcoin-related names and ETFs. It's true, but the traditional banks are the ones that will seem to probably take a hit after this. So for IBIT, the key driver is the institutional Bitcoin adoption, ETF inflows, and improving regulatory invisibility. So because of this, IBIT currently up by just 2%. Nothing crazy.
Yeah, so I see, the crypto firms, they see this legislation as key to basically having broader inflows from the hedge funds, the pension funds, the sovereign wealth funds. They need that regulatory umbrella and the regulatory legitimacy for that money to flow in. I can understand that. We talked a lot about that when we first launched a lot of these ETFs for crypto. But the thing that I want to highlight is the proposal also addresses the dispute between the banking sector and the crypto sector over stablecoin rewards and deposit competitions. The banks have been arguing this entire time that stablecoins could pull deposits away from the traditional banking system, and then crypto companies say, look, tighter restriction, that's going to hurt our innovation. What I want to ask you, and I know you have your own points on this, why does the banking system here get the right to have exclusivity to the detriment of the crypto company for these deposits? Why? Because we've always done it that way? Well, you know what? They also used to sacrifice children, back in the day. We don't do that anymore. No. We evolved.
Sharif, you know what it is? It's because, hey, why do they get to do that and make money while we don't? We're going to lose a little bit of market share to individuals who are just trying to get away from the traditional banking system. It's like, okay, yeah, people don't want to deposit in their banks. Why? Because you're rinsing them all the time. You got to pay banking fees and all this stuff. So people want to look for that decentralized finance. And the bank doesn't like that. They don't like that, obviously, because it's money coming out of their pockets, right? It's like, oh, okay, well, hey, transaction. Well, guess what? They will find a way. They're going to hop onto the blockchain. Next thing you know, if and when this does pass, they're going to be like, all right, well, now you can buy your stable coins with us. We'll collect a little bit of a transaction fee. We'll create these own wallets. That's what they're going to do. Are they slow to adapt on these things? Absolutely. But eventually, that's where they're going to have to be. Do you think they're going to get left behind when people are like, Ma, let's go more digital? If we're talking about a digital dollar, the banks have to follow, right? And they will benefit it. But right now, someone's beating them to the punch, and they're not happy about it.
Exactly. And you felt like they begrudgingly, like the big banks, the JPs, a lot of these guys, they begrudgingly got into crypto. Larry Fink very famously was crapping on crypto any chance he could get. And then he said, hey, I'm a changed man.
Jeremy was the biggest hater. And then now he's
Jeremy, I love how you call him Jeremy.
Exactly. Jamie Dimon was one of the biggest haters, but he's like, hey, okay, if the people are really making money off of this, well, we want to get involved with it too. And it would be ignorant of them to not to get involved, right? Just be like, hey, no, we're going to stick to our old traditional ways and not adapt to what could be potentially a method of payment in the future.
Exactly.
Why would you do that and put yourself behind the ball? Now, let me say one more thing here.
Do
they have the power to throw those things to the side and say, hey, I think so. I think they have the pull within the government.
Traditionally.
To be like, traditionally be like, hey, no, we don't want to use this.
They have more pull.
We're not gonna market it or anything along those lines, which could be hurting to the asset class.
Of course.
But I think if it's the mass adoption amongst the public is there and the demand to DeFi is there, then they would be ignorant to not.
Yeah, and look, the cigarette companies used to have a lot of lobbying power as well, and they're basically blocked out. But I want to say one other thing. It's not just about the inflows. You know this, that they can't offer credit card rewards and stuff like that. The bank wants exclusive access, that things they can do to the exclusion of these crypto companies. What if I have a credit card, I'm Coinbase, and I want to give you, Bitcoin back on every purchase.
Yeah, but
you know, instead of cash back. Like, why would you prohibit me from doing that? Who the hell are you?
Because you're taking money away from.
I get that, but you better have a good freaking reason.
Absolutely,
man.
absolutely. I tend to agree with you. You talked about inflows. Let's get a little bit more into them. This is the best that we've seen this year. 1.97.
Shouldn't have said that thing, but whatever. Everyone's coming at me about like that whole we don't sacrifice children anymore. All right, guys, I get Epstein existed. I do. I probably shouldn't have used that one. Probably a different thing. But we evolve, right?
We evolve.
Yeah,
it's also evolving right now. Switch it up, chat. We're evolving right now, and we're looking at the inflows in Bitcoin this month. 9.7 billion in net inflows in last month, April, topping what we had in March at 1.37 billion. Is the popularity starting to kick back in? Yes. That's why we're 20% off of those lows. Okay, so that's why we're going to keep Bitcoin nearly at 81,000. We all know that, and supportive regulation could help drive Bitcoin towards a long-term $250,000 bull case. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves.
Joey,
on this one.
just before we get back, KEEL, like Keel, ripping up right now, up 11 4/5. Not a small cap gapper in this traditional sense. $2.6 billion market cap. Flat top break through 430, on the way to 450. KEEL looks pretty good here if you're small cap gapper inclined. See ya.
No,
go ahead, Joey.
One more thing. I love the point that you brought up here. It's you would see, I think, well, people who are in love with the crypto space, I think you would see a lot of individuals move to the Coinbase or the Robinhood credit card if available. If it's like, hey, you get 0.000001 Ethereum back or Bitcoin back, right? That would be, I think that's a pretty big incentive for a lot of individuals.
Agree, man. See you.
Deeper dive into the Cerebras story and how it's bumped its IPO range that you were discussing earlier. I would just like to cover a few points. So the company has said that potentially the company could be worth up to $48.8 billion based on its new price range for its IPO. Now, NASDAQ is expecting the IPO to launch on the 14th of May. Additionally, Greg Brockman, who's a co-founder of OpenAI, has expressed an interest in merging Cerebras with OpenAI, and he said this last week in a court in California. And he has said that Cerebras is the compute that they thought they would need. The company is looking to sell between the range per share of $150 to $160, which is higher from its initial range of $115 to $125. So the company will be worth potentially $48.8 billion on a fully diluted basis.
So a couple of things that I wanted to mention here. Number one, 80% of Cerebras' current revenue comes from one single customer. You guys will remember them as that big UAE AI firm G42. And, you know, that does provide a massive short-term backlog for demand. It also creates what they call a single point of failure risk. So something to be in mind, keep in mind when you look at the IPO. That's negative. Now, the positive side that I want to take is we know everybody and their mother's cousin in the semi-component world is hurting right now because DRAM is flying off basically the price is going through the roof. HBM for high bandwidth memory. Listen to this. Cerebras uses on-chip SRAM. That allows them to bypass this whole HBM supply problem and price problem, quite frankly, and it gives them predictable manufacturing lead times as well as doesn't eat into their margins. So I do kind of like that about how that they go about their technology. They're able to bypass HBM, at least for the moment. Perhaps their next set of chips, custom ASICs as well, maybe used NAND or DRAM, but for the moment, Joey, they're using SRAM, and that gives them a bit of an edge. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these numbers, as I continuously read into them, Sia brought us some. The company reported $510 million in revenue of 2025. That's 76% increase from 290 in 2024. Backlog, $24.6 billion in remaining RPOs there as of the end of the year 2025. But one thing that I also want to note, after a net loss of $481 million in 2024, they achieved a net income of $87.9 million. Some reports $237 million, depending on accounting adjustments. But what I'm getting at here is the ability to turn things around relatively quick after operating at a net loss in 2024, only a couple of years ago. That's what intrigues me a little bit more when we talk about custom ASICs and RPOs with OpenAI. See, the thing is, though,
What happened?
I've been saying this for quite some time. After I've seen all of these deals in regards to OpenAI and Sam Altman, it's like, dude, if you're not meeting your monthly active users and you're not really raking in that revenue, then how are you going to pay all these obligations like within Oracle and other people? And that's why I think the people find him fishy. But it's like, dude, you're missing on some of these numbers. So who's going to be missing their payment when it comes time to fork up that bill?
Well, the payment isn't going to be made. Remember what I said right on this desk. 1.4 trillion in spending commitments they had by the end of the decade. They gave that an $800 billion haircut. If you believe the reports of them shifting that internally, they've never confirmed it outright to the media.
Yeah.
But reports are they cut down the spending from 1.4 trillion down to 600 billion, an $800 billion haircut. Right? So, and that includes some of the Stargate stuff, which was $50 billion. We already know only like 48 something billion has actually been paid out. The rest of that 500 billion for Stargate, that's all going to be finance money, and all the financiers for that 500 or 450-ish billion, they're all like, I don't know if I want to be lending this out right now. So that's another point to kind of build on there for you. All right, Sia, what's up?
What's up is EcoStar. So let's discuss that. EcoStar has reported a first quarter revenue in this year of $3.67 billion, which is down from $3.87 billion as of last year, which reflects the continued pressure across the satellite and telecom business. Net loss attributable to shareholders has been narrowed to roughly $147 million, while diluted EPS has improved to a loss of 51 cents per share. Operating income positive nearly to $393 million versus an operating loss of a year earlier, marking one of the more constructive parts of their earnings report. Pay TV subscribers have fallen roughly from 666,000 to 630,000, which is the proof of the broader industry decline in the larger satellite division television demand. Wireless subscribers have increased modestly to approximately 7.53 million, showing a kind of stabilization in the company's wireless strategy. Broadband subscribers have declined roughly 58,000, which highlights the ongoing competitive pressure in the connectivity services that I mentioned earlier. And the market is viewing EcoStar primarily as restructuring and spectrum value kind of a story rather than the traditional growth telecom name. Investors are also focused on subscriber trends, debt structure, and any future strategic asset monetization opportunities. And currently, SATS on the up almost 3.2%.
Great look there. See, I just want to mention, shout out to Adam James, dropping another 2 in the chat. Reads as follows. Still in bot, easy money, trying to close gap up. Yeah, there you go. Not bad, James. It popped off, Fabian, right into that like $47 area, right around $47. I think that what's the high of the day there? It says the high is 60. I mean, I haven't seen it at 60, but maybe because it's kind of messing up a little bit because it's an IPO, but good look there. Shout out to Adam James abroad. He's printing up a storm on this new IPO. All right, I got 3 points that I want to make here on the SATS EchoStar story. So they did report earnings this morning, and what seems to not get a lot of love is the back-to-back asset sales announced by the company. So between the $22.65 billion in spectrum sales to AT&T or the $22 billion deal that they have with SpaceX, essentially EchoStar effectively found a path to wipe out almost all of their $24.5 billion debt, which they've been really holding on to here ever since the satellite business kind of started to die out. So I do like that accounting and that structural change within the company to kind of right size. And their wireless ARPUs are really increasing, average revenue per user. So as I mentioned, the satellite business is dying, but what was really underreported is their retail wireless average revenue per user now hitting about $38.60, give or take. And that beats analyst estimates. Analysts were looking for $37 and about 3/4 there. And it's indicative that their move into Boost Mobile is attracting a higher value and higher value customers who are actually using more data and therefore spending, and thereby increasing the ARPU. Last but not least, There was a 5% drop in revenue. We know that from the earnings report, but the company did swing to a positive operating income, $39.28 billion, up from a loss last year. So nice way to right size there within one fiscal year. And that was driven by a massive reduction in depreciation as well as impairment costs. That is tied to the first point that I made about them kind of the spectrum sale as well as a deal with SpaceX. So I do like parts of this. It's up 3 1/5 right now, Joey. I mean, it's not rocket shipping up, but hey, it's positive on the day.
Yeah, there's not much. There's a couple of points here that I can pull up. Just seeing Ram timed somebody out for it. They got a full day, man. We got to see what they had to say up on there. I'll find it momentarily. But nonetheless, guys, what I'm getting at here is, as from the earnings report, we talked about the numbers, but what I was looking at is TV subscribers fell to about 366,000 to 6.63 million. Wireless subs rose about 16,000 to 7.53 million. Now, if we're going to be looking at the technicals, this isn't horrible whatsoever, $105. But if you go back to August of last year, you're still getting 356%. So things aren't too horrible in this name, and there's plays with outside of the chip trade, and it's definitely falling into some of these satellite plays right now. So EchoStar, not doing too bad right now, $130.95.
All right, Sia, what do we got next?
Okay, we're talking about General Motors next. So GM is going to axe hundreds of salaried workers in their IT department. Now, the reductions will begin today, and it will largely impact about 500 to 600 employees in Austin, Texas, and Warren in Michigan. GM has confirmed the news of the cuts, which has first been reported by Bloomberg today, and a bit of a history. Back in October, so October of last year, GM had that massive job cut, which totaled to a massive range of 3,400 job cuts positions. And in January of this year was when those job cuts actually took effect. So in October of 2025, during the Q3 earnings and layoff announcements, GM jumped 20% in 1 week. Investors were cheering on the shift away from money-losing EV targets and towards more profitable gas trucks. That's just a bit of an overview of what the stock did after those insane layoffs. And today, at the moment, GM is down 4.2%.
Okay, so I was just reading through this because I didn't have a chance to read it in the morning. It looks as if this is not a headcount reduction for the sake of the bottom line. It's actually a purge and replace strategy. What do I mean by that? So management confirmed in the report that the cuts are designed to make room for new hires. And these new hires are going to have advanced AI and autonomous system skills that the outgoing individuals who are being let go do not have. So it's not a right sizing for the sake of protecting margins. It's more about a competitive change within the company. That changes, I think, their narrative a little bit. Number two, there was that $2 billion Strait of Hormuz hedge that we've been talking about. Most cite EV demand as, you know, the reason why cuts need to be made internally and to right size and to protect margins within some of these car companies. But analysts are actually pointing to that $2 billion projected hit to operating profit due to the supply chain disruptions in the Middle East, of course. So some are viewing these IT layoffs as a way to protect 2026 margins against rising raw material and logistics costs. That would kind of contradict a little bit my first point, which was they're not doing this for the sake of protecting margins. Rather, it's a like-for-like substitutions with the people coming in having more skills. We'll have to wait and see exactly how that all jives on the earnings report. I'm not sure when they're going to report.
Yeah, I don't know if, I see what you're saying there, but I believe it was Microsoft that was offering some of the older individuals the package in order to bring in some new players. They were allowing them to go. I think this is the exact same narrative that we're seeing here in GM. It's like, okay, you've been with us for quite some time, probably the older age bracket. Times are changing. You're not really familiar with the technology. So here it is. You're on the outs, and we're going to bring new individuals who have a different skill set and have the ability to adapt to the ever so changing technology landscape. So yeah, that's what they got going on GM. You know where Sharif and I stand in pretty much the same boat when it comes to these legacy manufacturers. If the Chinese manufacturers came into North America, it would be a complete write-off. It would be over for them.
Over.
It's the auto workers union that is holding them up right now. So.
And we don't crap on people. people, but like a lot of the consistent stuff you hear from the Fords, the GMs, and to a certain extent Stellantis, is their inability to be flexible because the union insists on certain things taking place. They won't allow them to cut shifts. Otherwise, you'll see what happened. They'll strike, right? And if you want to move to more efficiency, obviously that's less workers, and that causes, tensions within the union as well. Let's be honest about this.
Yeah.
This is not a China problem. Right? That's not a problem that they suffer from in China. If they're going to lay people off, they want to make movements to their workforce or adjustments. They're not facing the same type of headwind from labor as we are here. It makes us a little bit less competitive on a world scale.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
does give us...
It's a regulatory issue, right? They don't care. But let's look on the other side of that coin. It's like, okay, you want to support the worker as well, too.
That's
right?
the other side. That's the positive side of it.
Like, yeah, exactly. So, like in China, it's like, hey, you've been working there. Okay, yeah, cool. You no longer have no job. But whatever happens to you, you have to worry about it. Opposed to here, it's like we're trying to maintain the jobs, make sure people can build that American dream, get that house. Obviously, we know what was going on in Detroit way back in the day. I wasn't part of that, too young. But yeah, nonetheless, is that there's two sides of things. You can't grow as quickly, but you also have the job stability on the other side.
That's what I'm saying. And I totally agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree with that. All right, what are we talking about next, Sia?
We're talking about Apollo Global Management. So Apollo APO has announced deals to acquire Emerald Holding and privately held Questrex as a part of a larger expansion into live events and conferences. So APO is planning to combine businesses into a broader platform that will be targeting trade shows, B2B events, as well as corporate gatherings. So Emerald shareholders are expected to receive $5.03 per share in cash, valuing the company at roughly $1.5 billion. And Questrex operates events across healthcare, hospitality, wellness, and life sciences industries. So APO believes that live events remain fragmented and attractive for consolidation despite the increasing digital competition and AI-driven engagement tools. So the firm is positioning around the resilience of an in-person networking and experience-based businesses post-COVID. So I'm just thinking from the standpoint of the investors here, could this be another step in Apollo's push into durable cash flow businesses outside of traditional finance? I leave you with that thought. And with that, APO down by 1%.
I think one of the more underreported stories here was the massive operational overlap that Apollo is going to have because they own the Venetian Resort in Las Vegas, and owning both of these event kind of organizers, which is Emerald and Questex, that's going to make it one of the world's largest convention venues. And then it also becomes a data story. So this isn't just about trade shows, it's data acquisition. Apollo actually specifically highlighted, what are they called? Questex, and then they have something called 365 digital engagement model. And Apollo very specifically in the press release said that they intend to feed the first party data from these 160 events into their broader portfolio to kind of build an AI-driven B2B intent engine. So you always hear these top guys in AI, whether it's Alexander Wang or some of the other guys, always say it's a data business, right? The person or the entity with the most data, with the best data, comes out on top. And it feels like, whether you're in AI chips or not, it's really a data game here, Joey, as they look to acquire some of that as well.
Yeah, I'm reading up on some of this stuff here too. They're looking to sell one of their publicly traded companies that's valued around $3 billion. There's some issue within the private credit fears as well too. But I wanted to bring us this, considering we want to talk a little technical and see what we got going on from that standpoint. But the flows noted in Apollo Global with 8,200 puts trading, or 3x expected, more active than June 26, 105 puts, and the June 26, 155 calls, with total volume in those strike prices around 7,000 contracts. The put-to-call ratio is sitting at 732, which is extremely high, while at-the-money IV is up around over 1 point on the day. So, yeah, you're sitting at a 7.3 put-to-call ratio. That's substantial and extremely bearish on this name, even though it's not tanking. But we can see that some of the options activity and the derivatives activity is pointing towards some more downside movement here in Apollo.
I was watching, actually, an interesting report. I think it was Bloomberg. Not 100% sure. Was it Bloomberg or Wall Street Journal? Not really remembering. They were talking about the whole crisis happening within private credit.
Yeah. Bloomberg. Yeah.
Bloomberg. Yeah. You saw that one, Sia? Yeah. So it was interesting. They basically talk about the fact that they hedged, or they invested heavily in what they believe to be our protected revenues through the SaaS space, right? Yeah. And so you always looked at these SaaS spaces as, pretty defensive, unless there was going to be somebody else who comes in and competes with you. But the model itself was it had good longevity.
Yeah.
And that whole thing is being called into question because of AI, and specifically the advancements in enterprise AI with Anthropic.
Yeah.
And then you're seeing a lot more of that. And so we saw the whole credit crisis with redemptions and, more users or more investors asking. Yeah, Blue Owl, Apollo, Blackstone, all of them are kind of facing the same type of headwinds. A lot of them invested into these,
and it's spilled over into
software SaaS.
The traditional banks as well too, like the JPM, and that's why I think a lot of I think that's why they're not performing that well.
Can I say something to you though? What really got my goat was Blue Owl, public company, right? Yeah. You think that they'd have to open up the books to investors, but they can hide. They hide their contracts with these private companies because the private companies are private, and they're like, no, we can't give you this information because our client here is a private entity, not subject to public disclosure. So you Blue Owl Capital, you get the benefit of going on public exchanges, getting public money, and all the exposure that comes with that. And then you don't have to disclose the contracts that are basically your bread and butter.
Yeah.
It didn't sit well with me at all. Didn't sit well with me at all.
But that's how it works these days, man. You just find loopholes within the system, right?
Isn't that what they're always looking for, Joey?
That's what they're always looking for, man.
All right, see ya.
We're talking about Baba pushing AI shopping deeper into its Taobao ecosystem. Very nice name, I like it. Alibaba has said that it has integrated its Qwen AI model directly into Taobao, allowing users to search, compare, order, and manage deliveries through conversational prompts only, instead of knowledge-based search browsing. Now, the new Qwen shopping assistant is designed to handle product discovery, logistics, an after-sales service, and personalized recommendations inside of the Taobao app. Baba is also upgrading merchant-facing customer service tools, which will aim to replace scripted chatbots with AI agents that will be capable of handling more complex conversations and also sales workflows. Features will include virtual try-ons and price tracking tools, reinforcing Baba's push to merge AI directly into consumer commerce. And investors are increasingly viewing AI integration as a critical for improving engagement and ad monetization and transaction efficiency across, as you know it, China's slowing e-commerce market. And don't forget, Baba does report pre-market on the 13th of May. That's 2 days from now. Currently, Baba down on the day, 2.16%.
So I like this. I mean, any integration of AI that fits within your traditional business, your moat, certainly helps things. I don't know. I mean, I don't really have a whole lot of experience in e-commerce other than, what I use it for on a personal basis. But I could foresee a pretty useful tool here. Say you're looking for something, a certain product, right? It's a little bit expensive at the moment, and you run an agent who basically looks for this product, a good till canceled order, so to speak, to try to get you that product.
That's crazy.
Right?
That's a great idea.
To get you the experience. We'll
Buy
get you
up until.
Yeah, exactly, right? Or up to the price.
Yeah.
Adara's got breaking news.
Yeah.
Dell to the upside here, guys. Popping higher, seeing reports that Jensen Huang of NVIDIA and Michael Dell of Dell will be delivering a keynote on Monday, May 18th at a Dell event. So a week from today, we're going to be getting a Dell joint keynote between NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang and Dell CEO Michael Dell. And we know Dell popped last week after President Trump encouraged all of the viewers of an event to go buy a Dell. But they also got a downgrade this morning from UBS. We'll have to see if DELL can sustain this pop, but there is a pop to the upside on this keynote news. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, we all saw, of course, go buy a Dell, they're great.
Oh, yeah,
popped up like double digits on the day. No, but I don't mean, just something to sort the price by or sort the item by price. I'm talking about something that goes out for you, goes on different platforms, Amazon, all the different websites that are being hosted by Shopify. And for a period of like weeks or months, does the analysis for you and then gets you the best price at any one point if it hits your strike. And that's what we're talking about. Agents are doing this.
It's price matching,
yeah,
essentially, right? Like, so it's not, not
but
just
it's scouring the internet
exactly,
for you, brother.
For the best price of that specific product. I mean, yeah, as for Quen, they signed the deal with one of the Chinese airlines as well. So they're just integrating this AI tool into as much as they possibly can. I like it. Can't really much say more other than Alibaba. It's the ADR play, right? So you have to be prepared what comes with it. Multiple gaps up, lack of performance decides to go on absolute rips. So yeah, that's where I really stand. I do like that they're starting to integrate it into more and more. And that's the revolution that we're in. We talked about structural and fundamental change. You're seeing it in some key areas of the globe.
All right, that concludes the news segment. Thank you so much, Sia. For that, let's have a look at what is moving in the world of small cap gappers. And since we spoke last, a lot's happened. There's a buy program for whatever reason here on NVTS late in the day. Nary a red candle. Please don't freeze on me. Thank you. There has been no red candle on the 5-minute chart for almost an hour, 56 minutes to be exact. NVTS has been all green since the 105 candle, 23.80 high, ripping through that $23 area resistance. Good look on NVTS. Same look here with MRAM, which definitely caught a bid late into the aftermarket on Friday. Today was really no different. It did not give up the ghost, nor did it, though, get to that $45 level. Perhaps we may see 50 for MRAM coming later this week. 44.67 high, looks like a bit of a double top there. On the 5-minute basis, it just lost 44. Looks like could be support at 43. 10 EMA on the 5, support at 43, but you also have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles on the 5-minute chart, all of which rejected 43 before that big boy candle right there at 145 took out that level. So keeping an eye on MRAM. We're also keeping an eye on Poet. I was gauging this one was going to give up the ghost sooner rather than later. It really didn't, man. It really held that support. I want to say at 1380, 1375. The support keeps moving up a little bit, but there's also resistance at 14, give or take. So this has been doing nothing essentially since we got out of it on that topping tail candle. So Poet in view. And then GSIT was the other very good trade that we had today. This one has also done nothing. I was assuming this one was going to lose 12 and head back to at least 11.5 to give VWAP a quick glance. That didn't happen, and now it's kind of trying to work its way back above that $0.25. So that's GSIT there. Last but not least, Joey, RZLV. This has been a bit of a sporadic volume trader where the volume has come in at random areas, and then there's basically a chasm of a price action here or volume action. But the price action has been pretty consistent. It's been higher lows and higher highs with a 1270 high. It's showing 69 right now. So if you can accept that kind of low volume profile on it, then have at it. But those are the ones that I was keeping my eye on. Doesn't look like too many came to the fore subsequent to that. There was JZXN, which was hot garbage, and we said very little about, rightfully so. Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. So all we had, we'll do a quick trade review. DRAM was our best one here on the day. It was a nice steady grind, just in it a little bit too early. Other than that, that's all we really got working for us here today as Tesla putting in a new high of the day. How did Bitcoin been performing? Let's pull that up. We've been talking some crypto here today in CRCL. So we'll take a look at a couple of these names. You can see Alibaba not performing too well here, gap down and continuing its slide. But let's head over to CRCL as it's now up to $133. Had a previous pivot. Where was that previous pivot high of around 136? It's only going to be a matter of time until it reached that level, and then we have the IPO height after just went parabolic for about a month straight there up to 302. So you're still down substantially off of that level, but at this pace, continuing to grind higher, down still 56%, down 56% off of that high, but we've seen the numbers continuing to increase. So maybe we can eventually get to somewhere around that neck of the woods. I don't think it's going to be right up there too quick. I could be totally wrong, but that doesn't matter. IBIT, let's see how you've been performing. Strong move back up to 46.42 here on the 5-minute. You have the pullback, and then you have the ability to re-engage here on Bitcoin. 46.10, that level held. You can see it was a pre-market level, bounce off to the races 46.50 when we have a previous pivot high of around $47. So there's IBIT, there's CRCL. And we may as well take a look at DRAM and see how that bad boy, I know we were talking about it not too long, but another high pullback, baby, for your boy, so we can start to get involved in this. When we were talking about it last week, think about there's Monday of last week. Is that last week? Doesn't matter. You're still up 40%, 41%. A lot of people were talking about MRAM.
Ram?
Not RAM, MRAM.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. From $17 all the way up to $43.89, 156% in this name that we don't often talk about or have ever talked about, MRAM. But guys, you know what time it is.
Hold on, I got to do a quick analysis for somebody over here.
Do it up.
For Luis.
Barbados?
Pardon me? Luis Suarez, 4540, a.k.a. the biter. He bites people, Joey.
People.
Just ask...
Mike Tyson.
Ask Giorgio Chiellini. He got bit.
Okay.
Anyway, HIVE, looking really good here, Luis. Be honest with you, intraday, it's been basically putting in higher highs and higher lows throughout the day. It hasn't pulled back. It hasn't touched the volume-weighted average price. It looks like generally the 10 and the 20 moving averages are where you're looking to pick this up. So that's a great look on the intraday on Hive. But I also want to mention, this is also looking pretty decent here on the daily. It just took out the 200 exponential. It is now finding resistance at the 200 simple on the daily, which is 312, 313. Look out for that. And you're also now seeing the 50 moving average pointing upwards. You haven't gotten that, golden cross where the red line crosses over the blue line. That hasn't happened yet. And I should say, if you do get through that 200 simple moving average, you're looking at about 375 as a staunchy area of resistance on the daily, both as a level of resistance locally here back in January, and then as a level of support prior. Look at that, from basically September to when we broke above it, I want to say in mid-October, essentially 375 was support. So anticipate some resistance at 375 should it make up there. Get it, Jesse. You're more than welcome. I appreciate you asking the question here. Jesse. And now we got two in the bag there, Joey.
Oh.
You see that? 202.17.
Sitting sideways.
Sitting sideways. All right, the big boys, they're ready to go. They're to our right. We're going to send you over to Neil and Sean for the afternoon show. Take care, guys.
Thank you, Joe and Sharif. They're a great show as usual. And yeah, NASDAQ here up 0.4% as we continue to look out for some opportunities. Yeah, welcome to the afternoon show here, 2 p.m. Not too many crazy earnings going on through today or anything like that. So we'll cover some of that and some of these reactions to what was a good stock. I just heard the corner of my ear here that China EV sales, now apparently there's been a bill passed there to ban the Chinese EV sales in the United States. So we'll be checking out names like NIO and whatnot as we go through the rest of the afternoon. But traders, if there was one trade setup that I could take the rest of my career, we're about to show you exactly what that is. Most traders have a list of, 10, 15, sometimes 20 different setups that they're watching on any given day. The thing is, that sort of spreading out your risk kills your edge. Focus on one and don't second guess the many other setups that are there. You start thinking about, hey, should I take this B setup? Should I take this C grade setup? No, you shouldn't. You don't have to. You just need a clear definition of what an A setup looks like. The setup that we're about to show you appears multiple times on any given day. You can check out multiple different stocks, multiple different commodities, but it sets up. So we're going to throw it over the screen to Neil, and we're going to cover exactly what that one trade setup looks like.
As said, the VWAP pullback setup is going to show up on multiple stocks many times a day, so it's always going to be out there for you. So it's all about defining what it is going to be. A couple of things that you're going to need to actually happen for this setup, well, you need there to be a strong opening move. This is something where there's a breakout that has occurred, so you have to have a big opening move. Usually you want big volume, maybe 2 times volume is gonna be a pretty big key here. Want it to be breaking out into those highs. So once you've established that you have a breakout, as it says, you wanna pull back into VWAP. This is the key. You are waiting in this case. You're not taking the initial break in this trade. You're waiting for the VWAP interaction. The pullback has to touch or at least approach the volume weighted average price, and then try to close and hold above that. The other thing you're going to usually see here is volume contraction. So it's going to dry up on the pullback, right? That you've confirmed that the sellers are a bit exhausted on that way back in after the opening exuberance. And then you get the confirmation candle. Well, it can't be a VWAP pullback strategy for a long if it doesn't actually bounce from there. So once you get that confirmation candle, you're essentially looking for the touch of the volume weighted average price. There it is, your VWAP hold, and then you break away. Now there, you can look at it once, you can easily see it happen again, which is a little bit more messy. And the best way to look at any trading example is to look at actual charts. Anybody can pull up a setup and a chart and say, hey, this is what's going to happen and this is what it looks like in a vacuum. No, let's look at a couple of actual moves in today's trade that we can take an example. We have a breakout here all morning long in SLV, eventually making a huge high. You have the volume weighted average price right here in the red. Now it does a very quick dip into VWAP. This doesn't actually break. I would consider that a bit of a, you could take it, but not really a full VWAP retracement setup. It's right in here where we get another continued pullback into the volume weighted average price. It breaks. There's our little contraction, our confirmation candle. You can enter right in here. You know you have set risk, right? So your risk to the bottom, and you take this confirmation long. And then you're playing in two places. Generally speaking, most traders like to try to play this back into the high. Now, if the high is so far away, you usually want to target like a 2-to-1 risk to reward. So you'd simply say, I'm long here, here is my out. You try to get the 2-to-1. Whichever is going to come first is a target to get out. Sometimes the early move extends so far. And in this particular case with NVIDIA, you might see that, where you want to look for that 2-to-1 first and then worry about that high of the session. Another example here in NVIDIA, one where it's probably a little bit easier and one where it was more tricky. Again, explosive move up. You get the pullback into VWAP, it retraces through. You get your confirmation candle, you're looking to enter here, wider stop this time. In NVIDIA, you're looking at about $1.50. It doesn't make it to the high of the day. So good trade, not perfect, but you know what? It happens again. And we always say this can be tricky. Here's an example where you see the stop get tested. You break VWAP, there's this bottoming tail candle right around the 217. You enter on the confirmation. It tries to re-break VWAP and close under, does not do so. Ends up holding that line and then exploding higher. If you're looking at the 2-to-1, that's going to take you to the high of the day anyways. And a couple of examples where you look for that VWAP retracement. There are times when you will see it just wick down there and immediately retrace. Unless you're just sitting with a resting order and not waiting for confirmation, that's not the trade you're looking for. You want the contact, trade under, the hold above, the confirmation, and then the run into the high. The best thing about this strategy is the fact that there are runners every single day. And when there's runners every day, there's something pulling back into VWAP pretty much every single day. You find the ones that do, and this is a trade setup that you can engage in pretty much any trading session.
Third is a couple of examples. All you need is that one setup. Master it, and you'll never look back. That's the key to trading. So there we go, man. I mean, Neil and I will talk every single day, and I hope you guys enjoy those lessons. We'll talk every single day about different setups. And I mean, just look right here. Honestly, this is real time. Like, we couldn't do this any different. There's me shorting Palantir right there. And there's the cover on, you guessed it, VWAP right there. And that's exactly where it bounces back up. So, you know, despite the market being up 0.46% here today, you get Palantir down a little bit, and it still follows. Oh, my workout's done. That's right. I just went for a walk. Okay. There it is. So that even right there, ending the trade at VWAP. We're still in it, but that's a great cover spot right down there. So, you know, one trade setup to watch. I was about to see a little bit of a Lord of the Rings there, you know, one ring to rule them all, but one trade setup to rule them all. I'm going to unmute my news right there, and we're going to go to Adair when we get her. And obviously, it's nice to have Adair there as well. But here it is right here. I don't know if it's on our news flow. I didn't see it on our flow there. Oh, yeah, here it is. I'm going to push this here and send this over. Interesting headline. right there. House lawmakers just introduced a bill to ban Chinese vehicles in the United States. So, yeah,
Doing that here.
Tesla bears cannot. No, they're not doing that here at all. But I saw a Chinese vehicle. I thought it was relatively expensive. It was like 100 and something thousand. I saw someone post an Evolve or I don't know what it was, E something? I don't know. Not Elantra, that's a Hyundai there. But yeah, I tried shorting Tesla a little bit today. That did not work. There's Tesla in through 440. As you can see, just in and outs like very quick, man. We tried a couple times, we got a couple wins, but at the end of the day, 3 shorts, 3 stop outs as Tesla continues to murk those shorts and continue to get higher up there as you get nice. I mean, nothing really. I think that was expected, this whole thing. And I immediately went over to NIO to have a look to see if there's any reaction to NIO or some of those other car makers. We could check out Lucids and things like that. Obviously, we're just talking Chinese, but you could see no real volume spikes there. And I just heard that story, and it's just a 210. Or that's right now, but it was about 203 or so that came through. Not much reaction. We could always check the FXI, which is the Chinese ETF there for the top 100. Not much reaction there either. So yeah, a little bit of a wait and see, I think, on this story, and we'll just do exactly that. Wait to see what winds up coming through with this Chinese EV story right in front of us here. But yeah, so far so good. I'm short Palantir. You're in HIMS. Oh, HIMS.
I got back into HIMS. I was in HIMS. Actually, afterwards, during the middays, right after the lesson of the day, him sort of broke a trend. Well, I don't know, my drawing tool up. I always
drawing tool up.
Broke a trend, which I actually missed initially. I was like, oh no, I've missed it. Like, here's where it does like the real hammer. And then it just pulls back right into that high, goes to, where do you think it bounced? Stop me if you've heard this before, but it bounced at VWAP.
Oh no. I have heard that before.
We did say this morning that today's show is...
Maybe there was a lesson about that.
Definitely the volume-weighted average price is a bit of a thing. It came right back, did another trend break, did not get filled, left order in, and again got picked up at the trend break high. Whether it gets all the way to VWAP, this has been a rocket ship. HIMS... Okay, fine. HIMS isn't the best-looking day chart in the world. But when I say it's been a rocket ship, I guess I'm really more... just talking about the last couple of days. It hasn't been the best daily chart in the world, but big time move on Friday, bit of continuation, just a couple of reversions for sure. We just got a super chat from Raphael.
So Raphael.
Oh, Rafi up there, if we can.
Get those size.
Raphael, Mia, Valencia. Do you also do some swing trading,
Spanish.
Or why not? Not much. Like every now and then, like I'd probably put a few. I'd call swing trades on per year. Like most of everything is day trading and then long-term account. But I've been, I remember I was in a swing trade in Lulu a couple of years ago. I've done snow. Recently, AVAV was kind of a swing trade for me. What's the health? Why am I forgetting UNH was one. It's just not very often. Like I don't, like a swing trader to me is somebody who the trades that they constantly, like, what swing trade are you in? Like, if you ask, like, if we have Steve on or Brian Shannon on, and we'll probably talk to Brian tomorrow, like, he'll tell you, oh, I'm in this swing trade. I've got in it last week. Like, for myself, you ask me what swing trade I'm in, there's like a 70% chance I'll be like, I'm not in any swings. I'm in a bunch of long-term stuff, but I'm not in a swing right now. So that would be the difference. Like, we're day trading here with real trading on a prop floor, so the primary that you do is day trading. And in my personal account, or any of us, will probably have some swings from time to time. That's what we try to differentiate in between them the best that we can. I know sometimes it might get muddled because you're talking about a stock and it's just easy to go over the prices. But for the most part, if you see an execution here, these are all day trades. If you see, like if I'm talking generally about a daily chart and I say that I'm in it, it's going to be either my long-term account or a swing. Jed Singh, bang in MU since... Oh, bang.
Yeah, great trade.
In MU, probably like comma.
Yeah, bang, in it, yeah. Yeah.
I read that literally, and it's like...
You can just read it as well, bang in MU.
Bang it.
Yeah,
no, but fine. Bang in MU.
Bang, yeah.
I was doing some stuff, and that's not really a state MU. Since 370, thoughts on Cerberus IPO?
Yeah, Thursday, right?
Cerberus is on Thursday. I'm not a huge fan of, almost on any circumstances, buying an IPO to hold forever if you're not getting the issue price. Like buying the open, because Cerberus, let's see where are they pricing this thing? We looked at it and it was like 115 to 125 last week.
It's going to come out expensive, man.
Yeah, so like, we have this is coming out. I'll just quickly show here. It's saying 115 to 125, but that'll be the issue. Like this thing could open at $150, $180 for all we know. So there's a difference between like day trading the open, but buying the open. I'm not really a fan of that. I think the one time that I seriously considered was the last time I seriously considered was ARM. Ended up being a mistake not doing it. Actually, that's not true. I didn't do it and then I didn't get the bid a little bit after when it made some fresh lows. So I'm never a fan of getting in the long term early because it's typically not the best price. If you're getting the issue at 115 to 125 and it opens at 180, even if you can't sell for a few months, you still have a bit of a buffer. If you buy, and I'm just presuming it opens at 180, right? Like let's just say it does. If you buy at $180 and it goes back to the issue price, and then all of a sudden you're out 50, 60%, that might be a great price in the long run, like 10 years from now. But usually with an IPO, you can wait. Just look at Bullish or Figma.
You want a tea or anything? Randy's coming.
I'll take a tea, yeah.
Okay. I'll just say you want a tea. The stuff he normally gets you.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty easy when it comes to that. Figma's a good example, right? Like if you buy the open for a day trade, cash money. If you buy the first day for a long-term hold, well, I mean, I was going to hit the fail, but I'm not even on that page. Then you slap the fail on this thing. And it's still making some fresh lows. Not all of these will be Figma. Some of them will be fantastic. And I think they stand to do well. They're in the right space. It can be a good one. Just be careful. Typically speaking, you're coming to market because people want to make their money. Exit liquidity. If you're fortunate enough to get the issue price, great.
Aren't they investing? So Cerebus specializes in buying companies, debt, or real estate. Is that the same kind of company?
Cerebus Systems?
We're talking about? No, this is not the right one then.
I asked. They're AI infrastructure, Cerebus.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, because I think it's in the right space. I mean, that's the big advantage of that. We just saw Pershing Square come through. Yeah, go ahead on this one.
It was a 3-minute chart. But the key is that it's an intraday.
I mean, VWAP is the same on every chart.
Yeah, the VWAP's the same on every single chart. The more point would be
the setups.
Yeah, like you wouldn't probably do it on an hour chart because you're not going to sit around for it to confirm for an hour. Like the typical, like you'd be looking at a 1, 3, or a 5. It's something on the shorter end. But it could be a 1 minute, it could be a 3 minute, it could be a 5 minute. That doesn't really make a difference. It's that it's an intraday setup. Right, like, of course I pull up the one stuff. Like, the market's higher and going higher. I happen to be on Figma because we were talking about IPOs just now, so I'm going to pull up the one chart that doesn't have a stock holding above VWAP. No, but I could probably pull anything that's strong. Man, I pull another one. Apple's down today.
It was, yeah. Well, Google was down. I mean, we'll go over some of the bigger names.
No, it's just here's strong stock, HIMS, right? Like if you're looking for it on HIMS, it doesn't. It's a gap. Right, gap and run doesn't really go in the morning. It doesn't make its breakout till later in the day, but there's the VWAP pullback. Now this is it bouncing, but the actual confirmation happens in here on the 3 minute. But if I pull a 1 minute chart up, what does this change on the 1 minute? Right, like the first one, difficult. You could probably argue it on the one and have just you get more setups when you bring down your time frame. So on the 1 minute, this might appear cleaner. And the second one, there's all kinds of entries on the second that you can have. And if I move it to a 5 minute, it'd be the same thing. Like the first one's not going to look very clean on a 5. The second one will be very, very clear on a 5. So you have to think about which time frame you like to execute on. I like to pull in between. I use a 3 minute. But it ultimately doesn't really matter. It's whatever you're comfortable with.
We were talking about some financial holding companies and whatnot. This Pershing Square, I mean, we talked about how bad sort of this IPO was, which it was not great that day one. It came out at like $24. We had the low there of $21 or $22. But to the point that we had talked about with that super chat there, you know, you don't have to love a company to get involved on the very first day. I mean, this is now a week later and it's a double. Okay, and PS, and the name outside of that one was PSUS, the Pershing Square Holding. One is the management company, one is the actual fund itself. So you could just clearly see right in here. Oh, there he is. Thank you so much, Randy, right there. Neil was going to ask for a tea, and I forgot to.
Tea? Would you like some tea?
A cup of tea. I can't do it.
There we go.
Peppermint, probably.
Ooh, peppermint. Yeah. Okay. Wouldn't be my first choice, but hey, nothing wrong with that.
I don't. Yeah, no, just playing. Yeah.
Yeah, I've had peppermint tea. One time I got at McDonald's, I asked for a green tea, and they gave it peppermint tea. That was not. That was a little bit of a rude awakening.
That or Earl Grey.
Oh yeah, I guess depends on the time of day too.
Depending on the time of day. Like if it's earlier, I'll do like Earl Grey. If it's the black tea, it's got a little caffeine. In it.
Thank you, Randall. Very, very good. But yeah, then there's and there's PSUS. So sometimes same sort of situation there. One going upside, one going down. So you got to make sure that you're very, very careful with what you're doing there. What car do each of you drive? Lotus.
I'm looking.
Ooh, okay.
I mean, I don't know. You got to get what you want. Like I have, like the family vehicle is just a Jeep Grand Cherokee, and then like I have an Audi A3, but that's like I barely drive that sucker. It goes from home to the station, which is like 5 minutes and back. Sometimes I'll whip it around if I'm taking my daughter to the sports or something, so it might go like 15 minutes. Or like tonight, we're going to baseball. What's actually like half an hour away. Maybe I'll take that just for what's and giggles. I probably won't.
Where do you guys? Why is it a half hour away? That's far, no?
So we're
playing at Ernst Cliff.
Tonight's game is in like North Brampton.
Oh.
Like the thing, like Brampton's not that big.
It's a lot of people. That's all.
Yeah, but it's grown a lot. So like we're in like the north end of Bramalea for the game today, which is it's like actually a Heart Lake, so it's a bit of a jaunt at that time of day.
Randy, what would be your? We have a question there. Some guys looking at buying a Lotus. If you Lotus, I guess, is a sports car, right? So we're not really trying to. There you go. We'll get Randy's opinion there. If you're in the chat, you can let us know what model there of Lotus there. But what do you know about Lotus cars?
There's a new Lotus. Where's Sharif? He would know.
Yeah, he's
model out that's actually it's a rebrand of a Chinese electric.
Oh.
It's coming here.
Ooh.
In fact, there's going to be a couple dozen here in Canuckland if they're not here already. So we'll see. I'll find the article. I'll catch you up on it. The vintage Lotuses I love.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Okay, well, we'll find out more about it. Yeah, someone just asked about getting a Lotus over there. So you and I were talking about that Volvo, the E60? 60, yes, that wasn't too bad. Everything's so expensive nowadays,
there is that.
Yeah, you can't get anything. It seems like for like under $100,000 anymore. Anyways, all right. Well, let's check out the Lotus there as we go. All right, thanks, Randy. Have a safe trip. We'll see you. Two more. Lotus Emira. People in the chat are saying EMIRA. So something to look forward to there. All right, just quickly, as we look to cover some of this Palantir trade, it's starting to go back upside, right? So we got to watch out for that little break of 135.60. I mean, that might be enough to get me out of this. I mean, I kind of was thinking, to maybe stay in. We're out of probably, and again, we got out of. That was a good out there. So we're still in, I don't know what it is, maybe 30% or so of this trade and looking to potentially reload it if we do get back up to 136. So, why don't we stop out of a little bit there if it breaks through 65 or so. So a couple more pennies to upside. We'll make sure we capture some of that profit. And then if it does get back up here, then we'll reload it. We won't get out of, okay, here it goes. We won't get out of a whole bunch. Let's just get out of a little bit there. We'll punch out to some, manually punch that out around 63 there. And now we'll wait to see if we get a reload opportunity back to the upside. Okay, so that's something that we're going to look for. We've really done well on Intel, man. I have just a runner left right there at VWAP. So again, looking at this trade, I mean, we've done really well on afternoon trades for sure. And this is kind of lining up again to be one of those trades there for Intel. I just get a little nervous because of where the market is. And we do know that if this market wants to go for a jaunt, and we'll talk about some of the top stocks leading the way. I mean, on our watch list right here, everything. It's SMR, it's Micron, it's Qualcomm, Soxcell, Coinbase up 7%, Silver, Mara, BMNR. So, Intel is not on here. There's AMD, but then right after AMD is NVIDIA and Intel. So all three of sort of the big chip names, and we could include Broadcom in there as well. It's up today. Marvell got all new all-time highs today of 174. So that was a good trade too. So just worried a little bit about this Intel look. Good out for us on Palantir, it looks like, as that just shot the moon right there for no reason, right back up to the upside. So if we are going to maybe try to get back in, here is no better of a time than maybe right now. I was still waiting for a number a little closer to 136. My stop, just to double check in, and I'll stop going on, was 136.25. So I was looking for a little bit of a clean break of this 136 area to get back up to there, sort of where we stopped out early on in the day, and then was able to make it back with Palantir. Intel's my number 1 stock, but Palantir is hanging out at number 2. So far, so good. We lost everything on Tesla. We told you we went 0 for 3 on that short, as that did not come back in. And debating an Intel trade right now as well, around 128. I mean, we can use this 128, I was going to say that little wick is a lot higher than I thought there. That's 128.70. So right now we're not really getting through this 128.20. That might not be enough. 128.30, 128.40. Yeah, I don't mind, going for a little bit of a ride here. See if we can get something on. Oops. I just shorted more on Palantir. Oopsies. I meant to get something on Intel. So Intel's coming back up. We'll put an offer right there at 25. We'll get it, but we're going to watch. Here it goes right now. So we're getting into that number. See, this is the problem with shorting. The market is really trying to go here. That's 128.70. Well, because we got a decent price on this, we might as well try right now to give it up to that 70 level. Oh, wow. Intel's really going there. I mean, there must be some kind of news on this. 128.76. We'll stop out. Oh, I'm doing it all on another screen. There it is, 120. Oh, well, okay. So good thing we didn't get too involved right now, as Intel really shooting it upside right now. With the futures not really doing anything, this is the risk. We talk about understanding the stocks that you're trading. Like, this is the risk of trading these names, right? We've seen them really go, and for no better word, like parabolic to the upside has been Intel, has been AMD, and shorting them has definitely led to ulcer-like activities where you're so nervous about what's going on to happen with your P&L. And there it goes. So there it goes, man. I mean, you tried to set it up. We gave back a little bit there on Intel, but there it goes, man. What a move. Boom. Right there to the upside on INTC. It looks like it's trying to break out as well here to end the day. So maybe it's NVIDIA, made new all-time highs today as well, but it looks like Intel right now trying to rip it off. And we just went into that name because it was at a good level there, but there it is, man. Extension to the north side on INTC. Actually good that we didn't start it where we did. Maybe there's news, maybe there's not, but Intel's starting to go upside right now.
Well, I don't know if there is, but
I don't think so.
There was just a spike's the wrong word. Sorry, I was just looking at the Intel daily chart.
Yeah.
I hate to chuckle at it, but I mean,
it's going.
Like, when you've been, if you were around when Intel was just hanging around that like $19 to $22 range, then for so long, and we were talking about it for so long, it gets comical to look at that chart now. Like, it's one thing to look at SNDK, but how many people, as SNDK was basing out at the bottom, how many people were talking about it every single day? Like we were actually looking at Intel at that bottom. USO didn't flush or anything, but it did. I'm going to get rid of this line because it ended up not holding out. We ended up breaking that resistance, which did set up some shorts. But we ended up, yes, we're going downside here, back into VWAP on USO. Maybe that's going to give a little bit of strength to the overall market. Like, you see the NASDAQ. Oh, I got a dark pool wick there. Zoom in better. You see the NASDAQ retesting some of the highs, SPY doing more or less the same thing. Like I said, I'm only in HIMS. We're just able to get a reload off this lower high. But you know what's not happening? Like, the last time, like, it curled, dropped right into VWAP, trailed out after it held VWAP. And that's where the long entry would be, where you're getting out of the short. Well, this time, we get the short, pulls back into the consolidation level, takes them off, get the short at a higher price, and then get a consolidation in front of 30, but that means getting in at higher prices and first target at higher prices. So that's trending up. So I'm not going to reload this again. If we break the quarter, I think I just jump out of HIMS and start hunting for something else there for certain. And again, like, it's like the market, we're talking about Intel, but how easily could we be just saying Micron?
Yes.
820.
Yes.
How easily could we be saying SNDK 16? Oh, it's not off the high. It's off the high, but 1600 got hit today. Boba plays Neil. Where's Lulu's bottom? I don't know. And just there's a joke about the leggings somewhere in there, but that's the only bottom you're going to find for now, right? No, but like, we get this question all the time.
I mean, you have to go to a monthly chart.
And then every single day, every single day, we're just making fresh lows. It's in a downward trend. Why do we always have a need to find the bottom on a bad stock instead of buying the dip on a good one? Like, all of the chip names that we've talked about, or data center names we've talked about, the power names that we've talked about, where you can buy the higher lows, as they come on in, or buy the 50-period moving average as it comes back in, or the 200-period moving average if and when it comes back in, or buy some kind of trend bottom or channel bottom or something in an upward trend. I get it. Everyone's looking for the little bottom. So here, on a monthly chart, 119 is a level. Does that mean it's going to hold? Nope. Doesn't mean anything. It bounced off the 200-period moving average, gave a small move, and again, I was in this. It went 20, 30% at best, depending on how good you were, and then it came out. So it didn't do a big time move to get back up to $300. You're just waiting for some kind of level to hold again. Maybe you go out to a 3-month and find another major moving average. Let's do that. Whoops, I just typed EM instead of 3. Here, there's the 3 months. I can just click on it. Thank you, eSignal.
It worked?
I was like, no, I was literally like botching, typed the wrong thing, and then I look, and then the 3 months is right in the drop down.
We'll take
so on
it.
a 3 month, you don't even have a 200 period to work off of. The 3 months says 75 is support, or effectively right here, and the monthly is telling you to wait at least a couple of dollars. I think more importantly, allow a stock to show a bottom, hold a bottom, maybe make some higher lows, break back above a moving average, just do something positive before you have a need to pick out the lows. Otherwise, have a fundamental reason why you like it. Because if you fundamentally like a stock, then you're not worried about it. You just think it's a value. So either you think it's a value, or you wait for stock to show some kind of an actual bottom. All right, I need this to, like, HIMS needs to break this 29.9, then we can look for the VWAP trade, which would be 29.5. If we bounce again and hold, I don't know if I really want to reload this a third time. Just in that one, let us know what else you guys are watching. Crude's just settled, so, and we're going to end up settling right around VWAP here on a pullback.
Yeah, I mean,
New Zealand. Is it New Zealand dollars?
This goes back to the point that you were talking about there. I'll let Neil look at this as well. But yeah, it's like I said this last week too, and it's like you're always trying to figure out what names are near bottoms because we always want to try to get value. But why not just let a name just absolutely go off? And I mean, Micron right here today up another 8%. Like, we're just joking about it all the time, but like I thought we were done this move around this 260 marker. I'm never going to forget that, because when it happened there, I was like, yeah, you know, it has to pull back, man. You come from $40 all the way to 270 in 6 or 8 months, has to pull back, right? And then it came back there. I was like, okay, maybe these are the levels. And I didn't actively trade any of those levels, you know, in a swing account or anything like that. But, you know, since then, it's just mad amounts of buy. And I think that super chat was right. It's probably too heavy. Like, there's so many people in Micron right now. There will be days where it pulls back 7, 8, 9% for sure. But all you're doing is covering up some of these days, right, that are already up that 8 or 9%. So I would say try to take advantage of, if you get two days down, like there's 2 days, like, I mean, this is a little bit more than 2 days, all the way back to early, I guess, mid-March. We had a nice little dip down there as well. But yeah, it looks like right here, Micron looking to get higher with some excitement in the name. So for me, Micron, just a buy. It's just an always buy until you get, you know, maybe through it's past, like, this is a 50-period moving average. I wouldn't put like a lot of money into it up there, but if you ever do get some sort of dip down, like, I mean, that's 650. Man, it's so hard to look, honestly, because these are all new levels. There's nothing underneath this to tell us, okay, we're about to get stopped out here of Palantir. Yeah, there's nothing underneath it. Put down some Fibonacci's, whatever you want, but whatever you believe in, I think the macro story is definitely not changing for a name like Micron. I mean, we keep seeing demand higher and higher and higher. I mean, look at just look at some of the underpinning stocks, right? Oracle is at 140, now it's at 195. So if there are problems in the data center space, it doesn't seem to be funding. They can find more money to give to a name like Micron, to give to a name like SanDisk, right? And that just keeps on pumping through. So yeah, I think Micron is a forever long until we hear something about these data centers slowing down a little bit. They still need to buy it. We talked about the switch. We're going to go to Adair right now. We talked about the switch having to increase prices, and it just got dropped, right, because of the components. So, all right, Adair, what you got on the big desk?
Keep an eye here on F. This is Ford here. Ford Energy was just announced. Now, what is Ford Energy? It is a wholly owned subsidiary of Ford Motor Company. Apparently, they've been developing it for about a year, and their goal is to deploy at least 20 gigawatt hour annually, with first customer deliveries planned for late 2027. So they're announcing it now. Looks like this is really going to get steam in late 2027. Investors like it, at least marginally here. Ford getting a pop once again here, guys, on news announcing Ford Energy. Back to you.
Thing. Thank you very much there, Dara. So Ford wants to be like Tesla. I was waiting for this moment. It's been.
I know.
It's a little crazy that it's taken. Oh, wait a minute. That's not the super chat. We'll get to the next super chat.
Yeah, I don't mind that other one.
But easy peasy. Hey, there it is. $3.33. We know that's the 0.2%. Load mRNA on 200-day with hantavirus. Is it the Hunter or Hanta?
Hanta. That's right, I think.
Hantavirus.
Hantavirus.
So
I don't know how to pronounce it, but.
Moderna. The thing about it is, like, I think you're playing off a panic here, right? Like, from everything that I've heard, like, this is not supposed to be as transmissible as,
the rest of them?
COVID was.
Yeah.
But ultimately, it's pretty dangerous. Seems like it's pretty dangerous. But you don't know early on the actual mortality rates, right? We found that out with COVID. Like, what you think early on the mortality rates might be, we just did way off, which obviously ended up being true. And that was a good thing that it ended up being what was wildly wrong. But you got to err on the side of caution. But you're saying load up on Moderna on the 200-day. But okay, so I'm looking at it on the daily chart. It's at the 50 period. The 200 SMA on Moderna is all the way down at $36. So I'm going to make the assumption, easy peasy, that maybe you're talking about the 50 on the daily. I don't know if I'm a load up because I don't know enough about this virus to have any sense of, hey, do they actually have something which would matter? And if they do, is this going to make them any money? Like, that's a difficult thing. From a pure momentum standpoint, okay, fine. If it holds the 50-day, maybe you get like some kind of an upward trend that you can buy dips on, but it's only now pulling into that 50 SMA. We're going to go to Sia, come back, and we have another super chat. Hey, where's we?
So we're going to just discuss the few news stories that I have for you. But just quickly, ASTS will be reporting post-market today. And tomorrow we do have a couple of important numbers coming in. The ADP weekly employment change, the core inflation numbers, and the inflation rate numbers. So let's dive into our first news story, CEG's AI-powered demand. So GAAP EPS at $4.49 versus 38 cents year over year, which is up a whopping 1,080%, which is massive earnings growth driven by the Capline integration and market conditions. Adjusted EPS at $2.74 versus $2.14 year over year, which is up 28%. Now, first year 26 adjusted EPS guidance has been reaffirmed between the $11 to $12 range. Management is signaling confidence in the cash flow, visibility, and demand. Major catalyst here is the net metering approval for co-located data center in the Freestone site. And Capline acquisition continues boosting sales and earnings diversification. And currently, CEG down by 1.4%. Another stock that I want to talk about today is Google. So Google's threat intelligence group has said that hackers are using AI models such as OpenClaw to uncover and exploit zero-day software vulnerabilities. And the group has also said in a report that it has uncovered a very likely thwarted and AI-developed attack. The group has said, which is known by the acronym GTIG, has said that it has high confidence that it recorded hackers using an AI model to find and exploit a zero-day vulnerability, like I said, or software flaw that is unknown to developers, which created a way to bypass the two-factor authentication. Now, additionally, Anthropic has also delayed its Mythos model rollout due to cybersecurity concerns, but current models are reportedly being used by hackers, and currently Google down on the day, almost 2.15%.
2.15. Okay.
Killing it with the report. See, the thing is, C is getting so good at those reports that these other networks, professional networks, have to steal her flow. And if you know, Bloomberg TV going to steal Cia's rep, showing off Trader TV live on their program.
Yeah, at least give it some credit over there.
Got to.
Trader TV.
So here it is. This is.
I was going to say it's funny, too, because that Bloomberg report was totally derided by ASTS shareholders on social media. Like, they trashed it, and they stole our cred, so.
Unbelievable. Yeah. See, that's what they get. Karma is for
nice
real.
Nice one, ASTS
Karma's pretty for real with this Rabel thing. Is from JKL. this is what I was leading into this when we got the other super chat. I'm a little surprised. You know we follow sports.
Yeah.
Nobody on this stream has sent a super chat or made a comment about this variable stuff. And I've been biting my tongue because I'm not a Patriots fan at all. Like Mike Vrabel's wife, I have trust issues with this market. Entered short Qs, also still short MSTR. Now, I will preface this by saying that entire situation, the only thing people should be concerned about is how absolutely messed up this must be for the kids.
Or not. I mean, we don't know the inside of it all.
I don't know. I just
him and his wife may be on the outs. Like, who knows?
I don't know.
I
just know that I feel pretty bad. I feel it cannot be easy for the kids. That situation is nuts. You can say all you want about double standards, but the whole trust in the markets thing, you know what, JKL? It's not hard to get that feeling.
Got the feeling.
Well, I mean, we look at charts like this. So how often do you see Intel move like this? How often do we see like Intel, Micron? Like everything has gone so far, so fast, and so concentrated in a few names. And the reversal that we've had here with the war still going on, oil prices still holding higher, no China deal, like all of these things are still true. No rate cuts coming at this, like all of this is still true. And the market be like, huh? What? We don't care. We're good. Yeah, I get it. But you know, that is generally how bull markets feel. They always feel like, what are we doing here? How can it possibly go higher? And the idea is to just ride the wave as long as you can, if you're into that sort of thing. Me, I don't surf because, as I've said, you shouldn't surf if my idea of swimming is actively not dying in the water. So you ain't gonna see me surf. Now, that's for sure. Yes. My brother, he try anything, but he's a good swimmer. Me, riding the waves is more like, you know when you go to like the water park?
Yeah, the wave pool, the wave
or the lazy river.
I like the lazy.
Catch me in a lazy river. Yeah, straight up, or at the resort in the lazy river.
Catch me outside.
Nothing's gonna happen to me in the lazy river except I might get a little bit, you know.
You might get a little tipsy.
A little tipsy.
Yeah,
oh, you know what?
Tip over.
You know what Erin found?
In the lazy river.
She just discovered this Salish on YouTube. You probably know. Do you know this YouTuber? You probably know.
Dude, I know the dad. Okay. I know her boyfriend.
Yeah, okay.
I know absolutely
so you know
everything.
What you now know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I know.
She just got into it this week.
Yeah, you're screwed. Yeah, it's a big one there. Man, I hate that family.
And I was visiting my parents, and we went downstairs because my parents live in the same building.
Shout out to Nadal. Shout out to Nadal.
Oh my goodness. And they let her watch whatever. So she's watching this on YouTube, and my godfather, my uncle's like, oh, what's this show? And she's explaining it. And I'm like, now you're just encouraging this, because now every time she visits, you're just gonna let her watch this show whenever she wants and feed her candy. And anyway,
I let my kids watch whatever the hell they want. Yeah. So by the way, like sitting here watching stuff.
What is
just watching Tesla just basically went moon. We had that question yesterday or on Friday about, which one of the Mag 7s would be the one that, is going to be next closest or next to all-time highs. And, we had talked about, both of us said Tesla, and I just switched to Meta after that. But, so I think, there you go again, man, another 3%, 4%, sorry. Check it before we get up to the upside there. So that's now 450. Let's just call that. So now you're about $50 away, right? So you're about a little more than 10%. Let's call it 13.5% or so. But until you get to all-time highs, one more time for Tesla. So if you don't believe in this name, man, you're coming right into a spot where there's been some doubt of Tesla before. We've only, broken through 470 once, and it was up there for about a week, and then we were right back down. So, as we get closer and closer to that 470 level, probably maybe tomorrow, we'll see what winds up happening. We started today all the way down here at we've actually got 418 today as your low. So if we say 418 to 445, you're up, let's just call it $25. I know it's a little bit more than that, but if you add $25 to this, then all of a sudden you're right into this area. So I think you're getting excited now for Tesla, and congratulations to anybody that sort of, listened to the earnings call and to the responses there and are excited about, what's soon to come with SpaceX and all sort of the tie-up that we expect with XAI and Tesla and SpaceX and all of that fun stuff happening right now in Tesla land. And then we also get that story today as well, as we just talked about it. The interesting thing also about China today too was that convoy heading to China now includes Elon Musk. So he'll be going there, sitting probably side by side with the president or in the same rooms as those discussions start to happen with trade and everything like that. So it'll be interesting to hear how Tesla gets to sort of their, agenda through the Chinese government and how that winds up looking. And then the recent news of, and we're not seeing too many spikes or dips or anything, but I was just telling you about 203 or whatever, that bill started to run through again of banning Chinese EVs in the States. So we've already gone through that, and we know here in Canada, as we mentioned a couple of times, those are already rolling around here.
Well, it's a little more than just rolling around. They're welcoming them with open arms.
Yes. I haven't seen them on the... I haven't seen them out there. I saw a post about someone saw one of them. They looked pretty hot, but I thought the guy said it was like $100 and something thousand anyways. So I was like, okay.
Really, what's the point?
I don't know. That's why
nobody's paying.
I have to go back and find it. But there is. Well, it depends on the technology, right? Well, depends on the technology.
I kind of feel like maybe. I mean,
what's the difference if your Tesla's made in China or made in Austin? I mean, it's the same thing. They're shipping them here in Canada. All the Teslas that are here were made in China anyways, so it goes back and forth. So you kind of just gotta.
I also think when it comes to maybe I'm wrong about this. When it comes to like a vehicle purchase, like I don't think I'd ever purchase a vehicle. Like people who have driven them. There's a little bit of that. Like I can point to whether it's the new model of anything. Like I know somebody who's driven this or know somebody.
Right. You're testing it.
Yeah, you can test it.
Yeah.
I don't like. For a lot of the Chinese EVs, I don't know anybody that's ever driven one. If I were to try one, I'd be the first person I know that did. And then not to say that they're not good. It's just I think that there's that hurdle. So if it's not cheaper, to overcome that, it's got to be cheaper almost. Well,
there's just stats. Like I'd be worried about the weather. Like if you talk to Randy, he'd say you're crazy for buying the Jeep, but you've had great success.
Yeah. And so that was another word of mouth.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's like, who knows?
There's like, on my street, there's like 3 or 4 families. One of them actually works there, and it's like, so we have a lot of good experiences with it. And again, I knew a few people that have driven it. So you want some of that. But if they're not competing on price.
We rented a Jeep Wrangler in Minnesota. So Marissa wanted to get a Jeep Wrangler. She used to drive a Jeep around in her ute as well, so we got a cheaper. And it also has the drop top. So maybe whatever the weather's like in Minnesota, hopefully it's not too cool there, but it probably will be. Anyways, good luck fixing your Chinese EVs, and that's the whole point. What I was saying, like, what does it look like during our winters? What does it look like to get those repairs, and how expensive is that? And these are all questions that are very easily answered by anybody that's selling you the car. Sure. Unfortunately, I myself do not have set answers. Palantir going back up to the upside.
Very quickly.
Yeah, we got out of our
because
intel.
You probably saw me get out of HIMS. I'm just going to show you the why it didn't. I mean, it didn't get to VWAP, but from the low of the day, boom, boom. Like look at the trend line. So the short right back into the trend line. The second it bounced off, that's an out. Clearly, it might give one more shot up here, like bounce off the high. I probably would look for like the high entry instead of the lower high to re-enter HIMS. But in any short trade, again, I'd be looking for that VWAP. I keep looking at this stock, and as long as we're not through the breakout price, looking for reversions on it instead, because it's not really at the break, but you can be looking to long it into these levels. Like it ultimately doesn't matter. Like you can find the curl short into the trend line, or you can buy the trend line into the high of the day. I'm going the opposite here as the market's not making fresh highs. Let's go to Adair.
Keep an eye here, guys, on Coinbase. Near intraday highs, Punchbowl reporting that Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong will be addressing the Senate GOP steering lunch on Wednesday. So I have no idea if this is going to be on camera. I would suspect that it won't be. I was trying to find out who from the Senate is on this committee because I was very curious if we can get kind of any sense if any of these people are particularly pro or anti-crypto. But again, I couldn't find a list. Either way here, Punchbowl reporting that Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong will be addressing the Senate GOP steering lunch on Wednesday. We know that as of late, ahead of hopefully a positive vote for the Clarity Act, at least from his point of view, we've seen a lot more of, Brian Armstrong at Capitol Hill and in the White House. Let's see what comes of this lunch on Wednesday, if anything. Back to you.
Yeah, we did see, I was going to say, we had Circle earnings that were not the greatest there. We know that OB is short on Circle, and we've now obviously just increased sort of our positioning here for this contest. As you can see, now we've got 21%, OB right there, 16%. It's half green, half red, as we'll wait to see. Randy's got those oil stocks there. And then, you know what else was having a good day? Today, actually, I noticed when I was looking over at the old portfolio there during lunchtime was Eli Lilly, for some reason, was up. We did get... oh no, it's faded back down a bit. It was up 4% when I last looked. Yeah, okay, there it was. Yeah, so that's what I mean. During lunchtime, there was sitting here having that pretty tasty fried chicken. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying. Like when Sharif came with, you know, downplaying that fried chicken, there was no need for that, Sharif over there, my guy. But there it is right here.
Fire.
Yeah, it was really good. It was easy, you know, easy to cook. I felt like it was good there. But yeah, Eli Lilly got going real early, man. Just boom to the upside and stopped almost on a dime there. And 995, like, gets up there after a nice little climb, and then hasn't really been able to get back through key levels here. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening with Eli Lilly and company. But that was a nice move, right back to 1,000. So, you know, holding that 50 period, looking great now, 940. I really like Eli Lilly here. I just think that, you know, there's more to come with all these GLP-1s and what's involved there. But we do have, what, Coinbase? We can wait. Yeah, sure.
Before we go up, thank you, Rafi. I mean, the thoughts on Coin breaking this resistance, there's a part of me that was surprised it happened this quickly, given, you know, after earnings was a bit of a disappointment. But, you know, I see people in the chat and many saying Clarity Act's a done deal, and that's not going to hurt things. This is a clean breakout. But remember, a breakout on the daily chart isn't really a breakout if it doesn't close above this level. So we're here, it's about, I think the prior high was 216.75, but some of these tops are closer to the 215 area. We're just barely breaking those levels today. If we pull back in the final hour and close at 210, then we'd be looking at a failed breakout. So that breakout, if it's on a 15-minute at the beginning of the day, like what we were talking about earlier with some of those other breakout trades like NVTS, right? Like this breakout was on a 15-minute chart. Like that's confirmed right away. In the first candle, you're already confirming this thing is gone. Coinbase has to make this close to prove it's not just a false break. It's been up and around here before and unable to hold it. So it looks good. It looks like continuation. But if we're walking in here tomorrow and we're at 218 still, then yeah, it's trying to confirm that breakout tomorrow. It's on the daily chart. So on the daily, it has to hold. Let's go up to Sia at the desk.
IWM up in the green, almost 0.8%. We're going to take a look at a couple individual tickers for today, starting with my favorite BE, up 12% on the day. No news here, just market excitement. AAOI is up 22%. Stock is rising despite the Q1 miss because of the AI-driven data center investments that are growing, as reported by the CFO of the company, and it continues to see stronger customer engagement. And we have, finally, NPCE, NeuroPace Inc., down 12% on the day. They're reporting earnings tomorrow post-market. Analysts are expecting a loss of approximately the range of 19 cents to 23 cents per share, with revenue expectations around $2.16 million for the quarter. And that's all, sending it to you.
All right, thank you, Sia, right there. Palantir just took out, so there it is, man. We tried to let one last little reload there, and there's a second stop that we've had in and around this area. So I guess, you know, you knew that I could sort of sit here and we were talking about it as we were making the trade, that this was not going down. The market was going down, and these Palantir, unfortunately, over the last couple minutes was not. And there's the break higher there on Palantir. Now I'm, you know, wondering, and I don't want to flip it over and make like a bad decision here, but now wondering if now we've sort of broken through this short, which we've had a bunch of times. Now is it a long? But if we thought of, I mean, it's hard to, that was in the first 5 minutes, so that's the first 2 minutes. So that top, I guess, is the high of the day, but we are starting to gap through. We could see if there is a little bit of a hold here for Palantir. And, you know, I'd like to get back into this short, but it doesn't look like that wants to print there today. So, yeah, we're all out of that one now. So nothing, looking for something now. So Palantir, USO closing now at 230. So up 3.7%. Sorry. We can wait to hear if there's going to be any more sort of stories. You can see not too many volume spikes throughout the day here as traders just waiting and trying to figure it out. Like I said there, what's the next sort of step that we look forward to with oil, right? And what that Iranian war looks like moving forward. Yeah, Palantir could spike into that 140 area. That is for sure. So shout out to everybody else. I'm not saying like
I got a pull.
My eyes will keep looking up here to see if there's anything going on right now. That Google down 2.5% or whatever. Sia mentioned there. That's an interesting one to me. If the market gets going, maybe we can buy some Google today.
So I'm gonna go. We're gonna do.
Oh no,
this.
Google's still going lower.
We were just talking about Coinbase breaking out.
I should have taken.
Bitcoin's just holding 81,000. So I'm gonna say, what do you buy in crypto? And we're gonna start with Coinbase was just breaking out. I'll throw Bitcoin in there, just for obvious reasons. We'll add Robinhood because why not? Like I think that fits in there as well. And then what else should I put? Maybe MSTR as 4, and the 5th ETH. People even like ETH.
Coin, Bitcoin, yeah, ETH, yeah. Okay. We got Bitcoin.
Okay, so we're gonna do these 5. I'm just kind of curious. You know what? This was an excuse to just throw coin and hood into something, but I have to give other options.
Yeah.
I care. So what are you gonna buy in crypto? I get it. Robinhood's not only crypto, but
long Intel. Yeah,
we've got Coin 1. Let's start the voting. Here we go. Coin 1. Vote 1 for Coinbase. You got to buy it right now. You're just buying it. You like it right here, right now at these prices. Coin breaking out on the daily chart. Bitcoin holding 80,000 right now at 81.25, exactly where it was when we left you in the morning. Robinhood, which has been on a run, back above $80 and still going. MSTR, which we know one viewer who's liking this for the short, or ETH is getting a vote. Well, I'm going to vote for the one that I recently bought, so I'm just going to throw some 3s in here. I just did Larry Bird. A couple of 33s accidentally, but yeah, let us know which one you guys are interested in. Robinhood leading. Wow, okay. 50%. Like it's instantly 50% Robinhood when there's 5 options.
Oh, no.
All right, that's not what I would have been expecting. Not a lot of Coinbase in there. There's some ETH, 20% there on ETH. Interesting. Okay, I can't say that would have been, I'm glad because I like Robinhood. And it's also breaking up, by the way. So this was just an excuse. It wasn't just an excuse to show the Robinhood chart. And it kind of was, because look at the trend on Robinhood today. Look at it hold.
Lucky.
So well. That could be a bit of a trend breaker. Not super clean on trend from the first pullback, but it's really starting to respect it now. So if that breaks this trend, that could be an entry point for me. Or we just get back into HIMS, which I said, if we pull back into that 30-quarter level, it's going to possibly take another shot at HIMS off of some of those highs. So yeah, really a lot of votes for Robinhood. 50% when we give you guys 5 options.
Well, I think Robinhood gives you the crypto and it gives you others, right? It gives you like also, they saw good numbers with equity trading, and gives you just that little bit of a bump there. And plus it's chopped in half as well, right? And so definitely good opportunity for that. Okay, guys, just looking forward there. We just had a decent winner on Intel. It went from 19 all the way up to 40 there, and we didn't get anything out. I hit a wrong key there. I flattened him back in. So right now we're just long right here. I mean, the only trade we had on Intel today was a good one, and it was the short right there. And then right when we came back to air, well, not right when we came back to air, I guess it was right here at 2:30. There it is, go. Okay, I can see clearly now Intel's a long, so we'll see if that goes. But we went short into there, and that was on VWAP. You guys saw me, and I was like, oh my God, that really got excited real quick. So now we'll wait. Can Intel make it back upside here as we go back into the longs, try not to fight trend again? I mean, Intel's been such a beast. I was like, saying to myself, if we're going to do something here in the afternoon, let's stop shorting against all these, heavily longed stocks right now. And sure, might be a little overextended. That's fine. But we're here, day traders. Neil and I will clear our positions, of course, as we mentioned, every time at 4 o'clock. So, any of these positions will be out in an hour as we enter that hour of power. I was looking at Micron as well, potentially for a trade. Well, look, as soon as I say that, look what just happens. So there's finally come on, man. There's a flush down now. So, all right, maybe I can't see clearly now. Maybe Intel is gone too far, too fast. But this is the problem with day trading. Like I said, you finally start to play the trend, and then you get a whoosh down, and right there you get a nice whoosh up to shut me out. So now we'll wait to see if we do get another call wrong, I guess, on Intel. As we buy the dip into VWAP, we're just long right here, right? We're long at 12s. So I'm not going to cry over this one. We'll see what winds up happening. Hopefully it gets back up there to the upside for Intel. And if we do, why not just respect this level again, 34, 35. So, hey, we see the way it's moving. Let's put some offers out, see if we can't get some trades back upside here for Intel. But yeah, the pressure was just down right there. I don't know what that was about. So we'll take that for what it's worth. Our stop out is still going to... Right there. Breaking sort of below this 75 marker. We want to get out of Intel. I don't know. I have news, but I'm not hearing anything. So.
Well, we just had like maybe the first.
This might be a pullback.
No, but the Qs are starting to accelerate a little bit. So nothing's happening.
Of course, because I'm long. You know, it can't happen when I'm short.
I hear nothing in oil, but you're getting a bit of an acceleration here on the Qs. Did we get like?
Oh, thanks, Palantir.
I just turned my head. You guys all saw me turn my head to look to see if Adara was there, but I've heard nothing in my ear.
No, I don't know. I mean, it's
seen a truth or anything. It could just be like a slight pullback. But what I was looking to get into is now gone, like completely.
There it goes. Wow, Intel,
right back
come
into the
on.
highs. And I thought we were going to get that short at the quarters on HIMS. It's not happening. As I said, oil futures are closed now, and it's not that they'd stopped trading, but even if we're still looking at it, they're not moving. This is just the Q. So I can't really find anything that's necessarily leading this. Even Tesla's starting to pull back, one of the strongest stocks. I got to find something which is reverting that trend a little bit. We're just looking at Robinhood.
Yeah, maybe something's pulling back to.
Hood is a second ago was on trend. Now it's really breaking the trend. Let's go up to Sia at the desk.
Yeah, these things are getting back to the danger zone.
No? Yes.
No.
Oh, my bad. I thought we were going to see it for a moment, but no, we'll stay here. But again, we're back into VWAP. The NASDAQ is starting to fall off.
Well, Intel came out, man. I don't know what happened there. Meta just lost 600, apparently.
Yeah, there's a lot going to the downside here. This is usually just take the trend break.
Power hour, yeah, that's for sure.
Well, 3 o'clock just hit, so I'm in this trend break on Hood. The only issue I have with this trend entry is it's happening right as the Qs drop into VWAP. So if we do a classic VWAP bounce,
Intel's back.
This will be like a weird entry to have had. Yeah. So I can't give this to the high. That just wouldn't even make any sense.
I mean,
I'm going to give it to any trend line break to keep a tight stop on this because I don't like the timing of that entry. If there was no news that just dropped and we just had to pull back into, I keep saying the Qs. There's an actual QQQ in the Canadian market. There you go. And we just had this drop into VWAP here. If we end up confirming the VWAP hold, then I don't want to get trapped chasing.
Yeah, right.
But we are getting a real move in. What's going on over in like a name like Apple? That was already at the lows, doesn't matter. Maybe Nvidia.
Oh boy, Intel, if.
Nvidia's pulling back into VWAP as well. Scott says pulling back ahead of the big reports tomorrow. Anything really that big tomorrow? It's nothing that big.
I don't know.
You know, like the actual, like the biggest earnings names have already happened until we get Nvidia. We'll still have some market data to get through this week, but I don't know. Again, I don't like the timing of this. Yes, it broke the trend, but two things didn't happen. This bar hasn't confirmed it, and the NASDAQ is bouncing right off VWAP. So most times that trend break is to the high of the day. I don't think that's worth it. I'm basically just giving it to, like, see this high here. It's about 80.80, which is above the trend line. That's all I'm going to give it to. I don't think it's worth getting rinsed on. If we hear something that's a reason for why the market's going down, then it's deserving a little bit more. Yeah, Jock's saying we get inflation pre-market tomorrow. Sure, this could have just been some kind of technical, like risk off.
Some CPI?
Possible. But we're so used to, when we see a candle like this, I'm looking for the truth. Not, you know what I mean. Not the actual literal
You're looking for Paul Pierce?
A truth.
Where's Paul Pierce?
Or saying dumb stuff on... Everyone has a podcast now, like former athletes. But I saw one of these. You see the clips on YouTube where Paul Pierce actually made some comment about him comparing himself to D Wade, or like how he compared favorably to Dwayne Wade.
Yeah,
I'm just like, I get it. Part of doing these pods and all this stuff is to say.
You have to. That's the only way. How else are you going to get viewers, right? You got to say something controversial every once in a while.
But come on.
Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking.
D Wade.
Yeah, I mean, Paul Pierce is. Okay. I mean, he's probably comparing the number of rings or whatever. I don't know.
I'm like,
whether or not he
D Wade might be the third. Like, you could make a very strong argument, Michael, Kobe, D Wade. I'm not saying that you can make that argument because I think Oscar is not a point guard.
You're talking about point guard? Well, D Wade's a two guard. Yeah.
No, but because I think Oscar Robertson is a two guard, even though he had a lot of assists and he was a point. Like he's kind of like.
But I guess Steph Curry's a point guard.
Steph is a two. Yeah, Steph's a one. AI was a two. He wasn't really a point guard. But it's Paul Pierce.
Magic.
Paul Pierce ain't in that conversation. He's a great player. Man, the Hall of Fame. He's great. But, bro, they always have to do these crazy hot takes.
Of course, that's the only thing to do.
Although, and I will say this, Wemby should get suspended, man.
What did he do now?
No, there was no question that elbow was like intent. Like, you know what he was doing when he threw that elbow. He threw an elbow right to the man's neck.
Who?
Got
Who's
Wemby right to Nas Reed.
Oh, okay.
He gets the ball, he goes, like that was. You see the replay of that? I have never show me where that's not a suspension in the NBA. If Ron Artest did that, or if anybody, like if Draymond did that, you're getting.
Well, Draymond is also a goon.
But this is the whole. He's a star, so it's not going to happen.
Yeah, welcome to professional sports.
This is it's the Gretzky Gilmore, right?
It's the whole thing.
It's the Wayne Gretzky. High sticks, Doug Gilmore, and you can't suspend.
It's just professional sports, man. I mean,
so he won't get suspended, but he should if you watch that.
Yeah. I'll have to check it out because I'm interested in that. But volatility, guys, creates movement, and for sophisticated traders, movement creates opportunities right now. Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs, built for, of course, sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of, you guessed it, precision. It's triple levered bull and bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 are designed specifically for tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedge seeking to offset U.S. dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves, up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy, objectives, and risk profile. Trade tactically, and of course, learn more at betapro.ca. We want to thank our good friends over there by Global X with their Beta Pro initiative. So go check them out, Beta Pro by Global X. So I don't know, man, like we just said, I'm not trying to go too hard here, but with that move down, we are getting a little bit of a movement down to VWAP. I was actually debating just going long on the futures right now. Instead, I was like, you know what? Intel has really, I've given some back, obviously, on Intel. Okay, there it is. I was going to say, as we try to chase out to see where Intel wants to go now. So we were short right there, lost. Then we were long, lost on those moves. So now we're back in this. This doesn't make much sense. So let's just wait here. 128.50 or so. I'm just a junkie looking for the trade, right? Trade junkie right now. Intel's been moving around and it's been relatively quiet, but I think this was for me, trading off VWAP, we talked about, the one setup to rule them all. That was a pretty good one right there. And if you're just trying to scalp out, that was 407. This is like 30 handles or so on the NASDAQ. Now, that's not huge for the NASDAQ, but not a bad little level there to take a bid off of, and then watch out for this move back up there to the high side. So here we go, Intel, here we go. Let's wait to see what winds up happening now. 128.50. Maybe that's the lockout zone for this trade, but I'm trying to give it a little bit more room to see if it wants to work out, but so far not so great here when this is over that. Not a great look here for Intel. I don't know. We were just long and we were just short, so it's throwing us around a little bit. And, we're looking for a stock here that has momentum. What about Tesla today? I mean, there was a dip by opportunity there to 444. How you would know that was the key level? You don't, but there's 444 came into play right there on that dip. So we can watch out for Tesla. And again, as Elon Musk goes to try to pump the tires of the Model 3s and Model Ys, we'll see where that winds up getting him, as China is another one of those things that are approaching everyone's mind right now. China trade back on board there. We saw FXI make that move a little bit here today, just on that release. But yeah, downside there for China as we get ready for I guess there was a, what do they call it, convoy heading over there to see President Xi and whatnot. All right, Adara, what you got? Story on this, or? Here we go, happening now.
Thanks for that. We have the SPY trading flat at the moment. We're going to take a look at the board and dive into specifics. So NVIDIA is trading extremely near its 52-week high, having recently surpassed its 52-week high of $217.80, up almost 3% on the day. INTC has been rising on the optimism that it will find more demand for its chip packaging services, currently up 2.5% on the day. And GM, as we spoke about it earlier in the show, in the news segment, is planning those job cuts in Texas and Michigan with the range of 400 to 500 cuts, and currently stock is down 4%. Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella is also taking a stand in the Sam Altman and Elon Musk case. Microsoft currently down 1.2%. The White House is also inviting, as you all know it, Elon Musk and Tim Cook, along with others, to accompany U.S. President Donald Trump on his trip to China this week. Tesla currently up 4.3%, and Apple currently trading flat. Tech companies are also tapping into the debt market and to fund AI and cloud expansion. And with that, Amazon is preparing to issue a 6-part bond offering in Swiss franc denomination for the first time, and it is also looking to raise about $37 billion in an 11-part bond sale. And other companies also doing this are Google, Salesforce, Meta, and Oracle. And that's all for your Sector Watch. Back to you.
Thank you, Sia. So still holding on, but we're teetering. This might end up breaking that 80, so it's really, really close. We got our one entry, but I'm not moving the stop because the trend line, like the longer you get, right, like the further along this goes without breaking 80-80, it's going to be holding the trend line. But if you follow that practice where you just keep moving your stop as the trend line goes up, you're just going to have like a worse and worse. You're just going to lose more and more. So I'm just going to hold it. Like at the time that we get the trade, I'm stopping out above 80-80. So I'm not going to leave that. I'm just going to leave that one in there. And if the market completes this bounce off of VWAP, you get back to the high. If this ends up holding the lower high, then that kind of confirms the trend is good. The trend break is good for him. We just had a super chat here. I didn't realize this. I don't recall seeing that note on Anthony, but we can throw it up from Mopar. I don't know if we showed this already, but Mopar for life.
No, we did not.
Anthony Noto buys for the second time in 3 days. I'm assuming you mean 3 trading days.
Yeah, I guess so.
Because
even he can't save the stock, but maybe this is a good value price.
So just very quickly, showed you I'm not going to move the stop. This might hold the trend. If it does, fair enough, but the trade to me is get in, have your stop, not just sit there moving your stop higher. Well, he hasn't been able to save the stock with his own buying because he's been buying on the way down. We saw this before. He bought after the, was it Muddy Waters, right?
Yep, yeah.
Yeah, he bought after the Muddy Waters show report. It's exactly what you wanted to see. He's buying more shares again. Unfortunately, just nothing is allowing this to get out of its own way at this point. Crypto held and got a bit of a bounce. Other fintech names have held and gotten a bit of a bounce. This is right back to some of its prior lows to 15. So this is kind of that line in the sand or flat bottom break. Or we used to call like a level like this is the Alamo. Like 15 is like the Alamo right now for SoFi. The market's at highs. Everything seems to be bouncing around it. If we can't hold the 15 level, well, everyone saw the end of Bush Cassidy and Sundance Kid. And I don't care what you think happens. People were like, yeah, but they might have survived. I'm like, yeah, well, they might have. But they probably didn't. If we're being real at the end of that movie. Like, that's why they fade to black. Or maybe they faded to white in that one. No, but I really do think that SoFi, as long as you hold 15, you've got a chance that we can retake the 50 and go break out from there. But it just feels like the latter might happen first, or the flat bottom break might happen first. And then we're talking about the low, like sign me up in front of 10, 11, 12 bucks kind of thing. I still haven't bought back in. I sold some shares up top, and the thing that I ended up buying back into with that money was Robinhood. And Hood's chart basically the same thing. Like it just, like the reason I haven't bought any SoFi is like, well, what's the difference? I wanted to own some Hood and put that money into Robinhood, and both charts look identical. The difference right now would be that Robinhood's back above its 50 SMA and SoFi is not, so it's a little bit better, I would suppose. Well, this bounce in the market might actually get me HIMS. HIMS bounces off of what? The volume weighted average price, and now headed higher. We get another lower high. I think this one's looking relatively weak. Because the market bounces to the top and it bounces to a lower high at this 30, then I can take the short here on HIMS. Again, not a bad looking stock today, but worked so far for the shorts.
You're right here. Who was it there? Tony, sorry, SRX there in the chat. You're right, man. Just another wiggle job, and Tesla is there up to 450. Wow. So there it is, man. We're just turning around a little bit at 449. We tried our shorts already at 440. $10 later, all the way up. So there it goes, man. Tesla, and the stock that, today, whatever, man. We'll talk about this Intel back and forth, but this one, like Amazon, wow. Despite the market kind of holding out right here, Amazon really has been bleeding this afternoon, and it's too bad because this is the first stock that we sort of started taking a little bit of lumps on early when we went short. Then we tried it again, and we actually were able to hit it pretty good and make some money back until it winds up breaking that top right there at 272.30s. So yeah, I guess waiting for 273 might have been the right decision there. But wow, downside push for Amazon. Love the company, but today did not like the stock and was another name that was on the watch list there. I will review the Moderna. Moderna was a good stock for us today, for me today, but it has broken back down below 55 bucks. Let's go over to Adara. What's up, Adara?
Let's talk here about the implied earnings moves for tonight after the bell, because this is the largest implied earnings moves, like in terms of the size of the moves that we've had all season. We know last Wednesday I mentioned all but one of the names had an implied move of greater than 10%. Every big name tonight has an implied move of at least 10%. Largest is going to be Plug Power with a 20% expected move. Smallest here, Marathon Digital with a 10.6% expected move. A lot of them are going to be within that like 12 to 13% range. But then you've got Hims and Hers, 17%, ASTS, 16%, massive implied moves across the board tonight. I have a whole bunch of infographics that are scheduled to go out for this, just to remind you guys what we're expecting for earnings after 4 p.m. So just make sure to join us on X at TTV Research for all of your implied earnings and market content needs. I already have fun infographics there on ASTS, Rigetti, and Hims and Hers. Back to you.
You know, I just saw someone in the chat say Plug is trash, and you know, I get it. Some of these stocks have been so badly beaten up, but this one, and there's a few out there, I'm not gonna, whatever, you can get the, I'm just gonna do this. Look at the rounded bottom, and if you kind of go out to about $5 here, like this last top is $5.18, this top is $4.70, rounded bottom. This gets over 5. There's a there. There's something there for Plug, just from a pure momentum standpoint. Obviously, like a lot of things, it's been insanely badly beaten up. And of course, Hims reports 17%. Did I see that right? 17% expected move on Hims?
17, yeah, oh man.
So like we're looking at from Hims, that's, you're talking $5 either way. So if it's to the downside, it's funny how this always lines up. If it goes down, you're holding the 50 period, in front of the 50 period SMA on the daily. If it goes up, you're holding in front of the 200 period moving average. How many times does this end up holding true? Like it just, we don't oscillate outside of that range with the expected move. So when you're looking at this one in the aftermarket, you've got not just the option expected moves level, which are derived from the options market. You also have the 50 and the 200 SMA on the daily, which provide you support and resistance for this name. So I think we'll know tomorrow if it's busting through the 200 or underneath the 50.
This is crazy.
Then that's going to give you the real move for sure. But right now I'm looking at, you're not going to get these 30s. Might have to take a break down through VWAP to get back into the short on Hims. I feel like this is a short. Been making lower highs the entirety of the afternoon. It's where can I get back in on the next pop? I don't want to be shorting right at. It's got to either break VWAP or give me a bounce. I thought we'd get the 30 on this. It just hasn't really gone. Mr. Duckett says, Iren, oh Iren, which way will you go? I thought that was an offering today and down.
It was, but
it really bounced.
It bounced nicely. When I was looking at that, it was down 10%, and I was like, okay, maybe we need to get into that. We just had some horrible, horrible luck, by the way. I don't know what else to tell you guys. We were waiting at 127.64. Like, I don't even know why we picked that level, honestly. Like, it went right down to 64 and stopped, and we did not get filled. So, like, I bought some 80s there on the way through, and then we waited for that ultimate fill, and then I was like, oh, let me take out a little bit then at 75 as it was ripping up. So that really sucks. We just missed a really, 20-cent fill there on Intel that we needed. I mean, it would have just been a fill, but it would have been we would have been lighter on this trade than we are right now. So unfortunately, we did get a little relief move down there on Intel for what appeared to be starting to get going. I was just thinking if we got something at the 200 period, that would be good to go. But it looks like right there now Intel says no, and that sucks, man, because it's a decent sized position. And I thought we had that back end right there on that trade, and then it completely stopped literally where we posted it. I guess we must have posted it at a good level, but I'm still there. Oh, no, actually, I canceled it. I moved up to 72. We took a 75 there, and then I was like, okay, well, now we're short again. Okay. So I don't know. I don't know if this Intel is going to work out, man. Just a lot of back and forth BS, basically, on this name. We'll put a bid at 12s, not to get too greedy. Then we'll put another bid at O's as we just reloaded a little bit there. So let's see if we can make a little bit of. Now this is, you can see where my price is. We're right down here. So we need a move down in order to make any real money on this trade. But we just took a reload there. So let's just get a better average price if we can on Intel. You know, shorting Intel has been death wish basically for the last. I don't know when, since basically, I was going to say once we broke 50, that was kind of game over. Because this looks a lot like what it was doing down here at like 19, 20, 25 bucks. Then it's hung around 50 for a minute, and then that's when the explosion sort of started. So I better, be careful about what I say here about Intel, because it can giveth and taketh away right quick, as you guys know. So here we go. We'll take another. Okay, we'll take a fill at 90. Okay, and now well, here it comes back in. So maybe that was good. A little omen there that we were able to get a little bit of a reload there on Intel. So hey, maybe the stock gods are with us on this trade, but we'll see what winds up happening. Right now, we're still bidding 72s. Hopefully, that's a number that gets hit for Intel. Shorting Intel so far, so good there. Google to the downside. Do we have to go to the back? If we do, let me know. Nope. Okay. So yeah, there's Google down 2.5. So maybe this will help lead the market a little bit. I would love. I think a lot of us would love to get longer on some Google, and you can't get longer unless you buy the tops if the stock doesn't stop. So it'd be nice for a little bit of a pullback in there into 350. But I remember saying before, like 280 was a good level to get long, and that bounced huge off of there as well. So yeah, man, any chance to get some 350 love for Google would probably be well appreciated, and we'll maybe get a little bit longer in there. Yeah, there's the Anthony Noto story.
But I just heard that Anthony Noto's recent purchase, I just heard 15,000 shares, that's it?
It's not that bad.
He owns 1.9 million. He owns like 1.9 mil, I think.
It is 15,000 shares. It's pretty small. It's $16 a share.
Yeah, so if the guy owns nearly 2 million shares,
yeah,
15,000 is not a very significant purchase. It's good. I don't care. Like any insider buying is like you're not framing insider. I'm not framing insider buying as bad. It's just it's all within a context. So when I saw the super chat about him buying more shares, my first assumption was he probably bought a pretty good chunk. Like we're really at that point talking about a major league minimum salary amount of shares here. That he purchased. Like that's $200,000.
I mean, the options alone that he probably has on that stock are probably huge.
Like my first thought is if that's the reason for this in SoFi, come to my chart for a second. If we can, if this is because of that, and it just went into the high, and the market's pulling back, I think that's a fade. Off the high of the day here. That's not a significant amount. So if it looks like a bit of a topping tail, I'm going to look for a reversal candle off the highs. If I don't get HIMS, then I think this. And I love SoFi. I own SoFi in the long-term account. Just for a day trade, if that was the reason for the last little spike there, that seems a little bit. That just seems a little bit.
Get the defibrillator out. Like I don't understand what's going on here with Intel. Defibrillator, yeah, for like heart attacks and stuff. This is just. I'm like, come on, Intel, just lose the bid, man. Like, get us something a little lower. Like, we could take them all out here, and it's a good trade, and it's fine. But, like, let's see if we can get just a little more excitement, man. I mean, I'm all about scalping, duh. But, this one, let's just see. I really feel like this market, let's test VWAP one more time. We'll see if we can get Intel into this area, and then I can get a couple more fills, man. I'm waiting at 72. Hopefully that will come through. And see, like, when this happens, I instantly think, okay, well, there we go. I bid some 83s and got some out. Trust me, I'm not throwing out that many shares to stop any of these moves. Let's just see if this can come back in to the deck. Give me that 72, man. This is going to be a big... You know what? Forget the 72. I'm going to cancel there. I'll take a 75 as it's coming back in. Now put a 70 bid there. See if we get that. All right, so here we go. Finally starting to make a move down here. Now, can it hold it without spiking back up through 128 again? That would be nice. But here we go, man. I mean, just trying to do our best with the least that we have on Intel. We've got a good position, but I'm not getting the crazy good. See, like how am I at 71 and it stops there? Come on, just go. Fill 71s. But we're looking for this. So that's our next area will be a 50 fill. So we didn't even get 71. You see how frustrating this is? All right, so we're bidding 71s. We didn't get them. Let's go down into the mid-50s. Hopefully we'll get that if it does retrace back in. But there you go. Like missing out on 10 or 15 cents, trust me, like that's a big amount of opportunity missed when you're trading some shares. So that's not great for me. I'll put another bid here at 86. See? So this is Intel, man. This is my life. I need to go. Man, I wish I smoked cigarettes, man. Just be having one right now. Get to the downside, Intel. That's one thing I've never.
You don't want to.
No, of course not. I've never smoked cigarettes. Okay, here we go. Down to the downside, man. Let's see if we get. Does anyone even call them cigarettes anymore? What are they even? You know what? That's the one thing that I think, honestly, the advertising in this current generation, like my kids don't even like, even look at that kind of stuff. I mean, walking around Toronto, you smell other forms of combusted, anyways. Oh, what's up, Joe? This is what you want, Joe? Or you want the weed Batman? Okay, here we go. Yeah. So Toronto's got their own little situations.
Well, I mean, everyone's got that.
Yeah, here we go. Downside now. So there we go. We get our 72 now for Intel. Back to the SIA and or Adera?
Yeah.
Okay, you choose.
Thank you for that. So the USD is range-bound at the moment, and in the red today, peace talks between Washington and Tehran have hit a dead end, as we did hear earlier in the show. USO spiking towards $139 a barrel. Investors are fleeing to the USD as a safety net against the Middle East instability. And then we have the Trump and Xi summit coming up. All eyes are on China as President Donald Trump is heading there for the long-awaited meeting with President Xi. And some analysts are sounding the alarm that the yuan is 20% undervalued, meaning that any trade talk could trigger a massive shift in the USDC-NY exchange rate. And finally, we have the sterling, the British pound tumbling. Heavy election losses and the risk premium also is something that has reason for this. On the UK is rising, pushing the GBP USD, which could potentially slip into its lowest level this quarter. That's all for your Money Talks.
All right, well, can all relax now. Did not need any SIGs as this comes right back down into the downside there. 127.40, so here it goes. That's going to be a good one there for Intel. Let's just see. We've now covered. I'm actually out of just over half right now, so I think we did pretty good in what we're trying to think about right now to the downside. Okay, here we go. We're finally getting that little collapse. Let's go. We're bidding 11s. Good enough for me right now. We'll bid some 22s, cancel some of those 11s, re-put it with some different size, as we'll put some 13s out right now. So there it is, man. Finally, we get that right there. It's a dollar club on the last little bit. We did start this south of 127, so we'll take the dollar right now on this and see if we get lower. Look, I'm glad I was sitting here talking about this trade. Was a little frustrated with it, obviously, as we started the short there, and then we got caught up a little bit in the long. But as this market trying to bleed back down in, there it goes, man. Big monster trade right now for me on Intel. So far, so good. It's funny because my whole day will basically be this Tesla trade, as that was like just back and forth, losing, upside. Just if we had gone long there, completely different story, but we're not. There it is now, $1.23. And yeah, man, we were stressed because we actually put on some shares. So there it goes, downside. We had about 5 or 6 units on that one, and that's huge compared to what we normally do. So all good now as we get a nice little downside push there in Intel. Yeah, buddy, keep on going. See if we get some 91s. Yes, there it goes. So, all right, man, next stop, let's see if we get some 126s as the market's losing view up and downside push. Oh boy, we just made, it doesn't matter, we don't talk about P&Ls, but we just made a good amount right there back on this Intel trade. So let's keep going, see what ends up happening here for Intel, going back to my number one stock, despite having some bleeding moments there at the beginning of the show, but we'll just keep covering on the way down like we do and see if we can hold something for that bigger move. But this is we've already done that. We've already held it. It's right back into the 50-period moving average here on your 5 minutes. So we're back into this zone of hopefully control, where it looks like this could be bought up. So we'll empty out some more here and just see what winds up happening. There's the trade for Intel. Thankfully, it started to work out there. Sean making billions. Yes, that's right. I've never watched the end of that show, Billions.
I gave up
watching it in the last season.
They didn't kill the character, but you can't. Yeah. The show is Bobby Axelrod. So when he left the show, I stopped watching the show.
exactly.
And I don't care that he came back because you lost me. And it's a great show. If you're in trading, even if you're not in trading, it's just a really fun show with great acting and awesome characters. But like, get the heck out of here that they thought they could get rid of him and replace him with some horrible character. The guy with there was some other dude with the ball.
At least they're replacing me with Joe, which is a great character.
We have a super chat. Dara, you want to chime in?
I was just going to say, it's always funny to me that Andrew Ross Sorkin of CNBC fame co-created Billions. Like, that's the only thing I know about Billions other than Paul Giamatti. And I always just think it's like the most random fun fact.
Paul Giamatti's great in that show. That show was awesome. Dollar Bill is one of the best characters. Like if you haven't seen Billions, trust me. Honcho with a super chat. Google and Amazon, could these be good calls that's the end of the week you're talking about. Well, I like them both. I probably, gun to my head, I like Alphabet more. But if we're like, which one looks stronger for this week? I haven't looked at those charts enough to be able to. Let's just quickly take a gander, because Alphabet's not good today. I prefer it as a stock, but it's not very good today. It's been pretty nasty for them relative to the overall market. So just simply based on momentum, like this is at highs rolling over, and then you've got Amazon, which I don't like Amazon as much as I like Alphabet in the long term. But yeah, these are both the same kind of looking charts. I don't know how much of a fan I am of buying at the immediate dip. You're not getting it back at a prior high. Like the prior high is 55 for a pullback. I don't like any levels on either one of these. Not gonna lie to you. The only new trade for me was getting into SoFi. Remember, like I didn't like the Noto news. Let it get into the high, jump in one time, give it to the top. Playing this one into, stop me if you've heard this before, VWAP. Like that's what's worked so far today. Like almost every single trade for me has been let it trend up, let it topping tail, let it break trend, one of those two things, enter on the topping tail rejection, play back into the volume weighted average price. Like every stock I'm up on today to get green, it's been HIMS, it's been silver. Hopefully it'll be SoFi in here. The market's gonna be helping with this. I just didn't believe the Noto news either. You can't buy that few shares and have it be that kind of a catalyst late in the day like that. But it's also 3:30. So
Shoot, I didn't realize how late
we're
this
getting
was.
on. What?
It's now $2 in the money.
NCLH is 5.7 million to sell. There might be something going on there. We'll look at that in just a little bit. JP Morgan, early look, 1.1 million to the sell side, and you 1 million sell, no big deal. BlackBerry's a million buy. That has been moving around. HIMS is a buy of 1 million. So I'm glad I'm not back into the short of that. INQ's a million to the buy side. So there's a few names. The biggest one by far. That's a huge number for NCLH. A sell imbalance with it moving up. So I'm going to quickly check our notes because if there is an index action, we get a note about it every single morning here at Real Trading. Another advantage of being at Real Trading. And I don't see anything on NCLH. So that might be a nothing burger. And if it is, I'd be looking for the sell imbalance to flip and pair off. So if it comes out a sell, and I don't see a reason why it should have a big sell imbalance, I'd be looking for some kind of a long entry before 355. But we'll keep an eye on that one here, NCLH. They just reported, I thought. I think they did anyway.
Cruise ships? Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about cruise
Well,
ships.
also the cruise names, the fact that there's no deal is not helping things with Iran.
Well, obviously there's some sort of a deadly virus going around on cruises
That also,
as well.
yeah, a lot of
so we're not too worried about that one. And another big advantage of being at Real Trading, of course, is leverage. And if you're not going to use it, then what the hell? So we did it right here, man. We used it, and we probably, I don't know if we used too much of it, but it's all good. As we are right now just kind of laughing at what this Intel looks like now as compared to what it looked like 20 minutes ago. Shout out to Adam DeLuz and everybody there in the chat. That's Adam De Never Loses. But this was a good move back in, man, and we're just starting to cover right now and feeling real good about what we did there on Intel. Again, man, we did put that in our pipe and smoked it, and that's the whole point of being here, man. Like I was saying to Neil, to Brennan, to these guys, like, you know, I can make certain amount of easy every single day. It's making that next level that's the problem, right? And so that's why we sit on these desks to sit here as a prop trading to try to get to that next level. I mean, we literally read those ads and talk about it all the time, what the advantages of being at a real trading are and being at a trade the pool or anything like that is to get that leverage and access to different markets. And, actually on that note, let's go find out who made lots of money there on Friday again. So here we do have releases every single day in this trader information portal, which there's the Russell 1000. There's a holiday schedule for NASDAQ Canada. Next week is off for Canada. I'm not here from Thursday. I'm off Thursday till Tuesday. So Joe will be sitting in this seat. Okay, so here's the top traders from Friday. Amex, so we talked about that 9,400. So these are going to be these are US dollars, regardless of what market you see here. So someone traded a lot of names in Canada, as you could see, 9,300 bucks there for that. A lot of Amex. So whether or not that's just someone looking at SPY or gold or SLV or anything that's a .am, right, on NYSE American. We've gone over some of those top symbols before as well, Amex, NASDAQ. So unfortunately, nothing super exotic over here. But as we said, number one reason to be at a prop firm, of course, leverage. We talked about that. Number two, maybe access to different markets and order types that you may not have elsewhere. But there's blue ocean, so we do have some traders doing that. We talked about, Joe mentioned it earlier, something about blue ocean, I forget what it was, maybe Micron last night.
It was Micron.
Yeah, so $3,000 TSX, that's the top trader there. New York, Hong Kong had a good trader last night. It could have been last night. 3,600 bucks, Amex, there it is, and then there's the top trader alone. Yes, sir, we might be putting up some numbers here. Not enough to get on that list, but there goes Intel, man, right back into those lows. We're basically making everything back on this one trade, which has been fantastic. And too bad that we don't have this Amazon, man. I mean, we liked the 272 short, but shut out of that one a little early. So yeah, we're always doing work to try to figure out, what trade strategy is good for what times a day and so on and so forth. And, look at AMD giving it up right now as well. 468 top, coming back in just a bit here. Still happy with everything. Let's roll this Intel. I only have about 15% left now. We've been really clearing it out. Let's hold out. There's only 15 minutes now until those imbalances that Neil showed you. And of course, NASDAQ names don't get populated until 50, so 350. So no idea if Intel's going to be a buy or a sell. And if you somehow know that, please send it in chat so I can trade accordingly. That would be really cool.
It's always a million one direction or the other. The thing is, you never know which direction it's going to be. Intel literally has $1 million share imbalance almost pretty much every single day. Like I feel like it's on the locator. NVIDIA shows up a lot. It's typically, you want 2, 3, 4, 5 million shares. Intel's been doing a lot of volume lately. What's it done? 150 million today, probably?
Oh, yes, exactly. 140.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, 140.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what the average daily volume
Well, I thought I was guessing high. No, so the other thing with the imbalance, because you see us show it all the time, the reason, and we've probably glossed over this, the reason why NCLH is big at 5.7 million, despite the fact it's a $16 stock, is it's only done 16 million on the day. Like the paired volume 7, that's 42% of the daily volume is already indicated in the auction. That's huge. If Intel were to show up for $1 million, that would be 0.6% or 0.7% based on that 150 million number. That's why it matters. As I said, you said the NASDAQ won't come until 350. But the closer we get to it, don't want to reload. Like if you're trying to break this, we should already be heading into VWAP. I think what's happening now is the market caught a bit of a bid. So anything that's at a support level, zoom it in so you can see better. Anything that's at a support level is just looking for that next flush back in. If it does not happen in the next few minutes, with the SoFi trade, I'll tighten the stop to break even. Haven't done it yet, still going to give it to the top. Give it to the topping tail. But if we don't get into that VWAP soon, you then run out of time for that move to happen. What else is going here? Palantir needs to be studied. Toby, why does Palantir need to be studied? It's interesting today. I don't know that it's that crazy of a Palantir day. This day looks just like Friday. Like 137 to 133, back to the high, doesn't really break it out. It's just another day of kind of consolidation there for Palantir. War's on, but it's still, I guess, being lumped in with the IGV and not going anywhere, which I think is, there's a value to be had there, but you know what? The momentum's been in other places. So you can wax poetic about the reasons why it should be catching better bounce, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. I could say the same thing about SoFi. So many better names in the space at this point. Not the reason why we're short. That's that Noto thing more than anything else. Just a few people have asked about Circle today on their earnings. I saw someone asking, is it time to short Circle to Joe? And I assume they meant in the day trade. The reason why I say I assume they meant in the day trade, because this daily chart looks like potential breakout tomorrow. Circle, local high. So remember Coinbase? This is a similar chart, like 137 up top for a daily breakout. Coin did, I don't want to jinx it. Okay, I jinxed it. See, Coinbase tried to break out on the daily too, and it's going to close underneath that 217. So it's now looking like a false top, and we need that conversion. We need that continuation tomorrow. Well, Circle looks just like that. A lot of these crypto names are going to look very similar. Robinhood, Coin, Circle, they all look like that. There's strong potential breakout trades. We kind of got to the top and didn't fall through. Okay, now this is the move that has to happen. Need 16s and then bidding 11s. Remember we had the discussion about like a cheap stock every 5 cents? So it might be in at the quarter, but I'm looking for like the penny in front of that. So like it's always like 16 and 11s all the way down. JK with the super chat, like John Stockton's shorts, short into Tuesday. Yeah,
those are some short-ass shorts.
That was the 80s, man.
Yeah.
Everybody, like even like the cool, like go look up clips of like Dominique Wilkins, like as if he
I
wasn't.
think Magic Johnson had short
Magic
shorts
had the
there. I
same
think even
nonsense.
Wilt had some short shorts.
The worst part is, I don't know if you remember this, our midget boys basketball team.
Yeah.
When we were in like our first couple of years, they had the most gangster, same nonsense that we had to rock.
Yeah, not getting too much funding for new uniforms.
No, they didn't put the new, and you had to get up to like the junior team and the senior team had like legit uniforms, and the midget team was trash. So we played on that. It was just embarrassing. Because I'm like, we're not playing in the 80s, but we were dressed like we were playing in the 80s.
Yeah, that was a...
I used to roll the high socks, because somehow that made it look not as bad.
Now they have the full leg all the way up. There's a lot of interesting things that everybody...
The one that kills me is the full leg legging, and then the other one you don't have.
Don't have it on. Styles, man. You don't know the steez there, but yeah. So
I definitely don't know that.
No, I don't know that steez either. But all right, who might know more about style than us is definitely those two ladies behind us. Let's go over and figure out what they're up to at the desk. As Intel trying to go back upside. No.
We're not?
Okay, we're not going. All right.
Psych. Got you again.
You're stuck with us again. Sorry about that, guys.
That's what we do. We just trick you guys.
Yeah, so like we said, man, we were only in about 15%. We covered some more. So just over 10% or so left right now on this Intel trade as it's getting steam right there back up to the upside. Steam, another thing that I never heard of before, but my kid is all over Steam, the gaming situation there.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, just... really, really excited for that trade. I'm not going to reload this, man. Well, let's just wait to see what happens now into the close. Broadcom, AVGO, Marvell was new high today. I've really sort of been focusing on this one trade with Intel, so everything else is going to be new to me right now. Yeah, so high, making a new one, now coming back in. It's funny to see Intel ripping north, this stock heading south right now. So I say, what's up with that as we continue to look out for a potential play here with Broadcom as it's going higher and going lower, and Intel's ripping. What is going on there? That's interesting. What's going on with AMD right now?
Why is Broadcom so bad today?
Yeah, AMD.
Well, same thing, same chart.
This is really weird. Like everything's pulling back. Meanwhile, Intel's doing this. So
Intel's been a different...
Okay.
Intel's been on its own flex for a while.
Yeah, for some reason, I don't know if it knows that I'm out or what, but that was pretty good. I'd like to get out of more next time. Intel, give me a little bit of a warning right there. NVIDIA's trying to get their back up to the upside. Is it Micron's world today?
It is.
It was earlier, but that's down 5%.
VWAP, isn't it?
Okay, so everything, yeah, it's still VWAP. Everything is down right now except for my guy over here, Intel. Maybe we should take, let's take a little bit more short here just to see what's up with that kind of a play as why that's happening. So there we go. We punch into the short right now on Intel. Let's see what winds up happening. We didn't get a great price there, 95s or so. So Intel right now on one to the upside as if something's going on. Remember, our stop is still the same, 128.50. This was $2 in the money there. And it looks like there must be some news on Intel. We're going to go.
We'll go to Adair, and then we'll get to Super Chat.
Something maybe.
It seems kind of speculative here on Intel, but I am seeing some people talk here on X about how Tesla's current A15 chip, which has been codenamed Helios, the portion of A16 that was supposed to go to TSMC will reportedly be transferred to Intel Foundry. So I would keep an eye here in TSM as well. But it looks like a portion of Tesla's current A15 chip that was supposed to go to TSMC will reportedly be transferred to Intel Foundry. Again, purely speculative as far as I can tell. I'm not seeing anything to back this up. Just someone posting here on social media. And again, the post was 2 minutes ago. Looks like they're responding to info that could even be a bit older, as far as I can tell. But I know Sia has a segment for you guys.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, let's talk crypto and send it back to the guys immediately. So BTC trading closer to the $82,000 region, currently trading flat. However, CEO of Coinbase, also as we know it, Brian Armstrong, will be at the GOP meeting addressing the Republican senators regarding the pending crypto regulation. And then also we had the Circle pre-market earnings reporting Q1 EPS of 21 cents, beating estimates of 19 cents. Then they had So Circle has two stable coins, as we're aware, USDC and EURC, EURC being the euro-dominated one, and this USDC, the conversion rate, which is pinned to the US dollar. Now, USDC is continuing to benefit from the rising, sorry about that. Circle is continuing to benefit from the rising adoption of the USDC, which is its dollar-backed stable coin that is being developed with Coinbase, and management is increasingly viewing stablecoins as core infrastructure for AI-driven payments, machine-to-machine transactions, and global settlement systems. So regulatory uncertainty is, however, at risk. Why? Because, as you know it, Congress continues debating the stablecoin legislation, and traditional banks are pushing back against crypto firms offering interest-bearing products tied to stablecoin deposits. Currently, Circle up on the day, almost 13%. Sending it back to you.
Wow. Yeah, so that'll do it, man. I mean, we were just wondering what that story was with Intel. And we were looking back and we're like, why are all these other chip names going down? Yeah, it's because Intel got more business right there. So that is why. I'm going to try one more short here at 129. We did obviously give a little bit back there as it started to rip up to the upside. We didn't do a whole heck of a lot of trading through those levels. So like I said, we'll put back on just under 1 unit now, up there at 120. We're just right here at 129. I was going to use, we just topped out at what was that top out there? 129.20s. So that's going to be our stop if it does run one more time. Yeah, great story there about Tesla and Intel. Of course, I didn't hear that in my ears. So downside right now for other names, but upside for Intel. But there's Tesla, not really having too much of a reaction to it, but okay, maybe that for some reason will be false and we'll get a move back down in. We just covered a little bit there at 60s.
Like I said, super speculative, like so speculative. I only brought it up to you guys because the stock was moving on it, but in terms of like its value as news, not sure.
No, I mean, we need that story because we need to know why it's happening. So that's great. No, speculative or not, the speculative traders are in this name to the long side because, if that ever does get announced, we already saw what happens to Apple, man. It's like 5, 6, 7, 10% up, let alone where it would be tomorrow as traders, figure out what they want to do for tomorrow's morning trade. But yeah, we'll cover a little bit now and just be lucky that we're able to make a little bit money back here on the downside of this trade. But yeah, not a great reaction to have. There it is, when you're short the name. So yeah, feeling a little bit like Obi here as we try to get that retracement back to the downside right now. Now we're 70 cents in the money, looking for a bid in the teens. And then we'll just see, too bad. That's hilarious. It went to 21s. We are at 14, so we missed that one easily. But now we'll wait to see if there's a little bit of a pullback now in Intel. So that's what I'm doing right now. Got caught in that story. You never want to do that. So, we didn't give it all back, obviously, but now Intel trying to dance here a little bit.
Yeah, a bit of a dance here. We just double tapped the high on SoFi. It did wick the top, so did get a reload when it wicked the top without breaking the high. But it's also 3 minutes to go to the imbalance.
Yeah,
so all of a sudden, it goes from VWAP retrace to retrace into prior support, which is just going to be into this 20. We did have that super chat, Nick. I did want to get to it. Pretty simple answer because I've been looking at, well, not Oklo, but SMR, which we talked about on earnings. They reported on Thursday, so this would be, we're just a couple of sessions after earnings, but we've held the higher low, big breakout. Well, okay, big move to the upside, but not a breakout just yet. You can see the consolidation. I like it. We get the confirmation today gives you that whole 3-day rule hold. I just want it to be breaking the 14 level for myself. I like the hold, but I like the confirmation of the 14. To me, if I'm taking a swing breaking out here, you either consolidate and maybe take more to stop out under here at like 1085 or whatever that works out to, in which case you could be already long and risking 20% or 15%. Or you wait for the actual confirmation break at 14, risk it to the same level, and it's just you're risking a little bit more, but the 200 period's at $24. Like next resistance is at $20. Like that's a 50% move it could be making from here, or 40% if you wait for the 14 to go. So I think I think it's worth it to wait for the confirmation break in the 14 because there's so much upside on the trade. I'd rather have a little bit wider of a stop myself because I am looking at this myself for the trade. I'm just not in it till it starts breaking out. But you have passed that first couple of sessions after earnings where they've held. As I said, we have 2 minutes till the imbalances come in. I'm going to move the stop to break even. No need to have this breaking the high of the day here. On SoFi. So, hey, they happen to like this on Noto, had a couple of spikes in, but it's not retracing to VWAP. We'll just look to get out of this and be hopefully flat to just slightly up on it. If it breaks the high, we'll be closer to that flat level on that retracement. NCLH is still a huge sell imbalance with only 2 minutes to go. So there could be something brewing here for Norwegian. Sell would be the right way if you're talking about the sentiment in, I guess, in the cruise lines here. Both the virus and the bad news with no deal and oil price shocking higher. But I would prefer it oftentimes if the news is bad and the sentiment is bad in the stock to have a buy imbalance that you can flip at 355 as opposed to just being a straight sell imbalance. Because now if it just comes out at 5 million, which everybody can see, is that going to be that big of a deal? You hope to catch some of the move. But if it comes out, if it's a buy that flips to a sell, there's almost more oomph with it. Him still a buy of 1.2 million early look. BlackBerry still a 1.2 million buy. That has been a pretty impressive rally that kind of ran out of steam today for BlackBerry. Yeah, I think it's like the first red day in a couple of sessions here, but a good look for BlackBerry. Made fresh 52-week highs on Friday. We're just giving a bit back. Oh, Canada, why not? BlackBerry trying to rise from the dead there.
Yeah, definitely. Would be nice to see that name get back, but such a small market cap, really no difference.
They're tiny.
There at all. So looks like, again, we were able to covered more than half of this Intel trade down there. We were waiting for VWAP, that didn't come in. Now we just take our hands off, and I do have the imbalances right here. We'll see what winds up happening in just 20 seconds. I mean, we had just got out there at 26. We were waiting for 14s, so I canceled that bid now. We'll wait for a little lower, see what we can get. Let's put like a 128. Let's put it back into the 20s there. See if we're lucky enough to get a trade back down into that area. And if we are, then we will see it spike in just a matter of seconds. I would say it's probably, what am I supposed to do? But I think it's going to come bid, to be honest with you. So there it is. It's out, and it's probably a bid. So there goes Intel.
1.5.
Yeah, so huge bid there for Intel. So we will wait just a matter of seconds before we'll get stopped out of this. Up at 129.20s. That's a couple times in a row now where we haven't been able to catch that luck with the imbalances. And that's kind of what it is. If you roll the dice, you never know what's going to happen. So there it goes. Upside for Intel, just momentarily waiting to get stopped out. But it's okay. We've already sort of made the money there, and we realized that was the problem. This was a sweat job there, but that was really when we covered it into those areas, man. Couldn't be happier with that. So, definitely made a little bit of money back on that one. And then, the rumor here is that I guess now, and as Adair had mentioned, though, pretty vague and very speculative, that maybe Intel involved with Tesla now. So we'll see if there's some sort of chips.
Lining up clients, man.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they need to do, right? That's exactly what you like to see. I'm an investor in Intel, so all of this is fine. We're just talking about a day trade. Wow, I thought it was maybe pulling back there, but
the only thing is with lining these customers up is, again, it went from $19 to $130.
Yeah.
So have we not priced in? Didn't it already make the move? Well, I own shares too, but I'm a little bit skeptical that it hasn't been pricing in that they were going to get all this business. And it's great for future revenues, but come on, you just went 6.5x. There was a buy balance on IREN for those looking. 1.8 million, big one on IREN. NCLH comes out way smaller than expected, so that's a nothing burger. Rivian's a sell of 1.5. We just discussed Intel's a buy balance of 1.4. There was a small buy balance on SoFi, so I just punched out. BAC is probably a bit of a nothing burger. Again, small buy and balance on SoFi. I just punched out the 24s where it was at. It's still going higher, but it just didn't follow through. So I guess they like the Noto news because it's actually holding a bull flag at the end of the day. Maybe this is a good sign for SoFi. We come in and break this sucker out tomorrow. If it's held this low at 15 for so long, there's room here. you break a 16.4, you have that double barrel that gets to 16.8. I might be inclined to at least try to favor the long. I like Robinhood better. Every time I look at it, if Robinhood's actually stronger today, I still like Robinhood better. Robinhood's above the 50-period moving average. I'm here trying to talk myself into that being long, but there's no planet under which I like a SoFi long that Hood doesn't look a little bit better for tomorrow's trade. So we just talked about that IREN imbalance. It's a buy imbalance, and it is falling to the downside. Actually accelerating here. 1.7 million buy, popped up a little bit, but IREN's still selling off. So that imbalance isn't doing anything for the stock. Still down 9 points underneath VWAP. Remember, $2 billion convertible note offering is the reason why IREN is down today. Good earnings, good run, right space, all that, but it's the $2 billion offering that has this one looking a little bit weak. Even the buy imbalance didn't do anything for it. I thought that could have been a 355 reversion, but it can't be if it's already back at the low.
No. I ran to CEG and bought some shares there, but I do like IREN. Sure, you can replace the battery if you want, my guy. No problem with cutting my mic at any time. Of course, yeah, we'll take it. They're trying to.
Well, sometimes,
go ahead, take it out.
Sometimes some of the issues that you might hear with our mics when they're bad, it is as simple of like static electricity nonsense, or it needs to be grounded, or the batteries are just need to be replaced. So we'll just make sure we have that.
Our show is too electric. That's the problem.
Kaz just said IREN had terrible earnings.
They did.
Each their own. Each their own.
I don't think they were great.
Terrible is a very strong word. That's a very strong word. Who had terrible earnings this quarter? You couldn't even say that about the trade desk. I'm not even sure you could say that was terrible. SMCI didn't have great earnings, and look at that stock. That was actually nice. Well, not today. Dang it. I was about to say, like, SMCI didn't have the best earnings, but they actually had some good looks, were able to get back up. Man, SMCI was a dog today. 5% down for SMCI with all this chip stuff going on. Why was I not looking at this stock? Where were we sleeping on this? As everything else was trending higher. SMCI has been trash all day. Oh, wait, back into fading SMCI tomorrow. It made its nice little earnings bounce, goes right into the 200 period, hits the 36, and now we're back on the curl with this. Maybe you got a head and shoulders look. Yeah, I got to favor the short tomorrow with that bad boy.
There goes Intel.
Sure.
There goes Intel. Okay, so we were able to get a little bit out there of Intel on that dip a couple times. So, yeah, we actually did pretty good on that last little reload, but there it goes upside. As we always talked about that, it's a little bit of a crapshoot heading into the close, because look at Intel. The number one buy right there is Intel as 355 comes through, and there it goes, just shooting it to the moon, upside. There goes Intel there. Toast, it looks like a nice little buy there. That's a Josh Brown name that if you've been following him, you may be Toast, but nice move there from 30 down to $24 now on this. And we actually got some super chats about this. Hey man, take your problems to Josh, not to me right now. That's at $24 right now to the downside. I guess it's a little bit harder when you can't go on a major network and pump your stock, but there goes Toast to the downside. We'll see.
He can.
He can and he does, but maybe he didn't do that today. Just wait for him to be on again right there. So he's probably just telling his friends to load up on that. There goes Intel, which is nothing wrong with that if he likes the stock. IREN, as Neil just mentioned,
as
to buy.
As long as they let you.
CEG, yeah, it's still legal to do it. CEG broke through 300 today, so that's not great, but at the end of the day, we're still okay with it. 300, 301 and change now. For CEG. We're going to have to wait. Not a great earnings play, but a good power name to look out for there. Wow, Intel is all the way now to $130, so it's all the way back up. We'll have to take a look at this tomorrow. And did Tesla did not look like it was going through it looked like it was going through 450, but then it does not and stops there at 4. What's the high of the day? We have 449.15s there, 16 actually, to be the high of the day. So we'll wind up seeing what Tesla's going to do, dropping back into 440s right now. For tomorrow's trade today, have a look at Tesla. I think that's going to be a good one to look out for. $33, over $30 upside. It got to 418 today, and then up to 449. So $30 top to bottom. And then, of course, we talked a little bit about Sasmageddon. Not that it's happening anymore, but Microsoft's still down today, and it's had a couple bad days getting back into that $400 marker. And then Palantir was a short until it wasn't, and yeah, now it's upside. So that was pretty good for us today. PLTR. And then, you know, the one trade that we nailed off the open and then just didn't give us much else. There's Moderna 55, and then we held, I don't know, a very small piece, wind up getting out at 54.70. So that looks like a dramatic out, but that's like basically 55 down to 54.60s or so, 55.30s. So we'll have to wind up seeing what happens with Moderna tomorrow, as all that hantavirus talk seems to keep that one down. And did NCLH do anything?
It ended up coming out as nothing.
No, it was there. I just looked at it. There was something.
But it was expected 6 mil. They came out significantly smaller.
Yeah, there it is. There a buy is still 1 mil. So
kind of like the wrong. Okay. It was looking like a 6 mil sell and ended up like a small buy.
There's definitely some opportunities there.
Coinbase, Matt Carnes in the chat was just like, am I reading that right? Coinbase up 7%? It's not a typo. Coinbase is up 7.5%. This was not a name that we were talking in favorable terms after their earnings report, and it's still looking like the breakout. So near the end of the day, it was looking like it wasn't going to hold above that break in the daily. It's now back toward those highs. So Coinbase is doing whatever it can to confirm this breakout on the daily. This could just be maybe 220 for an even dollar break. Tomorrow, the sentiment looks good. As long as we're holding 80,000, I think that kind of bodes well for Bitcoin holding up pretty well. You got Robinhood's also making some power moves. It's not nearly as strong as Coin. A little surprising, because I don't really like Coinbase as much as I like Robinhood. I think you get more. Like, Coinbase is trying to do some of the things that Robinhood converted to a while ago. So Robinhood has a head start in a lot of ways relative to Coinbase. It just has a little bit more diversification to go with it. But for right now, Coinbase looks like, I hate to say it, kind of looks like the better chart in the short term, which it's surprising. We'll come in tomorrow with a potential breakout trade on Coinbase. Less than 1 minute to go. It's no crazy. I mean, we have HIMS after. I mean, HIMS is going to be reporting something like 17% move expected. Plug Power is reporting. They're the biggest expected move, but guess what? It's a $4 stock now. Probably not even. I actually think it's like a $3 stock now on Plug Power. So to move that thing 20% is not a lot of money. But there will be big-time movers for sure. Matt Carnes says your target is 219 for Coin. Interesting. I'm only saying 220 because it's the nearest obvious even dollar breakout above the 217 resistance. That's why I brought it up for Coin. I said 220 because this is like that top's 13, that top's 15, that top is 17. You know, 220 is just that nice round number tomorrow. But any of those even dollar breakouts could be in play. I don't know where it's going to gap to. Wherever the pre-market high is kind of the breakout level when you have a chart like this. So, but 20 seconds to go on this Monday. It's been a wild one. No questions asked, but crypto looks good.
Yeah.
Intel, another all-time high. Some other chip names, though, not so much. AMD, not so much.
I was looking at SanDisk.
SMC,
you can finally tell everybody that you have a red day in SanDisk with only 5 seconds to go right now. SanDisk hasn't been red much, down 1% here today. Thanks, everybody, for watching. We do get the close right now. You know, obviously, we were trading Intel. That was very exciting there at the end of the day. But, you know, the NASDAQ really didn't do a whole heck of a lot in this late day. But, you know, back and forth, bounced off VWAP. We actually talked about that VWAP trade. You probably would have got stopped out a couple times, but maybe not more than once, because then you were starting to use this as your bottom. So nice little play there to the upside on the NASDAQ, finishing the day up 0.3. Same as your ES, finishing the day up 0.3. And sort of on downward movements, but, you know, nice to hold VWAP. We'll see what winds up happening tomorrow. 74.4 coming for the ES and 29,400. We'll see 30,000 soon, man, maybe by end of the week there on the NASDAQ. So that should be pretty exciting. But the NASDAQ and SNDK downside. Micron, I think, finished up still. Yeah, obviously up 7% as that one continues to go. Right. Apple was downside for a minute and flat on the day. So yeah, man, Meta, though, takes 6 bills lower. Yeah, so it's going to close underneath 600.
NVIDIA was good. NVIDIA's up.
Yeah, NVIDIA's up. Yeah, I mean, everything. If you're not in the chip space, it was a little bit of a hard day. You did see Robinhood, which was a pretty good one.
Yeah, a couple of crypto.
There are a couple of crypto names as well, but there's Meta underneath 600. So yeah, thank you so much, a guy from work. Just started watching the videos, so we want to say shout out to that. Go over, check out those videos. We'll have some more as the week goes along as well. So we're excited to do that. So thank you for mentioning that, a guy from work. Go over to our YouTube channel, and you'll be able to find all of our pictures there. All right, thanks, Adair. Thanks, Sia. Thanks, everybody, for joining us today. Andre, Ramin, Joe, for entertaining everybody in the chat here, apparently. So that's really, really good. So thank you to Jesse and Joe going back and forth there on the chat, making sure YouTube knows that we've got the greatest show. So thanks, Brendan, everybody that's back over there, Fabian, Ramin, and Andre. Yeah, it's baseball time. Told you we're working on bunting tonight, so that should be a lot of fun with some pitching. But we have quite the arms in the Red Sox organization, so it's all good. Drafting has paid off.
Work that squeeze play every now and then.
The last 2 years. Yeah, you never know. Sometimes, the pitchers we face such good arms in our league. It's ridiculous.
But that's why the squeeze.
That's why.
When you're up against really good pitching, the squeeze plays. You get fortunate to get someone on third, especially with just if you can get it down. It's indefensible at the kid level. Just get it down. It's a hard play to make.
Oh yeah, for sure. We have kids 11, 12 years old throwing 60 miles. It's with accuracy. It's okay, man, good day. We'll see you tomorrow. Good luck with your game today. And looks like the weather's clear. I had to look at that.
That's all I care about.
We're excited for that. Okay, we'll see everybody tomorrow. Ciao.
Ciao.